What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Happy Monday. Yeso and Tanner Metro here, ready to kick off your week the way we absolutely love to do. It is the final week of our Razer Tournament Series here, brought to you by Esports Arena. We have a couple of winners here running back to back. We finally got our first back-to-back champions since Mamba Mode stepped off of the podium, and it is Elysium returning to try and grab a third title in a row. Tanner, happy Monday. Welcome back. How we doing?
I'm doing great. Happy Monday. Again, it's kind of like a 3-day / 4-day weekend. Mondays feel like
Yes.
Fridays when we have Valorant. And like you said, Elysium are coming back. I'm super excited for this. I think today is going to be the day of upsets, and I think if there was ever a day to do it, it's right now as we're closing out the Razer Tournament Series. The free entry for everybody jumping in. I'm super excited to see how today pans out.
Yeah, definitely should be a fun one here as we're going to help you guys check out our format. So if you guys are new, not quite sure how things shake out, it is a single elimination bracket. So each of these teams, one match each round, trying to move on. If they lose, you're done. If you win, you survive all the way until we hit Grams. Then we get a best of 3 between the two remaining teams. These teams are fighting for shares of $1,000 prize pool. And this week it is going to be an awesome Razer keyboard on the line. So as we mentioned, with Elysium winning 2 weeks back to back here, they've got the headsets, they've got those awesome Razer mice. Now they're looking to complete the setups this week. We'll have to see if they can do it, but we're ready to get into the action. We're not going to waste your guys' time here whatsoever. We are on to Haven to kick off today, and it promises to be a good one. We've got Thrifty Esports, a team that we've seen quite a bit of over the last few weeks, up against last round. Oh, I wonder if is that last round save?
Yeah.
And we're ready to go.
Yeah, and last round save is okay. Things are going to kick off pretty quickly as the kill coming through early, but traded back. Apothian not able to make it back in time, but completely surrounded as Sake takes C-side. They push through the garage. They get it done, and now it's all up to the Cypher. And last round save, this is a team that I've wanted to do so well, and I've been following throughout the Razer Tournament Series, and even before that, just the weekly Valorant series, and they always fall flat. So I'm hoping they can get off to a good start. Unfortunately, what that means for them is Deluxe trying to do what he can here to close this one out or look for. And no clutch there here in the first round, so a strong start for these guys. But unfortunately, with the victory here, that means you do end up playing the winner of Elysium versus X. And I think we know how that pans out, right? Elysium probably moving forward, which means these guys will probably meet them in the quarterfinals. So we'll see how it pans out for last round save as they do get on the board early. You love to see that. Obviously, the tournament series, JC, it's been weird for us. We had basically a baseline. We had a norm that was pistol round goes through, the next round gets won pretty easily. But then as soon as we started doing the Razer Tournament Series, the more teams that we saw, the more strategies we saw, right? We saw the forces. We saw people playing aggressive. We saw the 1-1 split. So I'm interested to see if, closing out the Razer Tournament Series, if we do see exactly that to close out the day.
Yeah, we certainly have. It's been way more common with those force buys from either side. We've seen actually more commonly aggressive, even more aggressive buys from the winners of the first round. And yes, force is more common from the losers of the pistol. And I'm all for it. Please throw my expectations out the window as often as you can. It makes for certainly much more interesting Valorant to cast here, as early on we are going to see last round save getting access to this A site. That's going to be a frag as they get on here. Sniper going to take one down, and now they're just waiting to get the spike onto site. They're going to cut off vision and access through kind of the A link there. Spike is going to be planted. We've got Blast here, as you can see, coming around with a bit of a flank, sneaking into the smoke here. We'll see if he can get anything done. He's just got this classic in his hand. Going to go for the shadow step across, but he gets caught not far enough. That's going to be Mav picking that one up. And now Deluxe pushing through the cyber cage, but Sake is going to take 3 there with his Spectre. And that's going to be the 2-0 start for last round save.
Yeah, and a great start, and I think I'm interested to see how this third round plays out, obviously, because it's weapon round, right? You see Spectres to Phantoms and Vandals, but the first 2 rounds seem to be telling to how Thrifty Esports were going to play this A site. After last round
There.
save takes C, right?
There.
The only remaining person to rotate, which took what felt like forever, was
Mhm.
Deluxe on that Cypher. So they're thinking, hey, this guy plays A all by himself. That's typically the Cypher thing to do if he's not on C. So then that second round, pretty easy to just push through. Obviously, it is coming off of the pistol round win, so they had the SMGs, and now it looks like another C split. That Spike placed down just outside the garage.
Oh,
Getting
good
kills early. Oh, man.
flashes.
The opens are just there. Last round save are just on today.
Yeah, the early aggression on these sites has looked really nice so far. They're getting access, they're getting kills. Apotheon going to take down Deluxe there. Now it's the 5v1, and Beckham right here. At this point, you probably want to save your gun, but getting some damage to the Thrifty Esports economy isn't a bad idea here either. He's going to be able to take down Sake there. Good headshot on the Phantom. They know exactly where this Reyna is, so Beckham's in a pretty tough spot here. And that is going to be KXN with the Vandal grabbing that headshot and ending the round. So last round save with a really strong start here, even in a round with some of those mid-tier guns and the Spectres. They're able to get access to the site, get those opening kills, and it pushes to a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, and KXN getting the opening kill and the ending kill there to close out the round. And with that, obviously, a couple kills or one kill was traded back. Not really enough to hurt the economy, unfortunately. And it's really been, if not Deluxe, Beckham, right? Your two A players who are now, they've switched it up a little bit. It is just going to be Beckham playing A by himself. They put that Cypher on B, which we do see a lot of teams opt into giving B up, playing in those links right around the window and garage or A link, and then trying to play retake for B. This time around, they want to make sure there's no easy way in, because last round save's been making really everything look fairly easy. But a slow start to this one, which should be, I guess, an easier round you would expect, right? That buy round comes through. Thrifty Esports obviously not having the best economy, maybe having some SMGs. Sake is able to find one. This guy staying hot into this. He was big in round one, big in round two. Now looking to be huge for his team in round four. And on the flank, I mean, you gave up B, and you just get dominated everywhere. Now we have one remaining person. It's Dubby trying to do what he can. He's got the Sheriff in hand, and unfortunately not going to find the spray. Apotheon with a 3K for himself. So they're just trading out 3K across the board for last round save. And just really strong at this point. Thrifty Esports, you got to figure it out, right? I think, I don't remember what your statistics was. It 49% on attack?
So we were talking about this last week. Haven is the most attack-sided map, where I believe it's hovering at somewhere around like a 50.3% win rate for attackers in their rounds. So it's a very, very small margin there, but it makes sense with just the way that this map is designed and the amount of options you have and how spread out the defense has to be. But that's going to be Deluxe. Ooh, a couple of opening frags there for Thrifty Esports. This could be them getting on the board as they have the numbers advantage, 5-3. You can see the Reyna there. Beckham activated his ultimate, is going to grab their third kill. There's Apotheon's going to go down, but Mav able to spray onto the site there with his Phantom, and he'll take one. He's going for the Shadow Step on top of the boxes, but Beckham peeks that one out and is going to take him down. KXN takes one, but Beckham with the 4K will finish it off, and that's Thrifty Esports finally getting on the board. You were talking about things starting to get out of control with that 4-0 lead, but Thrifty trying to slow things down here a little bit. They take their first round of the day.
Yeah, and that's a great round to do it. It's your second buy round for Thrifty Esports because they've lost every round up to that point. And in round number 3, when you buy out, it's a little awkward. It's one of those things where you P90 rush B, right? It's that type of situation where last round save, they're up 2 rounds. They still have their SMGs from the previous round. And it's not the standardized AR to AR kind of fights that are going to be picked. It's the quick, it's the overwhelming SMG pushes. That's exactly what we saw as now Blast. He's going to get stunned out. 2 stuns used for this guy as they do manage to trade one back. So it's a 4v4 for now. The Molotovs go out, and it looks like they want to take A from the backside. KXN going to pick up another. The Cyphers both getting on the board. Last round save, though, lower on the HP. Nice neural theft from Deluxe. if there's ever somebody you want to top frag on defense here, it is that Cypher with that neural theft. Decaying down and inside the Viper's pit, they will go. And this is going to be a tall task in the 2v3.
Yeah, really important frag there for Sock, able to take down Deluxe and keep that Viper's pit up here. As Doobie gonna get caught with the shock arrow up, but he actually gets the damage there as he fires it right at Apotheon's feet. So it's now the straight 2v2, Defcon up into heaven. He's not gonna have vision onto the site though. Doobie gonna get taken down. KXN off Defcon, and that is gonna be the 5-1. So last round save, and they do a play that we've seen really developing and becoming a lot more common over the last 3 to 4 weeks here, is that early push. You get control of B, and then you use it to get access to the A or C sites, because B's that is a tough site to hold, right? With how many different ways you can enter that site as a defending team, the favorable sight lines from outside of the site, it can be a difficult site to hold. So we've seen teams more often opting to get into B, and then you push through A link, get on to A site, right? You have that beautiful flank setup if you have players on A short or A long. So it's continuing to happen for these teams, and it looked really great there for Thrifty.
Yeah, Apotheon gonna get spotted out, going into the window here, trying to do something sneaky. Does spot out that flash. He flashes 2, and he takes both of them down, looking for another 3K. Is the Phoenix here for last round save. He's gonna get sat down by Deluxe. He looks for another, but it's an eco round. But the odds have been evened, and now Beckham has a weapon. He is overhealed, so this Reyna will be incredibly strong. The spike, though, headed over towards this A site. Should be planted down fairly simple, and we see the Reyna for last round save just hanging out on B, making sure nobody's doing that reverse sweep through B. That's basically where we've seen everybody funnel in towards A, especially in the last couple of rounds. Not going to get any information or value this time, unfortunately. We'll have to rejoin his team on this A site, as both players are pushing up. There's a satchel onto the site. The flash is out as well. It's planted right underneath heaven. You can assume where these players are going to be playing, but it might be peaked as the Lear comes out. The kill comes through, and that's going to be Mav dropping out of heaven to clutch the round. And that would have been a huge pickup for Thrifty Esports, picking up a Thrifty win. Could they have gotten it there?
Full teamwork there from Mav and Sniper. They recognize, as so did Thrifty East, that where the stands were towards that spike, right? You saw they immediately peaked. Once they checked hell, didn't see anybody there, and had cleared the the site proper. They knew, okay, somebody's probably going to try and peek us here from A link, and they look towards it. Sniper peeks out and gets the kill, and then as soon as that happens, communicating to Mav, hey, I've drawn their attention here. Mav gets the free peek there out of heaven to finish off that kill. Sake gonna open things up, taking up Beckham, who had pushed out onto A long there. He's gonna KXN, and the rest of the team gonna get onto the site here. Spike's gonna go down. That is the ultimate used by Apotheon. Isn't gonna get a kill. It does get some information. Smokes to cut off the entrance onto this A site, but Deluxe gonna peek out. He's able to take out Apotheon. That's a good first kill, but he's taken out by Mav, as Doobie, using the Hunter's Fury, will take out KXN, and Blast knocks down Mav. Sniper as well gets one, as Defcon with the satchels out from heaven gets the final 2 frags, and that's gonna be Thrifty Esports on the board once more.
Defcon coming up huge there. It's one thing to get that satchel charge, to blast yourself in a position, but it's another to spray both members down, not going down. It's only 2 kills, and probably the biggest 2 kills in this game so far. Defcon coming up huge and just stealing away some of that momentum on what seems like a pretty easy, pretty standard last round save play, right? They go A, and there's no real room for retake from Thrifty Esports. They've been winning every single round just like that, but Defcon finally throwing a wrench in things. That doesn't necessarily mean you're out of the woodworks yet, right? That was a fantastic play, and if it's going to take fantastic plays to get it done, then you have to remain hot for the rest of the game for Thrifty Esports. We'll see. Again, they are on defense, so they might have a better attacking side. As the flashes go through, Apotheon going to get taken down. Duty to pick that one up. Sake trades it back, but Blast is there. Defcon, unfortunately, not going to get too much with the ultimate, and will eventually be sprayed down. As the Empress is on, Sniper pushes onto the site. We'll see if Blast and Beckham can hold him off for now. The spike is on the ground. No real threat to plant this one just yet, as they do head back to pick that one up. We'll see if they decide to play it out at C here. There's still a minute left on the clock, and it is a 1v2.
Yeah, Pothian is gonna, that one's gonna sting. He had the double flashes there onto Doobie, but Doobie able to get just the blind spray onto him there. A sniper gonna finally take out Beckham, and that means that last round save guaranteed a lead going into the second half. So that one's gonna feel pretty darn good here now. If you're Thrifty Esports, you're just hoping if you can grab, at least 2 of these last 3 rounds to try and close the gap somewhat significantly before they swap over to attack themselves. But last round save looking really solid here to start off the day. The eco feeling pretty good. They had again gotten Thrifty Esports into a spot where it wasn't a full buy, and now due to grabbing that round, we will see pistols here across the board for Thrifty. We see a few sheriffs, a classic or 2. We also see a shorty. So we'll see if Thrifty Esports can pull around out of their behind here, as this is going to be a tough one to take. As interestingly enough, when we've seen last round with the economic advantages, it's actually been the rounds that they've kind of started the slowest, and they've been the most patient here. As KXN looking to peek, is going to catch out Beckham there. That's going to start things off. They should easily get onto the site here, as we can actually see Apothian already on site here. That's going to be the cyber cage going down. Apothian takes one, sniper grabs one onto Deluxe as well. Apothian looks for the peak, is taken out with the headshot wallbang there from Blast, but it isn't going to much matter. It's the 4-2 advantage for last round save. They're going to get that spike down, and DEFCON, can he work some magic with this sheriff? He's got the satchel available. Does he go for the entry onto the site? That's going to be the paint shells to clear out that corner. It's going to get some good damage onto, I believe, Mav is back there, but isn't going to kill him, and DEFCON being patient. Ooh, but that's going to be the smoke from the Viper. Will force the decay. And does DEFCON want to re-entry the smoke and go for the push out? He's going to eat some sprays down from the site here, and he's just waiting inside till they clear out. Is going to go down here. DEFCON accepting his fate, and that's an 8-2 lead for last round save.
Yeah, and just continuing to grow that lead. Last round save, again, like I said, this is one of the teams that I've been... I think the first time I spotted these guys, they had lost in the first round to the tournament winners. And that is kind of to be expected, right? Like, I guess looking at it objectively in the first round, you don't see that. But then you see the team goes on to win, and you're thinking, oh, okay, well, maybe if they have a different bracket, these guys go a little bit further. And they've just been falling short. But this time around, like I said, it's the last Razer Tournament Series Valorant match for us here. And to close out the 3-week series with an upset would be huge. And I'm hoping for a Dave upsets, like I said, at the beginning. And it's looking just like that unless Thrifty Esports can really pull it back together. As 3 members are on this B site, they're going to trade 1 for 1. Last round save now down to their final 2 members.
I know exactly.
And down a man here. So Thrifty Esports, they have the advantage. I wonder if they have the information on the spike. It's both Sniper and KXN looking for the flank. You've got Beckham headed back. He's going to make sure that this A site isn't getting taken. This is, again, it's been tail of the tape has, let's go A, let's go A, let's go A. When they're on an eco round, sometimes we've seen last round save just push and over power C. It looks like they want to just stay here. They get a little bit of a bite. You can hear that rotation, I'm sure, headed over towards A as they look to push up onto C site, but they don't know the Raze is in the corner, so they need to be careful. Sniper might get peeked out. He's going to get taken down. It's DEFCON to find that kill, and it's only KXN alive, but it's a 1v2 as he trades that kill back, sitting on 70 HP.
Okay, that bums me out because I feel like you should know that the Raze is there.
Left.
You've cleared the entire site, but that one single spot. So you should know as soon as you walk around the boxes and don't see anybody, somebody has to be there. And sadly, the Reyna does go down. It's now the 1v2 as KXN able to get the spike plant. He's going to throw up the camera. It draws the attention. Beautiful timing on that peak. He is going to catch out the Sova. Doobie goes down, and last round save picks it up.
Last round in the hash.
What? The utility there. Using that camera as basically a leer, a flashbang, literally anything. That is one of the statistics, the made-up statistics that we made last week or even the week prior it was the Omen ult, right? The Omen ult
Yes.
into the back line and just buying attention, grabbing the enemy's attention with something. You also see that in the Sova drones, the Owl drone that buys so much attention, the Boombot that buys people's attention, and you can peek alongside those, and you know that the first couple of shots are probably going towards the bot, or that first op shot is probably going towards that bot or that drone, and that camera played exactly like that. A really solid play and a 4K clutch for KXN just when Thrifty Esports were probably feeling like they could make it an 8-4 half. They unfortunately have their throats stepped on. And as I say that, Deluxe walks too far forward, has his knife out, or his sword rather, and is going to be taken down. And last round save back in the driver's seat early in this one as Beckham does have the Empress on. We'll see if it's enough to close the round out at 9-3 for the half.
Yeah, Beckham able to take one. It's still the 4-3 advantage there for last round save, but Beckham's going to change that with the frag on Apothi, and Mav able to take down Defcon. Some spray there up into the window. A sniper going to catch Blast with the wall bang to the dome. And now it's just Beckham left. Still has the Empress active here. Pushing down the stairs, looking to get onto the site, but this is going to be dangerous. Last round save should have no problem covering these sightlines and not giving Beckham the opportunity to play these 3 straight 1v1s. That Lear is going to give him the information that they need, and Mav takes out Beckham. It's a 10-2 lead heading into the second half, and we talked about it earlier. This is, of the pool, the most attack-sided map of the pool. It's still not drastically so, as we've seen in terms of the numbers for defense really since the game came out. We've seen very commonly 52 to 53% win rates for defense on almost every map, but Haven is more attack sided than most, but they are not 10-2 favored here, so this is a very tough spot for Thrifty Esports to be in. We'll see what they can do here early. This pistol is extremely important because losing this pistol almost guarantees you to be playing up against map point in a couple of rounds.
Yeah, and then at that point, you're just playing for overtime, right? And that does not feel great. If you can start to string a few together, keep them at 10, keep them at maybe 11 rounds, then you're not just staring down that barrel, like you said, of match point, as that toxic screen is going to go up, and it's the aggressive push from last round save as they find one kill, but it's going to be traded back. Map goes down. And Beckham is able to net one. Now up inside of mid window. Everybody's starting to fall for last round save. So it's looking good so far for Thrifty Esports. But we can't count these guys out just yet. KXN still alive here right by this B side as I hear everybody marching right on. You hear the wood, you hear the metal, and possibly hear that spike going down. The plant is going to be delayed. And it's KXN looking for another clutch here to keep this team in the lead. But it's Deluxe on the flank. He wasn't expecting it. Sake is able to trade it back, but in a 1v2, we've seen these go the way of last round save.
Oh, Sake able to take out one here, looking for the peek on the last one. It's a one-tap onto Defcon, and Sake able to clutch it out as last round save takes the pistol.
These guys, that right there, that round, you show me yours, I'll show you mine. It was Deluxe on the flank and then Sake on the flank there. Nobody expecting him to come up mid onto that B side. And wow, that was one hell of a round. Again, just so clutch from last round save. I think going into this tournament or into this match specifically, they are the 8 seed to the 9 seed. So this one is not technically an upset, but it is a great start for these guys. Like I said, one of the teams that I'm kind of rooting for. They are eventually, if they keep winning, going to have to face Elysium, and that is going to be a very tall task, but they're coming out and looking incredibly sharp in this one as it's a quick buy round here as Thrifty Esports trying to do what they can on the offense. They do trade 1 for 1, and it was a force coming through, but Apothian is going to sit Defcon down. The Raze, who's been a little underwhelming here, not able to get off the ground as Snipers looking to close out the round on A, taking everybody down. Blast will find Sake, but it might not matter for much longer. He's low HP. They reload for reload. And the spray around the corner. It's going to be Apothian to sit him down. 12-2 the scoreline will be for last round save. Looking to close this one out, and it was a force there. So this next round from Thrifty Esports is probably going to look just like that. Stingers, maybe a Spectre. This is a very tall order for these guys.
Yep, and at this point, if you're Thrifty Esports, you're buying out every single round. Doesn't matter where your economy is at. You've got to do everything you can. No point in saving at this point, and it'll require the comeback of comebacks here from Thrifty Esports just to possibly force overtime. So they're in a very tough position here. Last round save, as you mentioned, a strong start to their day, and I agree. You know, it's not necessarily an upset, but I think still when you're playing against Thrifty Esports, this is a strong team. So regardless of upset or not, this is a win that you could feel good about. As that's going to be the aggressive push down mid. Mav takes two, Apothian and Sniper one apiece here. Defcon gonna grab a kill with the satchel, but that looks like it may be all it is. His Sniper knocks down Blast, and that's gonna close it out. Last save with style, taking out Esports.
Yeah, last round save. That was the best way to start your day, right? This is the best of one series for the bracket, and you have to come in extremely hot. You don't have a chance for redemption. There's no losers bracket. If anybody is unfamiliar, right? JC covered at the beginning, but there's no losers bracket. Best of threes don't happen until the final. So you have to make it all the way into the money before you can actually show how you bounce back from a loss. So to come out and win like that, we saw, I believe it was Thrifty Esports falling 13-3 last week, but that was to Elysium. That was to the team that has won the last two tournaments. So possibly to be expected, but to come out and lose like that to last round save, not to say that that puts them on the same level as Elysium, but they're looking really strong here as we jump into another game, and it's going to be Haven. Now, yesterday, I played Valorant all day, and I played Haven probably 20 times out of 22.
Love to see it. It is Solstice Esports here. It's Mamba Mode Gaming, a team that, if you guys weren't around about a month ago, was on an absolute tear in our Monday tournaments. They won 5 straight titles in the Esports Arena Valorant Mondays. So they have been kind of the perennial title holders, but they were unseeded at the beginning of September. Had this run of Elise in 3 straight finals, winning the previous 2 and looking to make it a 3rd in a row. And now we'll have to see can Mamba Mode Gaming return to the ways of old. Here you see Chase, Evil, Screwface, Zek, and Oman. And it's a different lineup than we're used to. And, of course, Mamba Mode has been a team that has been very happy to switch their lineup on a consistent basis. So that does not surprise me, but it seems to maybe have come back to bite them as of late, as they have not been the titan of our Monday night tournaments as we are used to seeing them. But they've got the lead here at the end of the first half, and we'll see if they can grab the 7-5 lead there. Is Neon going to take out, maybe it's G-Man there on the Cypher. Chase looking to peek in towards C here as Neon going for the reload, going to back behind the boxes, and you can see the Cypher standing on top of logs over to the right of Screwface with the Blade Storm. Going to take out the Raze, and it's the 4-3 advantage here for Mamba Mode. Let's see what they can do. Chase looking for the peak. Is going to take out one. Needs to be wary of the wood pile there. Backs there into Garage for now. It's still the 4-2 advantage. Spike down on B. And this should be the round. Mamba Mode looking strong to end off the half.
Yeah, coming in and to be expected as another kill comes through. And as the neural theft, so now it is the best time to have that ultimate to try and find kill on the backside. But it's going to be Screwface finding the kill. It's a 4K for him, and this guy is no slouch when it comes to that operator on this jet. And like you said, the roster's a little different. Mamba Mode Gaming kind of been fumbling, right? It's been the last 2 tournaments, they've been knocked out before reaching the finals. They missed a couple. They had their academy team fill in for one. And I think the first time we missed Mamba Mode Gaming in the Valorant Weekly, we had gotten some information that they were just coming off of a loss from another tournament. So just slowly starting to kind of crumble after being at the top for so long. But I think that's the hardest part about being a champion, right? You look really at anything, and the champion is a champion for a reason. And everybody is just looking for ways to beat the champion. And when you're up top, you have to worry about everybody, right? When you're below that, you only have to worry about how we can beat Mamba Mode Gaming. So it is a tall order, and now we see a team in Elysium doing just that. And we'll see if these guys can meet again as this piss around has kicked off. That spike still hanging out right back by that spawn, waiting for a pick to see what they can find. In this roster, ever changing for Mamba mode. We'll see if it pays to be a bit stronger here in this one, because those roster changes obviously throw a wrench in things.
Yep. As we see Con Artist here looking to peek, try and get towards this A site. The Boombot drop down, and they'll actually retreat down A long here, as looks like the spike is headed towards C right now. They've drawn a lot of attention over towards A. Smoke down towards C long from Zek is going to stall that push, and Solstice immediately looking to rotate back towards A again. They've been patient in terms of actually entering a site. They're just trying to draw Mamba mode back and forth across the map, and they've actually drawn 4 essentially all the way onto that C side of the map, and this should make it a very easy entry onto A, but they need to not waste time here. Don't let the rotation come as they finally get on site. Paint shells up into heaven there will push the Cypher out of the way, and this means Leviathan finally, they're able to get the spike down. He'll throw some shots there towards A Link. Now going to peek up towards heaven, but the spike is down, and we've actually got a full 5v5 here with the spike down, as Neon finally going to take one. G-Man falls. The peek from Screwface will grab a kill. So will Chase there, as Leviathan able to take out Screwface. Now Zek up in heaven, going to jump down onto the site, but Evil takes one, and Leviathan able to take down Zek. Cotton finishes the final kill, and that's going to be Solstice taking the pistol.
And that was an incredibly tough push for Mamba Mode Gaming. The way that they had rotated, nobody on the flank, nobody expecting it to be A, and then it forces you to be corralled, right? Screwface has to just dash onto site. It takes a second to get your gun back out, and then you're trying to get your surroundings, right? You got to get that situational awareness. Well, you just dashed where there could be one in Cubby, there could be one long to peek you, there could be one under heaven, there could be one in heaven. So a tough place for him to be, especially if everybody's not working together. They picked up a couple of kills from the duelists, but then it slowly started to fall apart, which is the scary thing again for Mamba Mode. These guys made it, I believe it was semifinals last week. They went 7-5 on the half, and we just got done seeing the attackers kind of pull ahead. So to only go 7-5, Solstice Esports could now be in the driver's seat as they pick up that pistol round. They can look to tie it up here, and if that 50.3% does play in favor of Solstice Esports, they could be sending Mamba Mode Gaming home incredibly early here. Hopefully they have an answer as Screwface is able to find one. Neon picks up a kill onto Chase. Screwface actually finding 2, so he's going to find himself a gun, maybe one for a teammate. And he's going to try and keep the Mamba Mode Gaming hopes alive here, keep that lead, as it's a 3v4 in favor of MMG, but they are still on pistols on a couple members.
Yeah, Zek here with the Sheriff getting into garage. Just to throw down some smokes. That spike is down on C. Screwface able to grab one with the Phantom there, and G-Man another onto Con Artist. So now it's just the solo Cypher. Going to get flanked there by Evil, but Cotton able to take him down with the Spectre. Zek finishes him off, though, with the Sheriff. That is going to be the defuse, and we get the 1-for-1 trade to start off this second half, as it's a thrifty win for Mamba Mode Gaming.
Yeah, and that is a win that you need. That it immediately makes me eat my words because of me saying that this is so attacker-sided, but I think it just goes to show how hungry Screwface is. And we got to see how hungry this guy was when he played on Mamba Mode Academy, and then the next week was filling in for the roster here for Mamba Mode Gaming. Been top fragging, whether it's a Ghost, whether it's a Classic, whether it's an Operator, now wielding that Bulldog. We'll see how he does. But this guy has really been, since he's been on this Mamba Mode Gaming Tier 1 roster, or their A team, really been showing up in these tournaments. As I say that, though, he does get taken down, and I should probably stop talking at this point because I'm just jinxing everything. I'm Solstice Esports. I try to give them some hype to win, and then they lose a pistol round, and then I hype up Screwface, and he goes down immediately. Fortunately, the team behind him is able to pick up some of the slack. Chase, that other duelist on the team, on the Reyna with a 3K, and the last 2 remaining members should just get run down. One more there through the smoke as Zek pushes through and just completely surrounded as Neon. He will be taken down. G-Man will be the benefactor of that kill, and it's another round to Mamba Mode Gaming, who are now starting to pull ahead. They slipped on pistol. That's all right, but we do get a full buy from both guys. The scary part about this full buy is it's a defensive Screwface. with an operator. And this guy keeps you on your toes. You always have to be worried about where this guy's playing.
Yeah, the one opening here possibly for Solstice is going to be Zek and G-Man still holding on to their Spectres here. So there is an opportunity, but what it does mean is that their eco is looking pretty good. I think they're sitting at 6,000 and 5,600 respectively, so they've got plenty of cash in the bank and are looking to push towards the max here if they can win this round. Neon and another member here, Con Artist, trying to push in through the mid doors onto the B site, but smokes from Zek will slow that push down as Con Artist drops the boom bot there into B. Teammates hanging outside of the garage doors for now as Solstice playing very slow, very patient. But the thing is those slow plays mid are pretty easily defended by a team, right? You haven't forced anybody to rotate very far. You haven't forced any sort of numbers advantage on one side of the map or another, as Con Artist able to take out G-Man to start things off. So early advantage to Solstice as they're going to finally get this spike down on C site. Lot of fire in towards garage through that cyber cage, and that is where Screwface is, and he's able to open things up onto Monsi with the operator. He's got the Blade Storm available as well, and now peeking out onto the site, playing very slow here, very patient. It is a plant long, so all members that are still alive for Solstice actually aren't on the site. They're just waiting for the setup here with smokes. Things difficult, but Chase gonna get taken out by Con Artist. That's the Hunter's Fury to force the planter to run for his life. Evil gonna get taken down as Cotton finishes that one off. Screwface on top of the box is finished off by Neon. That's gonna be Solstice Esports back on the board on attack. Ooh, Cotton goes down.
That is unfortunate for Cotton, but what a round there where that was head games from Solstice Esports. 3 people were pushing up from the connector to garage, and then you had the Sova just on the outside, and Evil wasn't getting enough information that nobody was on the site, and then you just have so much utility to play for long. Ultimately, you're either running out of time or you're getting flanked, and it was the flank from Neon. So a really nice play. Typically, when you see a plant like that happen, there's somebody sitting on logs, there's somebody back aside, something like that you have to be wary of. As Con Artist gonna find a quick kill onto Chase to look to grab another round here on attack. But a solid play there, a solid plant, and you can tell these guys are really working together. They've got their plans all smoothed out. As now that spike is hovering over towards A. We've seen a little bit slower. We've also seen a little bit quicker from these guys. Most importantly, they've been able to dodge out on the operator so far. Last round, Screwface only got a kill once the site was taken. This round has yet to find that early peak. And Mamba Mode Gaming on the back foot. 2 members are dead, as Screwface is on the flank, but A site is going to be taken. It's a retake and a 3v5 for Mamba Mode.
Yeah, Mamba Mode going to be in a tough spot as it's now the 2v5 as Neon was able to knock down Screwface. G-Man takes one with the wallbang onto Monsi. And now pushing here, trying to get onto A, the camera. Vision here on the other side of the box as they know where that Cypher is. Cyber Cage goes down. Leviathan, meanwhile, holding on to the recon bolt. As G-Man has this Odin. Trying to see if he can catch someone slipping, looking to peek outside the edges of the boxes, but Neon gonna finally be able to take him down. Evil was able to knock out Cotton. He's gonna grab a second there onto Con Artist, looking for the third. He's gonna knock down Leviathan. Now it's the 1v1, but he has to retreat out of the site. The spike will detonate, and by the slimmest of margins, Solstice Esports grabs their 8th round.
Yeah, that is a tough one for Mamba Mode. They're trying to make that comeback play, and in the 2v4, they almost get it done. Neon has been a huge catalyst for this team. That's 2 rounds in a row where he's found a flank, and he's found big kills doing it. Screwface being off the map is so huge for Solstice Esports. It opens up so much. You don't have to be worried, again, about not only the operator, but just the accuracy of this guy, right? 17 kills. Top fragging in this game here. So to have that flank, take out Screwface, and then find a couple more, and just buying time, buying attention towards long, never really giving a moment for anybody to go for a defuse because you had to be wary of Neon pushing up on this Reyna. So really nice play from him. And if we can continue to see some opening frags or some frags on some big names, both Chase and Screwface being taken down early, that means Solstice Esports, the world is their oyster. They can really do what they want. They can go where they want, especially with that man advantage. So we'll continue to see if that Reyna can be the duelist that he needs to be. As again, it's a slower start, leaning towards A, but the spike could obviously go anywhere with a minute left on the clock. Leviathan just pushing up, trying to get any amount of information that he can. Not going to run into any tripwires, which obviously you have to be wary of with this Cypher playing all over this map. But G-Man doing a good job keeping these guys guessing as Chase finds one. Connor's going to run him down and find a second kill on the site here. The Omen is here, so Zek is able to trade it back, but he's going to find the full team pushing down long. Can he find some extra kills? No, he can't. It's Monsi to take him down. Low HP for Solstice Esports, but they do have a man up. They do have that spike. It looks like it is going to be planted down right underneath heaven, and we'll see how they decide to play around this one. The Raze playing towards long again, still has some utility. We'll see if Mamba Mud can clutch it.
Yeah, Evil gonna grab the shock dart. That is gonna be the kill on Namansi. I was worried. I saw that health bar and knew he was in trouble, and Evil able to drop down and knock down Cotton, but Con Artist grabs a third on Screwface. And the one problem here is, well, it is the 1v1. Con Artist extremely low health here, sitting at about 1 or 2 health. Is going to see Evil first, but Evil able to swing and get that frag, and this is going to be the defuse. So Mamba Mode Gaming back on the board here at 10-8, and I will say, you know, things looked a little concerning when Mamba Mode grabbed those 2 rounds after the pistol win for Solstice, but Solstice has fought back, and we came in, you know, we didn't get to see the first 10 rounds of this match. We came in at 5-5, and I think what we've seen so far in the second half is just confirmed that this is, you know, a really tight matchup between these two teams, and Mamba Mode certainly with the lead here at 10-8, but Solstice is going to give them a hell of a time trying to take this map here. So these last rounds promise to be very close and very entertaining here, as we see Solstice pushing initially here towards Garage. Smokes out to cover the window. Con Artist going to look to run onto the site there with the Stinger, and Zek going to take him down with the Bulldog. Leviathan looking to do the same thing, but going to back away when he doesn't see anybody quite initially. Mamba Mode have the early numbers advantage, 5-4.
Yeah, and that's tough. You run up, you get a little bit of damage. You see the headshot, you see the blood goosh out the top of the head, and unfortunately, nobody is able to trade anything, and it still means a man advantage there for Mamba Mode Gaming. And now Solstice Esports, it's an eco round, right? They can really look to get anything done here. They are going to get that spike planted, and if there's anything these guys can do, it's defend the retake. So I'm interested to see now in a 3v5, Screwface on the flank. He's able to find another. Monsi will go down. Now G-Man pushing out of the site, just trying to clear everything he can, the way that is planted. They spot one out. They kill the one in window. They are going to get that through the wall finally. The Lear goes out. The defuse comes through, and Chase will find the final kill. So at the end of the day, it's just some extra credits going to the pocket of Solstice Esports as Mamba Mode Gaming creep closer to match point.
Yeah, Solstice doing all that they could in that round. As you mentioned, it was the save, but they at least get the plant money, which is nice. A few kills, well, and boost their economy. Drop that round, and now it's sitting at 11-8 here in the lead. It's going to need to be a big pop-off. Con Artist and Neon want to bring this match back to tied. It is not you know, unforeseeable or undoable here. They can totally bring this one back, but it's gonna be tough here. Screwface with the peak, able to take out Monsi. He's continued with these aggressive peaks and continuing to get great trades there. So Screwface really coming into his own on this Mamba Mode Gaming lineup as Con Artist trying to clear out the B site for now, thinking about the paint chills out towards C, but is going to hold off on it here. Neon, meanwhile, trying to get inside of Garage, but the smokes will discourage that, at least for the moment. Cotton holding outside of Garage as well here, and they're waiting. Is Zach going to take out Leviathan? And this could be Mamba Mode pushing to map point. It's the 5-3 advantage. Make it 5-2. Con Artist going to take one. Neon goes down, or Neon gets one, I should say, as G-Man taken out on this B site. Neon able to take another. Gets the overheal. So Evil is dead.
30 seconds
It's
left.
Zek here. About getting towards this B site. No control of the spike here as Neon looking to peek out. Takes out the Leer. They know exactly where this Reyna is. Neon going through for the reload. Steps into the cubby. Leer out. Peeks towards the window. Back towards Zek. Zek going to take him out, though. That's going to be 12-8 Mamba Mode on map point.
Yeah, and the patience there from Mamba Mode Gaming. Both people not peeking, right? We've seen time and time again in these tournaments. Yeah, so the 1v1 to the Reyna, and it always goes the way of the Reyna. So a nice patience there, not giving up too much, just in case there wasn't an overheal. Neither player there, Chase or Zach, trying to give that overheal to make it an unfair fight. And then time was running down, so they just had to play around that spike. They didn't have to be too aggressive for that. A nice crossfire on the spike there. And the strategy that we saw in that last round to kick things off, and we're seeing it again here, is something that Mamba Mode Gaming have really adopted for themselves. But it's Zek in the back pocket of Screwface, right? Where they just work together hand in hand. And typically it's when Screwface has an operator. This time around, he's got the Phantom, and he just has the Omen right behind him to make any kind of trade kills, to assist in any kind of damage. And it's paid off in the last 2 rounds, finding early kills. And on top of it all, as that Hunter's Fury unfortunately goes wide, Zek is able to be his own person, find a couple of kills as you see 2 come through. Neon does trade it back, but it's the Screwface getting so far ahead, and they're mixing up the angles in which they're doing it. Last time it was down C, this time it was down towards mid through B, and unfortunately we don't get to see another round to see where they do it again as G-Man closes it out, and it's Mamba Mode Gaming 13-8, but easily could have been a Solstice Esports win. Those guys are really giving Mamba Mode a run for their money.
Yeah, they looked solid at the end of the first half, and a few of those early rounds in the second looked really promising. Looked like they were going to keep things tight, but really just feels like once Mamba Mode was able to get a solid economy built underneath themselves, that they just went off and running. They grabbed the momentum in that second half, and they really never let it go there. So they pushed to the 13-8 win. A good start for them, right? It's easy to say, and we've talked about it a few times, right? One team that is expected to be a tournament favorite, right? They play a really tight game against a team significantly lower than them in the ranking. And it's easy to be like, oh man, this is concerning. But I think earlier on in the tournament, I don't put too much stock in that. We're ready to get into our next game of the day. So I'm looking out for Mamba Mode to continue to impress us throughout the day. We are on to Bind here, dropping right into the action in round number 4. Dog Team needs Club Org versus Phoenix One here. And it is the lead for Phoenix One. They've got the plant on the A site. Menace with the Blade Storm out, and we are right into things. It's the 4-2 advantage here. And keep an eye on Trick. This is certainly one of the players to watch on this Phoenix One lineup, as they should grab their 3-1 lead here after 4 rounds.
Yep, the spike is planning. Nobody going to head that way. It's just the save here. It looks like possibly Diamond was able to pick up a gun alongside his teammate for Dog Team, and Menace on the hunt. He's got the Blade Storm in his hands. Needs to be careful, though, because obviously it does hurt your economy quite a bit, especially if these guys do have weapons. We see one go back. It's Trick going down. It's a 4K. He's looking for the ace. He gets it at the very end. Menace with the ace there. I mean, that outside of hurting the economy, you have to go for that hunt if you're Menace, right? You know these guys are saving. You know they're scared. You're working on your ace. So a solid push there for Phoenix One to try and pick that up. It does hurt the economy a little bit, right? We see Trick go down, but these guys are sitting nice and pretty. They have another full buy. They're looking to pick up another round here in the 5th, as it is just sheriffs across the board. And Nature is the raise for Dog Team, and I don't recall the names beside him, but this was one of the guys, I think 2 weeks ago, that we were looking at for this squad as a huge Breach player. Now on the raise, it's going to get taken down. Diamond as well, a familiar name, just on a different team. And unfortunately, maybe falling a little short early in this one as that Hunter's Fury comes through. Some damage is traded, but it's a 1-for-1 overall. As I say that, Bang's able to find one. Derek with the shock dart. The shock darts have been huge today as Phoenix One looking to close out their 4th win. Bang picks up Biscuit. Now it's all up to Diamond. He's got the neural theft, but in a 1v4, it's incredibly difficult, and he's got a gun. So, hey, let's hang on to this bad boy.
Yeah, certainly would be helpful there, holding on to that Phantom. We'll see if he goes for this peek behind the A side. Is going to be able to take one, knocking down Bang, grabbing a second as Lear going to fall. The Cypher on Cypher violence there goes in Diamond's favor. Looking for another one, peeking out. Trick going to take him out, though, with the Vandal. The spray with that one is clean. Grabs the headshot. That's another round for Phoenix One as they're up 4-1.
Yeah, and that's tough. So Diamond and Nature, I'm gonna have to go back through the VODs here and see where these guys are playing, because Castblood, Swiss and Biscuit are not names that I recognize unless they're just playing on Smurfs and just slapping it on. But it was one of the teams, maybe Kudos, I want to say, that were pushing for a 1st or 2nd place finish that these guys were on. So. A tough start for them, but we know that these guys are some larger names, and we know Nature can be a carry for his team. We'll see if he can continue to do that, keep that legacy going strong. As Phoenix One, they're keeping the pressure on, right? They're obviously the favored team in this one. This would be a huge upset should Phoenix One fall down in this, and they're looking to just continue to keep that forward-moving pressure as that drone goes out from Derek through hookah. Not going to find too much. It will get taken down, so maybe spots one at the end as Menace gets spotted out by the camera. 3 players on this B site will make it difficult to take with 3 inside of hookah. The smokes go down, and just going to be a delay for now for Dog Team as Menace pushes forward. He gets taken down, though. This is a huge turnaround for Dog Team if they can pick up this round.
Yeah, definitely need to get back on the board here, down 4-1. They're in a pretty tough spot. But some good ultimates available for both teams. That's going to be Trick using the rocket there. The showstopper isn't going to get a kill, but the paranoia from Bang could set something up. But Diamond actually able to take him out. He tries to get entry onto the site here. Trick gonna knock down one. They know where Diamond is, so this should be an easy pickup as Trick gonna knock him down. Looking for another one. Low health there on a cast, but he gets taken out. Pain shells there towards the back of the site. Trying to knock down this last player. It is the 1v1. Spike picked up by Tricker. He's got to go for the plant. Does he go for it? He may fake it. Okay, he's going to start it. He goes for the fake. He's got to go for the peek. He takes him down. Trick. The timing is clean. He grabs the 4K and the round for Phoenix One.
What a round that was. I thought it, because we jumped in, and I think it was 2-1 when we jumped into this game. So we didn't get to see how it shook out, but the economy was weird, right? And in the last game we saw, typically if you lose the first 2 rounds, you get a bye in round number 3 if you don't force. If you lose that one, you get your next bye in round number 5. Well, now round number 6 comes through. Dog Team finally has another bye, and it's looking so good for them. Diamond opens things up with 2 kills for himself. Cass got a kill onto Menace, who is obviously top fragging here, but Trick, you said his name. He heard you say his name after the delay or something, because he needed to show up with that 4K. He did just that as he dodges out on the paint shells, but it's Nature to find the kill. Some Raze v Raze inside the showers. He will go down, and now it's a man advantage, but we've seen how this one plays out. P1 should not have too hard of a time as that kill comes through. Lear is able to trade it back. Bang will fall as well. Still a man advantage for Dog Team, but they need to keep it going. Biscuit with the Bulldog. BBB coming through onto Lear. Menace is still alive. He's still the top frag, and he is still deadly. So Phoenix One not out of the fight just yet. As they're looking to push onto A site, they need to try and get that spike down.
Yeah, Menace backing out, spotted by the recon bolt briefly, so they have some information here. He's thinking about the rotation, and sadly his teammate there, Derek, with the spike on this A site, going to go down. So Menace has to push back down short here to see if he can retake this site. The one good thing, and he probably doesn't have this information, but it is the fact that Diamond is over towards B, now looking to rotate, but Menace at least has a more favorable numbers set up on this A site. Let's see, he's going to spot out Swiss A, but little too late there, as that's going to be the 3K for the Reyna. And Dog Team finally able to grab one. It's 5-2 in favor of Phoenix One.
Yeah, 5-2, and if it wasn't last round, doing it this round is a-okay, as we see how that scoreline kind of shook out, right? It was the pistol round going to Dog Team. They were coming off hot. They were feeling pretty good. The next 5 go the way of Phoenix One and stunt that momentum a little bit, and we'll see if Dog Team can keep it up, as they do have a full buy across the board, except for Biscuit, who was using that Bulldog in the last round. Biscuit Burglar. He was using that Bulldog in the last round. This time around, we'll have that Spectre. So we'll have a little bit of leeway when it comes to the run and gun, as both of those boom bots going to be traded out. The Rays will be spotted, and it looks like Nature going to push on back here. Doesn't want to give up too much. Doesn't want to peek too far if he doesn't have to. You are defending, right? They have to come to you eventually. Although we did see the aggression paid off in that last match. Mamba Mode Gaming getting their aggressive footing and able to close that game out with ease. Dog Team going to take a page out of their own book, play a little bit slower, and allow this Phoenix One composition to push to them, especially when you are losing these gun battles, right? When Trick and Menace are on, it is incredibly hard to fight these guys. So just waste down the clock. Right now, the clock is on your side if you are Dog Team.
All right, Derek in hookah right now, trying to get access to this B site. It's the early split setup here by Phoenix One, poking and prodding. Diamond going to be able to take out Menace early, so that is good for Dog Team as they're trying to close this gap. Once again, Bang going to rotate through the teleporter.
30 seconds left.
And the play is going to be towards A. Trick already pushing down short. Good paint shells. Should get some damage here. Isn't going to do much, though, and Trick taken out there by Nature. Once again, these Raze v. Raze matchups have been going in Nature's favor so far. He's going to fire the showstopper, but sadly it hits the wrong side of the box there, and isn't going to get that kill, but still able to knock down Lear, and the paint shells will finish it off. That's a 4K here for Nature, as Dog Team with 2 rounds in a row.
Nature finally coming into form. Up their top frag, and Diamond had that spot for just a moment, and so I went back, I took a look, and it was the September 14th Valorant weekly event that we saw SOR playing, and that team was Nature, and then followed by Hellblade, Demon, Anime Watcher, and Sofa. So Nature now on a different organization. Again, I'm gonna keep doing my research, find out where Diamond's from, because I know I've seen that name as well. But SOR was a really strong team, and a lot of that Nature was a catalyst for that, able to hold sights by himself, obviously able to play this duelist as Menace tosses out the smokes there. Going to stop that recon bolt from getting any information. Not too bad as the smokes go out. Location revealed, though. Menace not in the best spot as he pushes on in. He's only got the Blade Storm to his name right now. Throws up the right click, but the nerf pays off huge just for a moment. Biscuit will go down, but not before finding a kill. And now Nature and Kaz get themselves on the board as well. Spike has fallen. Needs to be picked up and planted here. But how do you do that when you're getting absolutely surrounded? I'll show you, or I'll tell you how to do it. Menace picks up a kill, but Swiss is able to trade it back here. And I thought Menace would get it done. Unfortunately, he doesn't. And Dog Team, whoa, where did this life come from? These guys lose 5 in a row, and they finally start to wake up. Their death matches before the series started to kick in. Their series before the series started to kick in. All the warm-up, the epiphany happened 6 rounds into this game. That 7th round, they've really started to take control, and you absolutely love to see it. I said today's going to be the day of upsets, and I know that if I'm saying this again, I'm going to jinx it, but Dog Team, the underdog story, maybe these guys knock out one of the, if not the strongest team here in this Razer Tournament Series.
Yeah, and to note, Dog Team, one of 8 teams that had to play an extra match, right? They didn't move straight to round 2. They started in round 1 up against Soju Squad. They took a strong 13-3 win there. So that is certainly to their benefit before having to play a strong team like Phoenix One, right? This is our champion from 3 weeks ago, right? The last 2 weeks has been Elysium, but before that it was Elysium losing to Phoenix One. So this is a strong team, but Dog Team coming together here late in this first half and really starting to get things going, and it's largely off the back of that player right there. Nature able to take out Menace, but Bang gonna trade him back. Bang takes a third as that is Biscuit Burglar taken out. Swiss looking to peek into lamps here, going to go down. That's the 4K for Bang. Do we see the ace? It is going to be the Sova retreating to the safety of the CT spawn, rotating over towards B site. So it doesn't look like we'll get the ace from Bang, but it will be Phoenix One grabbing a round back here and moving their lead to 6-4.
I love seeing the difference in play style, right? Menace, he picks up a 3K. He's got the ultimate out. He says, I'm going for the ace. I'm running him down. Bang, on the other hand, a little more, you know, reserve, only sitting on 70 HP. No matter how lit the Sova is, he's wanting to just hang out, not give anything away there. I really like seeing that. And Bang now working his way up towards the top, passing Trick. Trick has been kind of quiet, and I think a lot of that is because Nature has just been a suppressant for that raise. But it was a 4K after picking up 2 kills, and then that was it. And I think that is huge. What we saw from that round in Phoenix One is they kind of changed things up a little bit, right? They don't head towards A. They don't play too heavily that way. They know the Raze is playing there, and you have so much, right? You have the boom bot inside a tight corridor. You have the grenades. You have the satchel charges, even though they're nerfed. Those are still doing damage to whoever are in these tight corners as Menace finds the first kill in this round and is trying to put Dog Team back down where they belonged 5 rounds ago, or for 4 or 5 rounds in a row here. Could still be a 6-6 half as the Empress is available. Menace gonna get taken down. Diamond will even the odds. He'll pull back that trap wire, set up another, and we'll see if he does catch out Bang, who's trying to spray it down. He does find it. He does take it down. He will overtake U-Haul here, but might get run down as that paranoia comes through. He has to reload. The kill is traded, but Diamond finds 2 in this round to make things even, and there's the Empress. It's an easy call for Swiss to pop that ultimate as they try and clutch this round.
Yeah, it's 3v3 right now. That's going to feel good, and it's crazy to say, but the better Raze in this game has not been Trick. It has been Nature, as Derek's going to take 2 there. Biscuit, Burglar, and Swiss A fall. Trick finally able to take out Nature, but it's been... you know, outside of this last exchange, it's been pretty definitive, right? Trick is a player who gets hyped up a ton by chat. There's a ton of fans of his that constantly watch the broadcast on a week-to-week basis. They want to see him play, and they hype him up big time, and rightly so. We've seen Trick have some great matches, but so far in this one, it's been clear, not only with Nature at the top of the leaderboard for his team, with Trick down in 3rd for his, but simply in the straight 1v1s Raze v Raze, Nature has had the better of Trick for the most part in this map. So Nature, a player that we don't really know for his Raze, as you mentioned earlier. It's been, you know, that breach on Split that we saw weeks ago that he really impressed us with, but he's got more agents in his repertoire, and we'd love to see it here as Biscuit Burglar going to be able to take out Menace, and it's an early lead here for Dog Team in round number 12. They're trying to bring this deficit to within 2 before heading into the second half. The problem for them is they'll be moving to attack. So this is not the ideal situation for Dog Team, but they're just trying to get things as close as possible before they head to the second half, as we see Swiss A holding inside of the boxes, and pressure from Phoenix One towards B site, but they're thinking about a rotation. Paint shells into Hookah there, smoke's coming out, and no, they're sticking to B site. Let's see how it pays off.
Yeah, they do have the man advantage, which is nice on defense, but it's proven to not really mean anything. And as I say that, Swiss A makes me eat my words yet again here. If you're going to take down 2 members, you want to take out those duelists. You want to take out Menace. You want to take out Trick. They do that early. Look to close out. Bang is going to trade one back. Now Swiss is down, but Nature is here, and he's going to find a 3K on the round to bring his team to 5 rounds on the half. Get it as even as possible, but like you said, Nature really being the only one shining when you look. Everybody's been fairly average, 9.976 it looks like here, and 15 for Nature. So this guy, not only huge on defense, but now has to have probably one of the strongest attacking halves that we see from a player if they do want to take down Phoenix One. Because like you said, it's the odds on attack aren't necessarily in your favor. That was just Phoenix One being a strong team, able to pick up 7 rounds on attack.
All right, we are switching sides. Just an update for all of you guys. If you do want to check out the bracket, Specs Hello, actually just using the command in Twitch chat. It is just !bracket, and you can see the challenge link there. Just some notable teams to keep an eye out for today. Wichita Wolves playing against Team Serenity in their second round match. We had an impressive showing from them a week ago. Dieza, Thames team, looking for a matchup against Mystify in the third round if they can win right now. Phantom Troop has already moved on. We obviously have Phoenix 1 here, and Elysium did win their first match of the day up against Rated Gaming, so it will be Elysium versus last round save in our first quarterfinals match. So plenty of teams to watch out for, and definitely make sure you follow the broadcast throughout the day, because we're going to have a lot of banger matchups ahead of us here, as Diamond going to take some early damage, pushing down A short. Going to get the camera out to get a little information. It's taken out by the opposing Cypher, and it looks like the execute is going to be towards A. Smokes are out. They've got the 5-3 advantage on this side of the map. Let's see what they can do with it, as they are on to this A site. Push in towards U-Haul here. Cass going to get taken out by Trick, but Diamond able to trade that one back. It's a 2-for-2 there. And more as Derek takes out one. Swisse with another. Bang with two. Make it a third. The bomb was planted, but it's going to get diffused here. And Phoenix 1 going to take the 8-5 lead.
Yeah, so with the spike plant, Dog Team will have some extra credits. They could look to force. I would hope that's probably not the answer. That was just a nice flank. Obviously, it's pistol round. It's one of the more loose rounds outside of when you're playing against just beating pistol round, because you're assuming they're going to be back on pistols. You'll have SMGs. Now, with that, though, it was, again, the Jet pushing with the Omen, having that pocket Omen, Bang and Menace being right next to each other as they push down B long. Nothing happens, obviously, on the B side of the map. They're able to take the teleporter and find the flank. A lot of utility was used by Trick, and it got so much value inside of U-Haul. Everybody was trying to funnel in, and it was just a right click of the paint shells to find so much damage. So a little sloppy on the side of Dog Team. Obviously, they needed to make a decision. When they tried to make the play, they tried to make it fast, and it just ended up getting stopped. No big deal, though, right? We see not a huge force buy coming through. They do pick up some pistols, but their credits are going to be in a good spot to be able to buy in this next round. And if you're able to pick up this Thrifty, that's great. We love to see it. If not, you just go into the next round with a clear mind. Obviously, losing pistol, you're expecting to lose the next, but hoping for the best here as they are creeping towards B. They are going to find Menace. They are going to find Bang. Bang picking up a 3K in the last round. Menace having that Marshall, not going to get blinded there by the paranoia, and he is able to get away. Now the smokes come out, and like we said, Dog Team, when they look to make a play, they look to do it fast, and they're taking B site.
Yeah, they're going to get in here. Menace going to be able to take out one. Is Cast Blood going to fall? No. Oh my goodness, with the knife, Menace takes one. He takes a second with the knife as Biscuit Burglar goes down. There was so much confusion there in the container as all their smokes were down. Nobody could see. And Menace just trusting the old melee attack. They're going to take a second and third frag with his knife to close out the round. That one's going to sting for Dog Team.
Oh, man, Menace. That is like
living up to his name.
Yes. Yeah, an absolute menace. And I mean, that was the most spray and pray moment where you just pull your knife out and you just say, I'm just sending it, right? I have to reload. I don't have anything. You see it in the replay, just running around with that knife. And oh, that feels so bad for Dog Team. But you see what the problem can be now. The aggression actually coming through. 2 kills going to be traded back and forth right by that spawn. But you see what happens when you play fast. Sometimes you get a little discombobulated, and both rounds that's happened. Again, it's pistol rounds. You play a little bit quicker, you lose a little bit quicker. That is fine. But I'm hoping that if we see that again when they're looking to take these sites quickly, that it's not that same sloppy style where Menace can pick up 2 knife kills or Menace can spray somebody down with the frenzy. I'm hoping it's a little more put together as finally a full rotation comes over from P1. Dog Team, they read that. They head on over to B side. They get the spike down, and now we get to see them play defense on this retake as Phoenix 1 look to defuse the spike.
Yeah, Lear going to get the frag onto Swisse. Castblood takes one, and Derek another, make it 2. He knocks down Biscuit Burglar, and that's going to be it. Phoenix 1 going to be able to get the defuse here once more, and Dog Team getting onto these sites and getting the spikes. But they haven't been able to defend their retakes so far, and Phoenix 1 at double digits.
Yeah, double digits. They got 5 rounds on defense, and then unfortunately when it attacking is half and half, right? You play to attack the site and get the spike down, then you have to play defense. And unfortunately just haven't been able to do that to the maximum potential that we would expect from these players. But again, it is hard. This is the ranked 20 team facing off against the ranked 4 team. We talk about Diamond in Nature being from other teams. We see what, you know, roster swaps and changing up players did to one of the better teams that we've seen historically in Mamba Mode Gaming. So then when you put it on a team that doesn't have the same rap sheet that Mamba Mode does, you can see what happens, right? You can see why this team is down in that 20 seed, but not to say that they didn't give Phoenix One a run for their money up to now. And with some sheriffs, they could easily turn it around. That's exactly what I was going to say. It's 2 kills from Diamond. The weapons will be there as well, so they're able to pick it up. They've got the neural theft. As Nature gets onto the side, he'll drop down that boombot, get some information, and should just be able to spray Derek down, who finds 2 kills in response there. The Phantom coming in huge. That accurately suppressed spray down finds a 3rd one. Is low on HP. 1 sheriff shot to the shoulder will find it. Nature does do just that, but he's low HP himself. The spike, all the meanwhile, has been headed over to that A side, so at the very least, they will get this plant. And we'll see if Nature can get out of this one. He cannot. There's Lear taking him down now. It is a 1v2 Biscuit Burglar. He's got to get it done.
Yeah, can he get the clutch? Dog team already in big trouble with this 5-10 scoreline, and it's only going to get worse if they can't grab this one. Phoenix One would then be in spitting distance of map point here, so they're in certainly a very tough spot. He's going to try and get a little bit of a spray there from U-Haul, but not able to get the damage on to the Cypher here. He's actually already started the defuse. It's already at halfway for sure. Trek going to be able to take out Biscuit Burglar. That is the round there to Phoenix One, up 11-5. And now Dog Team is in dire straits. And it's something that we talked about in the previous match, right? When you're at this big deficit, you can't let them get to map point because it just puts you in such a bad corner here. So Dog Team really needs to start winning rounds now. You need to close the gap. Don't make it so you have to overcome a 7-round deficit all in one go. And that's going to be Menace picking up the operator here on the Jet. No surprises there, and a lot of work to be done by Dog Team. They have the players to do it, right? Nature, someone we're extremely impressed with and who certainly started this map really well. Can he bring his team back here in round 17 as Biscuit Burglar with the opening frag on to Menace?
Yeah, and that's huge. There's not much more you could ask from the guy on the bottom of the scoreboard in terms of kills, other than, hey, kill the top fragger. He does that. He finds that opening pick, and now the defense going to be a little weaker across the board. It seems like Dog Team have kind of fumbled to find their footing when it comes to which site they want to take, and then obviously finding that retake. It's almost like they're not expecting to have to retake, as we do see them now pushing towards A. Should be a pretty easy time to get this done. The spike is going to go down. The odds have been evened as that Hunter Shuri comes out, and it's barely going to be just a moment too late to not stop the plant. But there is a flank coming through. Biscuit Burglar is going to hear that one out, toss out that Paranoia as the paint shells go down. Paranoia in response. He's forced to retreat back to U-Haul, but Diamond is here, maybe looking for a knife kill of his own. He's walking through. Biscuit Burglar going to find one, going to find two. That's 3 on the round as Nature will secure the final 2. And against all odds here, when you're staring down the barrel of what could be match point, Dog Team, they fight back.
Yeah, that's a huge one. And now they need to string together at least a few more. I don't expect them with the strength of Phoenix One. I don't expect Dog Team to be able to get this all the way back to 11-11 in a single run. But if they can close the gap to maybe 8 or 9-11 before they give up a round, that would certainly be a huge boon for them. But you know, you can only focus on one round at a time, and they've taken, at the very least, the first step here, as it's now a 5-round deficit. Menace with this Bladestorm activated is thinking about the flank. He's just going to hold here near the teleporter for now. But if they do suspect a push through showers, I would imagine Menace will immediately go for that teleporter flank here as Nature pushing up A short, getting onto the site, thinking about getting onto the site at the very least, as it's a patient start here from Dog Team. Biscuit Burglar going to go for the rotation, and A-Site appears to be the play. That's going to be the trap wire taken out. Nature may immediately push for this plant up against the truck. He's going to buy this time. Smoke out, looking for the spray here onto Trick. Trick smoked off, but Lear able to take down Castblood. There are 2 defending players in showers right now, so they have to be careful about that angle. We may see Dog Team go for the rotation through the teleporter and switch over to the B site. We'll have to see what their choice is as they're still holding here just on the entryway to A. And there's the rotation right through the teleporter. They're headed to B site. Good response, though, from Phoenix 1 as the Omen bang here already on the rotation. Looking for the shadow step behind the container, and the follow-up through the teleporter is here. Swiss going to activate the ultimate, waiting inside of Hookah as Biscuit Burglar able to trade there onto Bang. It was the 1-for-1. Now it's a 3v3. Remember, Menace has this Blade Storm available. 11 health, though, on this Jet, but is able to take one. Biscuit Burglar doesn't land the shots. It's another 1-for-1 there. Swiss was able to take out Lear. Nature, meanwhile, knocking down Derek. Now it's just the 11 health Menace here with the retake Dream, looking for the spray there. Nature going to finish him off, and that is a 7th round for Dog Team.
Yeah, and Swiss coming up huge. Nature as well coming up huge. If Nature is alive, you have to be worried about where this guy is playing. Just one of those top fraggers who just keeps you on your toes and is so very strong. At the start of the day, we talked about Trick being one of the names to watch in this matchup, and he was completely suppressed by Nature. The Raze v Raze, like you said earlier, Nature showing up to be the better of the Razes in today's matchup. And Phoenix 1 is a good team all the way across the board. So absolutely huge for him to do that. And then to have the rest of his team, Biscuit, slowly starting to work his way back up that leaderboard here, and everybody kind of closing the gap as a whole. It's not just the Nature show anymore. And that's what's keeping Dog Team here in this one. As they creep towards A, we'll have to see if this is the idea, right? You can try and bait out that rotation just like they did. I was incredibly impressed. Granted, Nature was still alive, but incredibly impressed by that defense there from the retake for Dog Team, because they had just fallen flat every single time previous to that. So I'm thinking for the rest of this game, if Nature stays alive, it's very winnable. It's very possible to tie things up. At the very least, if not, go for that 11-11 run that you had said, yay. So probably not going to happen. Could possibly take us to overtime here as things have slowed down. Utility has been used, and it's still Nature lurking over towards that A side as that spike now headed back. It seems like a little bit of indecision. Everybody has rotated over now. It should be the play towards B, but they have to do it a lot slower because they do not have the same information, and now they do not have their Raze.
Yeah, tough spot here with Nature taking out Dog Team at a significant disadvantage without their top fragger here. Castblood going to get onto the site, going for some spray into these corners, seeing if he can pick somebody off. Isn't going to get a kill, but they're at least going to get the spike down. But remember, Dog Team has really struggled post-plant here as Menace with the shorty gets the kill onto Diamond. And this is big trouble. 5v3. Can Dog Team bring out the defense? They've already done some solid work to close the gap, but is it enough? Biscuit Burglar takes one, but Lear and Menace able to trade back. It's now the 1v3. Menace gets the 3K as Castblood will fall. That's going to be the defuse, and now Phoenix 1 will move to map point.
Yeah, and that's got me scratching my head because just as we can see it, Dog Team, they have to know how important Nature is to the team. Sure, he might get kills on the flank, but that's not where you need him to get kills. At the very least, your lurker towards A in that situation, you want to try and get some information to see, hey, did they completely commit to a rotate over towards A, or are they still playing it safe? Nature died. He got 0 information. He didn't get any kills that round, and then you still have to go play towards B. Nobody's on B, but it takes so long because you don't have the information. I would love to see maybe Diamond playing on the flank, Cass possibly playing on the flank, using that owl drone to try and peek out in certain areas to see if that rotation has come through. It's so unfortunate that they left Nature there in showers to eventually fall, which he's not expecting to die, obviously, but it happened. And to put yourself in a situation like that, it obviously turns that round upside down, as now the ultimate has been used. The showstopper is there. We'll see if Nature can get a kill with it. It's the rotation again coming out towards A, but the spike is down. They still have options. Castblood is going to pick that one up, and we'll see where he decides to go. He might even find Omen on the flank here, so he needs to be careful.
Yeah, Lee are going to be able to take out Nature, and that's 2 rounds in a row now that Nature has gone down as first blood for Phoenix One, and this could be it. I'm going to be able to take out Menace, but Lear trades that one back. Meanwhile, Casplet able to knock down Trick, so both teams without their raise this time around, as Casplet finally going to get that spike planted, retreats into U-Haul here, and he's going to activate the Hunter's Fury. Isn't going to land anything initially, but Biscuit Burglar and Swiss able to take one apiece. So Dog Team will survive for now. Swiss able to grab the final one as he knocks down Lear there by Heaven, and Dog Team lives to fight another day.
And that goes back to the point of everybody stepping up. They're starting to realize that they need to have a little more presence as a team, because when nature dies, things start to go south very, very fast. So a nice turnaround in what could have easily been another round loss. Unfortunately, you're at match point, so you have to stay on for the rest of the game here. You do not have an opportunity to slip. You have to just go hard the entire time. You need to be almost perfect, as that alt orb is going to get picked up. They do get spotted out and taken down. Swiss finds the first kill. That's absolutely huge. Diamond kills Menace on the flank there. He went through the teleporter, and Nature's going to get one as well. Lear is able to trade it back, but at this point, it should be an easy close for Dog Team. They're heading up towards B site, but it's Bucky here. Gonna get one, gonna look for a second, not gonna find it. It's Dog Team finding another round, and they stay alive here. I thought that Bucky was gonna get so much more. Unfortunately, it doesn't. And Swiss what a huge round from this guy. And Diamond paying attention to that flank, being the lurker that he needed to be, and killing Menace was absolutely huge.
Yeah, Swiss and Diamond taking care of business, picking up the slack right now as Nature, had one frag in the previous round, but has fallen by the wayside here over about the last four. And Swiss and Diamond looking to support their top fragger right now and keep things rolling as they've closed the gap to 3. But as you mentioned, no room for error here. You have to continue to win or your day is done. Phoenix One with a couple of solid ultimates. You've got the Neural Theft. You've got the Hunter's Fury. Meanwhile, it's just the Omen ultimate available for Dog Team as they're thinking about A right now. It's a slow early setup. That Trapwire are going to be spotted out in showers by Nature. And both of these A players have actually retreated into U-Haul. Very interesting setup here, but it could mean a very strong pick on this push through short right now. But they're going to have to back away as the shock darts come out. Nature, meanwhile, finally looking to get onto the site. Trick able to take down Casplet, but Swiss able to trade that one back. Lear takes out Nature, but Biscuit Burglar trades that one back as well, and it's again the 3v3. Hunter's Fury gonna take out Biscuit Burglar. That's huge. The spike has yet to be planted now, thanks to that frag. And Dog Team in trouble right now. Diamond on this site looking to get to the spike and plant it. Swiss able to take out Bang. Now it's back to the 2v2 and the health bar advantage in favor of Phoenix One.
Yeah, the Empress popped though, so Swiss
left.
should have some extra oomph to these fights should he find somebody out. That spike yet to be planted, like you said, and they're actually just trying to buy some time. It would be almost impossible for the Phoenix One to not have spotted out if that spike left the corner there and was able to make it over towards B. And I hope Swiss didn't just make too much noise as time's ticking down, and it sounds like they know it's A some way, somehow. Phoenix One still have the idea that it's here. They do spot Menace out though, so that is going to be a problem. Needs to leave Heaven as it will be held for now. Derek now pushing onto the side. The Empress has since worn off, so Swiss no longer going to have that advantage when it comes to the stats. Diamond going to find one onto Derek. Menace about to peek here. Does trade that kill there. Looks for the defuse. He's going to fake it and push around the back of the box here. Inside U-Haul is Swiss. He's going to find the kill, and they keep their team alive. Dog Team on the arena.
Yeah, what a round there. I'm not sure if y'all heard that, but a little bit. Tanner so excited, his voice just turned into a robot there, but that is Dog Team with the clutch. It was looking very scary when Derek was taken out there. And it was looking like Menace was going to be able to clutch it. He had information on where the Reyna was generally, knew that she was in and around U-Haul, but the wide peak there from Swiss, able to secure that long-range spray onto the Jet. and keeps Dog Team alive and brings them within 2. They still have to win their next 2 in a row, but they continue to look strong. And I don't think I would fault anybody for thinking that Dog Team will force this to overtime. Obviously, Phoenix 1 going to give it their all here late in this second half, but Dog Team, regardless of the result of this match, have looked very impressive against a former champion here in Phoenix 1. They're thinking about which site they want to go for. It's another one of these split setups, and that's going to be Castblood, sadly taken out by Lear here in Showers. So the early advantage over to Phoenix 1 for the moment. See if they can bring things back, but they're feeling good about this early. Biscuit Burglar. The rest of the team starting to sneak over towards B. This 2-man entry towards Garden right now could net a kill. Will be huge for Dog Team if they want to get access to this site. Smokes are out. Bang able to take out Diamond there, but Swiss A able to trade that one back. Numbers advantage still to Phoenix 1. It's 4-2-3 as Swiss looking to get out onto the site. Throws out the Lear. Sprays through the smoke, and they're looking to get this spike planted. They're trying to get control here. That's Nature with 2. Huge spray with the Phantom. Knocks down Derek and Trick, but Menace able to take him down. Now it's the 2v2 of the Jet. Up in Hookah for the moment. Biscuit Burglar going to get back towards the back of the site. The spray on top of the boxes knocks down Menace. This should be an 11th round for Dog Team as Swiss takes out the last one. Lear will fall, and Dog Team pull within 1.
Okay, I should be back now.
He is, yeah.
Issues there. Unfortunately, I apologized. And so while I was away, unfortunately, I missed some of the action. And so I'm super excited to see that while I was away, things didn't close out. Phoenix 1 still struggling to... This right here, this tells so much. Dog Team obviously fighting back, but Phoenix 1 struggling like this right now, it kind of tells me this is a defender-sided map, right? So when you're struggling to really close out a game against the 20th seeded team, how does this fare as you move forward, if you move forward? Now, Dog Team obviously still having the economy in their favor. It's full buys across the board. Only a couple of ultimates. I think the biggest one is Nature. If this guy can stay alive, get that showstopper off, find a kill with that, find some information or some damage, that's going to be absolutely huge as he has popped that, come out of the showers as well. Not going to find anything with that as he tossed out the paint shells. Diamond, though, going to find the member on the flank. That's a huge kill to start this round.
Yeah, it continues to be Diamond and Swiss A here, being the catalyst for Dog Team in this late game push. They've looked really, really strong, and they continue to bring Dog Team closer and closer to overtime. They're just a single round away from forcing it. Nature looking for the frag on a Trick, but Trick going to be able to take him out. Nature was knocks down Lear. Swiss able to take down Trick. It's the 4-2 advantage. Can they do it? That's 1 kill. Biscuit Burglar knocks down Derek. They just need this final frag. It's just Menace versus 4. He's looking for one with the operator. He's taken out by Biscuit Burglar, and ladies and gentlemen, they were down 11-5, but Dog Team has forced overtime here in round 2.
And Yeso, the Prophet here, basically saying, I don't think they could tie it up in one string of one run here, but they did it in 2, just like you suspected. They ended up dropping around, and that's completely fine. Backs against the wall, Dog Team really showed up here, and now we're in overtime, our first of the day, and hopefully not our last, because we love to see the close matches like this. But with this, Phoenix 1 are back on attack. This could be problemsome for Dog Team because we saw how strong Phoenix 1 came off in attack, right? Winning the half 7-5, just being a bit stronger. Dog Team struggling a little bit on defense, and now we'll see. And basically, it feels like all Phoenix 1 have to do is avoid Nature. Swiss A obviously popping off as well, but both of those guys are on A. So if you take B just like they are, it should be fairly simple for Menace. It should be fairly simple for Bang to just find the follow-on kills for this team. Trick going to be playing that lurker over towards the showers. Now we'll be rotating on back as the smokes will try and stop this push for now. It's going to be the alt orb picked up. And if you're not familiar with overtime, obviously 5,000 credits for both teams, and you're placed just about halfway, if not over, for your ultimate. So they're trying to get this Hunter's Fury online here for Derek. to maybe stop a defuse. The bolt goes out. The push is going to come through. 3 members out through hookah as they try and take B-side. But Diamond going to find the first kill, and everybody starts to fall for Phoenix 1. 2 kills for Diamond, 1 for Cass there. What a huge start and stop to that B take. As now Phoenix 1, they have to go right back to the drawing board.
Yeah, Dog Team looks like they're carrying the momentum from that run. If you guys noticed, that was 5 rounds in a row and 7 of the last 8 to force overtime. So Dog Team with huge momentum coming into overtime right now. Trick looking to get into Garden here, uses the satchel. I don't know that did a whole lot for him, but looking to peek here onto this B site, but it's still the 4-2 advantage. And with 15 seconds left, it is heavily in the favor of Dog Team here. So much pressure on Phoenix 1 to make something happen, but Castblood gonna knock down Trick. Lear peeking from hookah, able to knock down 1, but all Phoenix 1 has to do is play the clock here. Diamond gonna knock down Lear, and that is Dog Team with their first lead, I believe, in this entire game. They have played from behind outside of, they did win the initial pistol, but since round 3, they have been behind, and they have their first lead now in what, let me do some quick math here, 22 rounds.
Yeah, and so now, huge. That is absolutely huge. Diamond has been ginormous, and Nature, again, it has been top fragging the entire game, but you see the numbers. The gap has been closed. It's 25, 23, 21. Swiss, Diamond, and Nature being the 3 catalysts for this squad, and then just coming up huge in situations like that. You literally cannot ask more from a player than to find 2 opening picks when the site is being pushed. The spike fell down, and there was just no answer. Dog Team just needed to wait and hang out, and it was up for Phoenix 1 to try and find the frags. It was a 1v3 with 6 seconds left, so a huge turnaround as Diamond gets some information. Is going to spot Menace over towards this A site. This could detour the push now that Lear finds a kill onto Cass. A short not looking too juicy for this Dog Team. Needs club org squad. They are going to continue to push up, but it's going to be the teleporter play coming through. These guys, if they've done it once, they'll do it again. Omen is still here, though, so Bang should be able to find some value should he peek. He's hanging out right in elbow. As Nature going to go clear long. Everything A-okay. Let's get that spike down. The paint shells, though, are going to deter that for a moment longer. No kills have come through just yet, but the retake will be in order in a 5v4 fashion. Make it a 5v2 fashion. As Derek and Bang find a couple kills. Biscuit traded back. The spike has been planted, but from behind, Menace is able to get the kill, and we're all tied up yet again.
Yep, we're going to second overtime here as Phoenix 1 able to bring that one back. Dog Team losing that early player means that they were just at a disadvantage for the rest of that round, and Phoenix 1 able to push it through to a victory. Now we'll have to see if Dog Team can have a repeat of what they had in their first defensive round of overtime, where they looked really impressive, just absolutely locked down that B site. And it seems like Phoenix 1 understands that. They're going to look for an early execute towards A. We'll see how quickly they want to entry onto this site. Smoke out early from Biscuit Burglar, and it is that beautiful one-way setup here on A short. Just denies so much vision, but still gives solid information here for Dog Team, as that's going to be Lear dealing with the boom bot. Nature able to take out Derek. Biscuit Burglar with 1 as well, as Menace is playing with that aggressive Judge, but numbers advantage to Dog Team as Trick is on this site. He's on top of the boxes with that Vandal, able to get the spray onto Biscuit Burglar. Jumps down with 30 health. Spike going to be planted. Numbers advantage still to Dog Team here, as Nature going to take a third. Diamond knocks down Trick, and that's going to be it again. Dog Team on defense take the first round of overtime number 2.
Yeah, and we're seeing literally the statistic play out where it's harder to attack here on Bind than it is to defend. What a huge Nature got his ult, which means he got 3 kills, and he kicked it off with, I had seen Menace with a Judge in his hands, and I was thinking, okay, this guy, he's going for tight corners play inside a U-Haul, play aggressive. I love to see that on the Jet, being able to close that distance. It was a grenade kill and then a trade kill onto Menace that really kicked things off. So the value from the utility is obviously so huge for your duelists. You need to find something like that, right? You need your flashes to land and finding kills off your flashes. You need your grenades or your paint shells and your boom bots to find some damage, find some kills. and Nature was able to do that there. He was able to do enough to get his ultimate in that round. Unfortunately, didn't get to use it because the round had ended, but Dog Team back on top. And again, these guys, they've been able to now grab a lead, like you said, for the first time in 20-something rounds. These guys hadn't had it, and now they're not going to lose it. They tie things up. They take the lead. Things go right back to being tied, but they continue to retake that lead. It's a slower play this time around. It's no judge inside of U-Haul or in your face, as both Trick and Menace are playing on that B site. Sova hanging out for the rotate as the Paranoias are tossed through. Swiss not going to get blinded out. Will throw out the Leer. They are going to take that teleporter yet again. But Phoenix One are privy to this, and they're going to be here for it. Trick finds 1 kill onto Nature, and that's a huge first kill.
Yeah, and if things continue to play out this way, Phoenix One will continue to have their backs against the wall, and that's a great position for Dog Team. So the more overtimes that we go to, even if Dog Team isn't winning them yet, if they continue to take that initial round, that is absolutely huge, as they just get to play more free in these second rounds. They're more comfortable. They aren't under pressure whatsoever. So I love the way Dog Team has looked in this stretch. They are continuing to play very strong as they get the entry onto the A site. They're going to look for the spike plant towards the truck, I assume, but Lear with 2, Bang with 1 there on a Castblood, and now it's just Diamond. This is going to be the round to Phoenix One. He'll be able to grab a frag there, but Menace trades it back, and Phoenix One forces us to another overtime. It's going to be overtime number 3. I've seen some predictions in Twitch chat. I love the 44-42 prediction for P1 from our producer there. You know, I like overtime. Not that much. Not that much.
Yeah, that's incredibly deep waters. That would be a late night. I think everybody would kind of just give up at that point, and these guys would be holding this this bracket hostage rather.
Yeah, I don't think that length of game is covered in our contracts.
Yeah, exactly. So it was a judge for Menace, but he's quickly switched. Is now going to go back to that Phantom. I like that. Play a little bit conservative. The aggression isn't necessarily paying off. It's looking like another B take as they are pushing up B long. They've got that split, so Trick is able to clear out Hookah, but they're going to run into 3 members, right? It's a 3-stack here from Dog Team. It's Swiss and Nature now split up, knowing that they're 2 strong fraggers, and then Diamond obviously able to hold down A very, very well with that Cypher. So we'll see. It's slower. Still a chance here towards a teleporter to A. Swiss is going to find the kill into Hookah, though, so now there is no split onto this B side. It's just 4 members pushing up long.
Yeah, but Menace going to go aggressive here onto the side, able to take down Castblood, looking for the second, but Bang able to finish that one off onto Swiss. This is huge. It's still the 2v2, or it's actually 3v2 for Phoenix, as Bang was able to grab another one, but this is finally Phoenix One on attack, getting something going in overtime, as these rounds have been dominated by Dog Team. Lear looking to peek towards CT. Diamond finally going to walk out of this door. It's the flank setup as we see Nature in Hookah right now. Diamond looking to peek towards Garden here. He's going to spot one, but Bang takes him out. That's the 3K. And this should be Phoenix One taking the lead in the third overtime. Nature going to look for a spread of 1. Knocks down Bang. Has to worry about the second player there. It is going to be Menace. He lands the shot with the operator. And that is Phoenix One with their first lead since the end of regulation.
And that's a huge round by Bang. That was a really big round by Bang. It was a 4v3 on the site. They wipe everybody. Only 1 member dies. Bang with the 3K. Menace is able to get an operator in his hands. And if you guys aren't familiar with Valorant in the last couple of weeks, right, as we've been settling into the nerfs and the buffs and the changes, the operator just got nerfed. So when you're in a full 5v5 in overtime, you get 5K. It's Menace.
Whoa.
He's going to go in and look for a 5K. He's got the judge. He catches them off guard, but Biscuit's able to trade 2. It's Trick and Menace down. The duelists are dead, and we'll have to see how the rest of the team can recover from this one. The aggression, again, it doesn't necessarily pay off. I love the judge plays, but it just wasn't enough. It did get some damage down onto Biscuit, so he should be a fairly easy kill. A headshot from a Phantom. Obviously, a headshot from a Vandal there. But we'll see. It's a numbers advantage for Dog Team. Looking to tie things back up. Phoenix One, they still got Bang alive. This guy needs to have another huge round if they want to close it out here 16-14.
Yeah, the problem was that they set up the easy 2-man spray for Biscuit. So it would have been better if you maybe wait until they get that frag, wait for the reloads, and then go for the secondary peek, because it made Biscuit's job very easy to get the 2-for-1 trade there on the push, which gives Dog's team the numbers advantage. Is Nature going to get the paint chills there out on top of the truck, looking to spray towards heaven right now as the rest of his team coming through short. And it is going to be the two-pronged push on to this A site. Castblood going to get control of U-Haul for now. Spike going down from Biscuit once again against the truck. And now it's Phoenix One's opportunity to bring this round back and take the victory. They've got the lead. They win if they can take this round, but going to be a tough task here as Nature able to take out Bang there. Castblood in U-Haul knocks down Derek. Nature grabs another there onto Lear, and we're tied up and going to another overtime.
Switching sides.
Yep. Overtime number 4, baby. Who was it at Purdue? Was it Connie who said 44-42 to one of these teams? Because it's definitely looking like it. These guys continuing to push forward. I think I had seen an 18-16 in the chat as well. So we'll see if that. Okay, 18-16 from the producers. We'll see if that is the case here. Obviously, we're all tied up 15-15, and again, it's been the defense who have really been coming up huge. Now, Menace has switched up his strategies. He's back to the Phantom. He tried the Judge on offense, tried the Judge on defense. Neither of them worked, so I'm hoping that he just continues to wield this Phantom, because with Bang in his back pocket and him finding an early frag, obviously Phoenix One can close out the rounds. But we'll see if that is the case here, as it is 5 members stacked up. This time 2 towards Hookah, into the 3 on B site from Dog Team. We'll see if Phoenix One can reclaim a lead, or if Dog Team will find, I believe, their 3rd of this game. The Paranoia goes out and is going to force Menace back for now. One spotted out inside of the boxes. Rick trying to do what he can. It's Menace with a knife in hand. That was his own teammate. I thought he was possibly going to find another knife kill himself, but it was his teammate there. So no more knives to come through, and at the end of the day, it's just a bit of damage. Menace, he's a little hurt. He can still peek forward. He has 49 HP. He can still be traded if his team pushes with him, but only 40 seconds left on the clock. Phoenix One have to make a decision here on where they want to go with the spike.
Alrighty here, Menace in Hookah right now, looking for a little something. It's still 5v5, so this has actually been the slowest start to a round in overtime that we've seen. Menace goes for the peek, but Biscuit Burglar's aim is true. He's able to take out one, but it's actually a 3-for-2 trade for Phoenix One. So 2 overtimes in a row. They're looking to take this first round on attack. Spike is down. Numbers advantage in favor of Phoenix One. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, and B stands for Bang. This guy is huge on this side. He finds 2 kills, 3 kills just previously on attack here, and we'll see if I would imagine he is able to just help his team close this one out. He's hiding out there in the garden. Is going to get spotted out. Nature not going to find the kill. It's going to be Swiss to do just that, as he's going for the defuse. If you look into the box, you will not be spotted. Lear's going to find Swiss. The Hunter's Fury is there. Nature's going to get tagged, so they have the vision. They have the damage. They have the kill. It's Derek. B stands for Derek, actually, as he finds that last kill. But B-side has been the play for Phoenix One, and now it's a very tall order for Dog Team. If we do get the producers 18-16 as Phoenix One, they're on defense now. A very, very strong attack there. All they have to do is hold out. All they have to do is not have Menace rush in and then get a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Dog Team towards A short, and it should be an easy close for Phoenix One.
Yeah, so for anybody just joining us, it was a 7 of 8 rounds run from Dog Team to force overtime. The first 2 overtimes, they took the lead with the initial round win and weren't able to close it out. Now, in overtimes 3 and 4, it's been Phoenix One on attack, able to take those opening rounds, but haven't been able to close it out just yet. We'll see here in overtime number 4 if they can do it, as this is going to be Nature getting onto this A site, and this spot just outside of Showers has been so good for Nature when they've been able to get this plant. But Phoenix One should know where Trick is. It's not a mystery. This is where he's been every time, or where Nature is, excuse me. He takes out Trick. Lear able to trade that one back, so it's a 1-for-1. And again, both raises are down. Which team is this more in favor of? We'll have to see. Lear able to take out Castblood. Menace Peeking in towards Showers, looking to tank out Diamond, and he will. It's the 2v1. This could be Phoenix 1 winning. They're looking for the defuse, the spray through the smoke. It's not enough. Phoenix 1 have finally finished it off. Dog team, a valiant effort, but not enough, and Phoenix 1 will move on.
Yeah, Phoenix 1, it was a struggle, and I think hats off to them for being able to get it done. Obviously playing up against some strong names in Nature and Diamond and Swiss, and the rest of the team slowly starting to work their way up the ladder for Dog Team. But that right there, it's a great victory. You move forward. We love to see it, but it's kind of scary that it took the rank 4 team that long to take down the rank 20 team, right? And obviously the numbers can be a little wonky. We see players hopping around team to team, team names changing. We see it a lot in Tem's team, just for example. So the number 20 doesn't necessarily mean too much. Maybe this Dog Team organization is a really strong organization we're just not familiar with, but Phoenix 1, they move forward. It took 5 OTs to get it done, and I'm a little worried for the rest of their play in the bracket. Hopefully they can iron out the wrinkles there.
Yep, they've certainly got a tough test ahead of them up against Phantom Troop. We will have some great quarterfinal matches ahead of us. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to do a short break now, but when we return, the final week of the Razer Tournament Series continues.
One shot, not a future for sure. Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme, the true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking, yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Get the balls in the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so close for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have returned. Yeso and Tanner Metro here with our final week of the Razer Tournament Series. Super excited. We've had some great games so far, and now we move on to the quarterfinals. And actually, a couple of them already done. If you guys want to check out how things are shaking out, at exclamation point bracket in Twitch chat right now, you can see everything that we are looking at. Elysium with a 13-1 demolishing of last round save. They move on to semifinals. Mamba Mode, meanwhile, on the other side with a very strong 13-4 win over Team Serenity. And now we've got our next match up here. It's 4H1M up against Mystify. We are on to Bind once again, ready to get into the action. Ooh, and we've got a brief pause, so not quite ready to get into the action, but to then set up, I guess, how the bracket shakes out, right? For H1M up against Mystify, the winner goes on to play Mamba Mode Gaming in one of the semifinals. Meanwhile, Phoenix 1 up against Phantom Troop. Those two teams duking it out for a shot at Elysium in the first semifinal. So we could have an Elysium, Phoenix 1, Mystify, Mamba Mode semifinals. That is sick.
Yeah, that is, I mean, the bracket right now is going to be as difficult as it gets once we play out the rest of these rounds. And Mystify actually fell last week to Dog Team. I believe it was 9-13. So not that they had an easier bracket because they won 11-13 over Lycus Empire, but they're not having. They're a returning team and they're not having the easiest time. So this is going to be probably one of the more interesting matchups that we get to catch outside of Phoenix 1 taking on Phantom Troop to see who moves forward. And it looks like one towards B. Iconic is going to hang out on the flank there in Hookah. One kill comes through. Cryo going to pick it up. Bonzo finds one on the SVL. Unfortunately, the Paint Shells don't get the kill, but the Ghost does, and it's a 1-for-1 across the map, but the A play still going to come through as Nerf going to pick one up with Bones. This guy, he will not be silenced. He finds 3 kills before finally going down, and it's basically even member for member, HP for HP. As Nabil's able to pick one up, looks for a second. He's going to get it. Bones and Nabil here for H1M. For him? For H1M? For him?
Maybe.
One or the other. When I think of him, I think of the I believe it's the Red Devil from Powerpuff Girls. So maybe that's their team mascot here in this one. But a really solid round from another Raze player. His name is him. There it is. The Red Devil from Powerpuff Girls.
Yes, and that is correct. And this is a really interesting matchup because looking at the teams that these two had to play, right? For him, started all the way in round 1 against Take Flight, 13-7 win there. And they had to play Dieza. They had to play Tem's team. In the second round, beat them 13-10. Meanwhile, Mystify got the first round bye up against Lycus Empire. They beat them 13-11, so that one went the distance. So these are two tough teams that have had some early tests. And for him, with the early lead in this second round, up 3-2 in the numbers. Paranoia going to come right out of Hookah there. Bless going to try and return the favor, looking for the kill onto the opposing Omen there, and Nerf's going to take him down. Flight in March, though, grabs 2, and that's going to be for him with the 2-0 lead.
Yeah, a solid start, again, to be expected, although we did see some splits. We didn't catch them on stream, unfortunately, but we saw them when we were looking at the scoreboard, going 1-for-1 early in the rounds or 1-for-1 at the half. So a nice pickup. And Mystify is a returning team, like we said. We haven't got to catch this For Him team. So it's nice to see some new people kind of stepping up to the challenge, right? For the last 3 weeks, or I guess the last 2 weeks, and then this one included, it's been a free tournament to join in. The prize pool's been doubled, so why not just shoot your shot at what could be some extra cash in your pocket on a Monday? So I absolutely love to see that, and I love to see the strength coming out from this team. Now, unfortunately, we've yet to see upsets. I thought it was going to be Dog Team finding the upset over Phoenix 1. We haven't done that. I was hoping for some upsets here at the end of the Razer Tournament Series, and there's still a chance for that. But at the end of the day, it is nice to see some new faces, some new names on these teams coming through, some new top players in Bones, in Nabil, picking up early kills and just looking really strong here in this tournament. So I hope we get to see more of this For Him squad today.
Yep. Definitely a solid start for them, and that's going to be a shock dart onto this B side. Going to get a little bit more damage, but 7 there. Able to grab a couple from the site, looking solid and nerfed. Now, Ian Hookah throws out the paranoia. They're going to get the entry. Takes one with that Sheriff of Bless, able to trade that one back. Nerf takes a second, so does Bless here. Nerf grabbing a third, make it 4. He's popping off with the Sheriff. Can he get the ace? He'll need it. If he wants to win this round, he's going to pick up the Stinger. Can he finish it off? No, he will not. Flight in March with the Spectre closes the round. That's a 3-0 lead in favor of for him.
Wow, Nerf doing everything he could there. A 4K with the Sheriff. I almost want to say if he would have just held the angle, maybe he finds the 5K, right? The one shot to the head is definitely a bit stronger than what the spray down from the Stinger can be sometimes. So it's a super unfortunate. Flight and March coming out on that wide swing, able to make sure he picks up that kill. But that was, I mean, we have to keep our eyes on Nerf, right? That's one of the players that we're going to have to pay attention to because he did pop off on that. We'll see if maybe he wields that Vandal and is able to get headshots, or maybe even the op player for this team, although he is playing that Omen. Now, 2 members trying to run down this enemy Raze, not able to do it inside the showers, and they will retreat back onto A side. But the A take surely coming through here from Mystify. That charge is going to be led by Nerf. The camera going to be taken down. So no more information other than that the 2 members here on A site are still here on A site.
I'm going to need, maybe not this second, but I am going to need your thoughts on the new skin line. As we see Flight and March with this Phantom peeking out from behind the boxes. Bones using the satchel. That's the showstopper. He's able to take out Harmon, but SVL trades that one back. And it's a quick swing there from Mystify as they grab 3. Now numbers advantage in their favor. Nabil up in heaven with his teammate. Gonna back down and look to push onto the site here, but the spike should go. No, it's actually the rotate. Interesting. Mystify going through the rotate through the teleporter, forcing the reset here from Mystify. Left. Spike gonna go down here right up against the container. Nabil on the site now. SVL able to take one. He's gonna take a third there as Nabil goes down, and that's Mystify on the board.
Yeah, and that is such a good feeling. You plant the bomb, you strafe right headshot, you strafe left headshot, able to close it out there all by yourself, all by your lonesome, not necessarily needing the remaining 2 members on your team. So SVL coming up huge there to close things out. And as far as the skin line goes, we're talking about the gravitational, the
Yeah, it's the acronym is GUN.
Okay, the gun skin line. I picked up the pistol because it reminds me of Marvin the Martian, who is arguably my favorite Looney Tune. But outside of that, I couldn't really justify it. I'm waiting for the ego stuff to come back out because I missed the purchase on the ego stuff. I only got the Vandal. And speaking of Vandals, it's SVL picking up 2 kills to start this one off, following the 2 kills to finish it off. And all of that was done with the run it back. So, I mean, talk about, that's great value right there.
Yeah, I mean, you get 1 with the run it back and you're feeling great, but able to pick up 2 is definitely a really strong use of the ultimate in there. Iconic here. Looking to push through, gonna take down Bless. Nabil able to knock down 1, gets the headshot with the Sheriff onto Nerf. But it's the 4-2 advantage here for Mystify. And for him, most likely gonna drop his 2nd round in a row as SVL able to knock down 7. Now it's just Nabil with the Spectre, looking to peek this Raze. It's not gonna work out. Iconic with the final frag, and Mystify draws within 1.
Yep, SVL trying to claw his way up the leaderboards to meet Nerfed up top. The 4K with the Sheriff obviously really takes the cake as far as plays go here in this round. But SVL, this guy, he's been pretty noisy in their last 2 wins. He's been detrimental to the victory, picking up 2 kills at the end of their first victory, and then picking up 2 kills at the start of their second. So all eyes on that Phoenix as he's kind of far away from that ultimate. We'll see if they do hand over some of those orbs to him, if he's able to pick those up so they can get that run it back going yet again. Nice flick from Iconic is going to take down the Recon Bolt as the Boombot goes out. Not going to get anything except for the information that nobody is inside Hookah, which makes for a clear push, but the smokes are there, and Bless is going to be holding this one down. We'll see if Iconic decides to push through. This is where he's been playing. He's kind of been hovering around Hookah, playing towards the lurker style on this Raze, and it's worked off a couple of times, or worked out a couple of times, not worked off because that's not a saying. As that spike has crept up towards long, it's a split decision right now. Two members still hanging out towards A for Mystify, and we'll see when those guys do decide to rotate. But for now, it will be a 3v3 as Mystify try and take this B site.
Yeah, Bless was trying to get a little something going there towards Hookah, looking to just spray onto the head of whoever was in there, but not quite able to get it. And so it still remains the 5v5 Hunter's Fury available for him, which that's going to trip me up a couple of times as long as they are in the bracket, but we'll deal with it as we can. As Iconic going to try and spray there towards CT. Smokes come out to block off vision from Hookah, and one towards elbow here could give Nabil the advantage. We'll have to see as Mystify has pushed onto the side. 4 players on the side here. Timer running low. That's going to be the hot hands that maybe deny a plant here. 9 seconds left on the clock. Can they get that spike planted? It isn't planted just yet. It just gets knocked down there. The blaze up from the opposing Phoenix here cuts off Nabil in elbow. But Bones able to take down one. Nabil another. Make it a second as he knocks down Nerfed. It's advantage for him. Light in March grabs one. SVL with a trade back onto Bones, but all of Mystify is down. That's going to be the defuse and a 4-2 lead.
Yeah, and, you know, we love to see the new guys, but when I'm watching and maybe the viewers are watching, but the viewers might not be paying attention as much as I am. And Yeso's calling out advantage for him. You've got everybody in chat thinking, advantage for who, Yeso? Advantage for who? But it's this darn team name that we have to call out here for him. That's making us look kind of like fools sometimes. But they are ahead. Like you said, advantage. They ended up getting the defuse there. I think that was the first time today we've seen all 10 members alive with 10 seconds left on the clock, right? Nothing happened until that spike got planted. It was just damage traded back and forth. It goes down with a couple seconds remaining in the round, and then the 5v5 commences, and for him come out on top as Bones continues to stay hot here. Got that Elder Flame Vandal, as we were talking about skins before. The satchel charge could have been bad for him. Fortunately, he doesn't get spotted out, but definitely going over the top of that smoke that was keeping Nerfed at bay. As the camera gonna get taken down. Nerfed going to be hanging out over here. Should have a trade kill should anybody peek U-Haul because of that Cypher behind. And this one-way not going to get as much value because of the positioning here from the Omen.
Yeah, my final comment on the name debacle is, in my opinion, there's nothing worse than a player with a name that it matches, you know, a champion or agent that they aren't playing. You know, your name's Omen, but you're playing Raze.
Yeah.
It's just like, I'll figure it out, but it just makes things so much more confusing. Don't do that to me.
Yeah, and
As,
thinking you're looking like a fool.
Exactly.
Like, that was
Nerf,
that was raised.
Yeah, Nerf's making people look like fools, though, as he gets the spray there onto Bones, but Flight in March continues to be really clean on these peaks, able to take out Nerf there, so it's a 4-3 advantage for the defenders. They've got the neural theft, they've got to run it back. Hunter's Fury available for Mystify. Is SVL going to peek out? He flashes out of showers, doesn't catch anybody. The double cyber cage will cut off vision from Heaven.
10
and
seconds
the problem is they're actually looking for the plant on the opposite site. SVL able to take out Flight in March. It's now the 3v3. Nabil knocks down Cryo Cells. Harmon able to trade back 1. 7 knocks down Harmon. It's the 1v2. Run it back. Get some information. But it probably will mean the defuse. It's already started here. Smokes out onto Hookah. SVL looking for the blind spray, but it's not going to get him much. Maybe the right clicks. It's not enough. Bless knocks him down, and that's 8-5-2 win for him.
4 for him. And I really wanted to, in the middle of that round, just start tossing out some more agent names, because we were talking about Omen and Raze and saying, oh, that he's Omen playing Raze. And then right after that happened, Omen killed Raze. So I was thinking that we could kind of predict the way the round was going to play out. So I was just going to throw out Sova Phoenix. I was just going to say those names and see if those are the next names to pop up there on that kill feed. Unfortunately, I didn't get it out. And I would have been wrong anyways. I think it was a Phoenix to a Cypher kill. But either way, confusing names aside, for him, these guys are looking pretty good. A very solid squad going, again, into Mystify, a returning team. We've yet to see for him. I said that at the beginning of the broadcast. This is our first time catching this team and catching some of these names, where sometimes these teams will pop up and we recognize a few players just as we did in that last one. This time around, it's just completely new to us, and it seems completely new to Mystify as they're down 5-2 and don't really have an answer. It was the SVL show, but once he gets stopped, there's not much more they can do. As it's gonna be the Hunter's Fury from Harmon, gonna find 1 onto 7. So it's Sova v Sova, and Harmon comes out on top. SVL gonna find another kill for his team, but not before Nabil trades one back onto Nerf. He's gonna heal himself up. No armor, but will be 100 HP, but it's still a man advantage for Mystify as they've got that spike planted with plenty of time left in the round. And now for him working against the clock.
Yeah, Nabil wary of someone heading towards elbow. He's able to get out here, and that kill for Flight and March is a huge boon. 2 for him. Harmon gonna take out 2, though. He gets the 2-man spray. Lining up there was Flight and March and Bones, and SVL gonna finish it off with the frag onto Nabil. And that's Mystify trying to keep things close, still down by 2. But an important win for them. They're in round number 8. Gonna try and make it 2 in a row once more here. In round number 9. So for him, still holding on to this lead. Nabil and Bones certainly leading the way there. Meanwhile, it's been SVL and Nerfed for the side of Mystify, looking really strong despite the early deficit.
Yep, battling back here against, like we've been saying for him, a strong team. And I think Bones really needs to be a catalyst for this squad as he tosses out the boom bot. But typically these rounds being kicked off by a Bones kill leads to a for him victory. And their retake's been a little sloppy sometimes on B. Obviously, when you're down a member, it can be hard to do. They've got their Cypher just hanging out on cams. Bones just listening for the call to see if anybody is pushing up. All 5 members are on A side of the map, so nobody splitting this time. Nobody inside of Hookah this time around. Iconic going to be playing with this team as Molotov comes through. SVL going to find the kill, but a beautiful paint shell from Beyond will pick up the trade. So it's a 1-for-1 for him. They also have that neural theft available. We'll see should they choose to use it. That Phoenix is not too far out of range of the Cypher. But U-Haul going to be contested. It's going to be kills coming through, traded back and forth. And just like that, it's a 2v2. A spike still in the hands of Mystify. So they don't find a priority kill onto the spike carrier. The teleporter has been taken. And it's a B play yet again. And it's 7 being taken down by Cryo. This should be a free victory for Mystify as they look to close the gap. It's a 1v2. But we'll see if we can ride the Bless Express. Oh, no. Looks like he's just going to save here.
Yeah, he's going to hold on to that Phantom. I don't blame him here. Still a few rounds left in this first half, and losing now 2 rounds in a row is going to put for him in a bit of a tight spot here economically. So I don't blame him for saving this gun. I think it makes a lot of sense. Meanwhile, Mystify will pull back within 1. And we've seen really common, right? A lot of teams, you know, you push in, you get early access to this A site, but it seems like if teams can't get an early plant down, they're actually very happy a lot of time to just stall on the site, right? Buy a lot of time, draw the entire team over in the rotation, and then go for the quick swap over to B site. You can easily go through the teleporter, get in through Hookah and onto that B site for a plant in pretty quick fashion. So it is more and more common that if teams can't get a quick initial plant onto that A site, that they're going to elect for the B rotation when possible. And it works out for Mystify there. And there you have it, right? It's, you know, pistols almost across the board here for him. They have the Phantom that Bless was able to hold on to. Nabil going to pick up a Stinger, which I don't hate. He's been looking pretty good. But it's going to be, looks like a Stinger, a Phantom, and 3 Sheriffs here for him. As Bless looking for the peak. SVL going to take him down. I don't mind the aggression here for him. You've got a rough economy. Just try and do what damage you can. As Nabil going to push forward. He's going to get taken out there by Iconic. And it's just Flight into March with this Sheriff left over on this A site. Nerf going to take him down. And a pretty clean round there from Mystify to tie things up.
Yeah, and that is that's the one time that we've seen Iconic's flank actually pay off. He pushed all the way through Hookah and then gets the kill in the back. Unfortunately, it's on a pistol round, and it hasn't been a little more detrimental for him for having Iconic play Hookah for the entire time. But Mystify, they've tied things up, and it was sloppy at first, but you see the exchange, right? It was 3 rounds to 2, then 2 rounds to 3. We're inching towards that half, and I believe we're kind of erring on the side of defense is stronger here. So for him need to start to pull ahead. They need to pick up these next 2 rounds as they go on to attack, or that could be when we see Mystify really pull ahead, right? I talked about this a few weeks ago, and people were thinking that I was talking about teams in specific or biases, but if a team can put up numbers on attack, like we saw from Phoenix 1, they go 7-5, and then unfortunately they have a pretty dominant start, and then they fall behind, and they kind of make me, eat my words or make the statistic mean a little less. But if Mystify can put up 6 or 7 here on attack, then they should have a pretty easy time on defense just because of the way that bind plays out. So for him have been looking good, but I would say that they have had the easier run here on defense as the B-Take going to come through. It's a 5v3, all 5 members stacked up. Bless and 7 going to pick up a couple kills, but 2 more traded back here. They tried to stunt the push for now, and they are able to do it. Nabil picks up 2 on the back side here, and the rotate was coming through, but it only took 3 members to get it done. Flight in March is going to close out the round here for him, reclaim the lead 6-5, and they're looking to take it 7-5 on defense.
Yeah, looking really strong there for him. They've got plenty of ultimates here in this last round as well, so lots of tools to work with. Sadly, their economy isn't perfect here. I'm curious if Flight and March should, you should buy Seven's gun so he can get full shields here. There we go. They did it. All right. Good communication there, guys. Also, to whom it may concern, specifically Joker Man, we are not perfect, but we certainly appreciate the love, and we love what we do here, getting to cast these Valorant tournaments. It's been an absolute blast, and the action only continuing here is Nerfed and Mystify thinking about an A push early. They're holding outside of A short for the moment. That's going to be the shadow step behind the boxes here. Nerfed was confident that Cubby was clear there, so I don't hate the move. And now Iconic with this operator pushing into Cubby, looking to peek onto this A site. Doesn't see anything quite yet, but we'll spot that Cypher if he peeks out. Harmon able to get the frag there with the Hunter's Fury onto Bless. That's a good start here. And Bones able to grab 2. That's huge. And just like that for him, stalling this push from Mystify. 7 gonna grab 1. They're onto Nerfed. And Mystify has been completely stalled.
Yeah, and it was just blow for blow. And the cherry on top is 7 able to get a kill with a Hunter's Fury of his own now. The last 2 members alive. This is a very tall task, and I believe the spike is down in those showers right underneath that Cypher, as you can see. Yeah, so it's going to be incredibly difficult here for Harmon and Iconic, although Iconic is the team captain, so if anybody could do it, it is him, with Harmon in his back pocket, who's picked up multiple 3Ks in this round. As the shock darts go out, that could find a kill. Not going to find the kill, but finds quite a bit of damage. Flight and Mart, though, he eats that damage, no big deal. He trades a kill back, tries to find another, but it's going to be the trade to end the round. And on defense for him, come out on top 7-5 in the half, but now this is where things get difficult.
Yep, this is where the rubber meets the road. They've got that 2-round lead, so they at least were able to finish their defensive half up in this game, but it's not going to be an easy task maintaining this lead, as now Mystify on defense here, and that's certainly an attacking half they can be proud of. And now things get really fun. If For Him can take this pistol, would certainly be huge for them to try and push towards a victory. Let's see what they can do. Nabil continuing to top frag for this team. Bones following it up at 10 and 9. Flight in March with some clutch frags throughout that first half. We'll have to see 7 and Bless continue the work and continue to support their team. And again, it's SVL Nerfed at the top of the scoreboard for Mystify. It's an early push towards B site. It's the solo Cypher hold here. And this is honestly a tough situation for Mystify to be in. The quick rotation does help out, and Cryocell's going to take one. Iconic with another, and the numbers advantage to to Mystify here. For Him in trouble in this pistol. Cryocell's going to get taken out by Bones, as Iconic was able to take a second one. Meanwhile, Flight in March in elbow right now, going to try and catch someone in CT. He's going to get taken out. It's the 3K for Iconic, and Mystify takes the pistol.
Yeah, and that feels bad there. You had Bones and Flight and March both in elbow. Flight, he's trying to get some information. He almost eats a shock dart. He has the camera out, and then Bones dies. And unfortunately, after that, he's completely pinched. No real way out. Two members are pushing him from behind. You had the Sova in front. So no answer to that as Mystify inch closer to tying things up. And that's the right way to do it, right? On defense, it seemed like obviously the numbers advantage, right? You have the solo Cypher hold here. You would think that Mystify have a hard time playing this retake, but Cryocells is able to get a kill through the smoke. Iconic got a kill across the map, and then the rest of the team able to follow up there. So just good execution as a whole from Mystify, making sure that they can win that pistol round, playing it conservative, stacking one site with 4 members. Now, though, it is an A take here, and it's a lot of utility used. Iconic can find one. Nabil will trade it back, and there will be a Stinger on the ground for the taking, but Cryocells no longer on B side. He's going to be playing on A. Finds 2 for himself. Harmon picks up 1. Now it's all up to the Phoenix. 63 HP. He can top off, but not a whole lot of hope here for this one as Nabil does back up. We'll grab that alt orb. He is going to get pushed. Tosses out the flash, but the paranoia does not allow him to see. Nerfed right in his face. Nerf takes him down, and it's another round to Mystify. They tie things up, and I think this was a little to be expected. Obviously, pistol round could have gone either way, but on defense, Mystify should have a little easier of a time being able to hold these sites down. Unfortunately for them, for him, they're going to have a full buy, and Mystify are going to be sitting on this light buy, right? SVL yet to buy something. I would imagine it's a Phantom or a Vandal in his hands here in a moment, but it's Spectres, it's Stingers. Oh, it's actually 2 Spectres and 3 Spectres, 2 Stingers across the board into the full buy for him. So maybe just looking to overwhelm as they do trade 1 for 1 to kick things off.
Yeah, any even trade for a team with a worse setup in terms of weapons is great. So Mystify is happy about that. Remember, they have not invested a lot into this round. This Flight and March with the Bulldog able to pick off Nerfed there. Just catching him from behind. SVL, meanwhile, with this Stinger holding inside of U-Haul for the moment. Looks like For Him wants to go A. They're going to pick up the spike and head down A short here. And I'd imagine we're going to get a push out of showers from Nabil momentarily. Harmon with this Spectre will catch him if he doesn't peek to the right as SVL continuing to bide his time. Coming out of showers now. Nabil actually spots out Harmon, so good work there from the Phoenix, and SVL going to take some damage from the paint shells down to 51 health. It's the 4-2 advantage in favor of For Him, and this should be them on the board for the first time in the second half, unless SVL and Cryocells can come out with the big clutch.
Yeah, it would need to be a huge clutch. And again, this right here, the first 2 rounds on defense going to Mystify to be expected. We're thinking defense would be a little bit easier. But then when you have this awkward buy that's incredibly light, it's just SMGs, you basically lose every single long-range battle, even if you are facing off against a Bulldog, right? Flight and March finding 2 kills, Bones closing things out with a Vandal of his own. And I'm interested to see what the economy looks like for them not buying, for Mystify not buying in that last round. Or when they did buy, it was that Stinger. That almost felt like a throwaway round. They're just waiting to see how For Him would play with that full buy coming through. Now they'll have a full buy in response for Mystify to the full buy of For Him. It's still a Bulldog on Flight and March, and if you don't have the credits in that last round, sure, pick up the Bulldog. It's going to be better than... it's going to be able to compete for the most part. And maybe he actually does just prefer it, right? We had differing opinions on whether it was the glitch pop skins on the Bulldog or if I think it was Critical who preferred it, but it can compete, and he is going to hang on to that one in this one. But it's full buys across the board. This round is really going to tell us how the rest of this game should play out as a Boombot to spot out for both teams and get a little bit of damage onto Mystify's Raze, but 1 kill already coming through into shower so quick. He coming through for that. Bones able to trade it back. So the odds have been even. It's a showstopper and a run it back available for him. And we'll see as that spike starts to head on over towards that B site. The rotations are coming through, and this is a tough one, right? You don't have the quick teleporter over to B. You have that long teleporter over to A should you choose to switch things up. And then even then, it's hard to take that A side pushing through those showers after taking that teleporter. We'll see what the call is here before him need to pull the trigger, and they need to do it quickly as the clock is ticking down.
Here. Fire in
All right, Flight and March pushing towards Garden there, and for him wants to get onto this B site, as that's going to be the ultimate activated, the run it back there from Nabil. Going to get canceled, not able to grab a kill, but Bones knocks down SVL, so that's a good start. Blessed with one, Nabil with another. Going to hit the hot hands here for the heal, but it's the 3-1 advantage in favor of for him. Cryocells with one frag there, looking for the spray through the wall. Isn't going to get anybody. Spike is down, and can he clutch this? It's going to be a tough task. Looks like he's just going to elect for the save, hold on to this Phantom, and play for the next round.
This is kind of scary for Mystify, right? They pick up the arguably the easiest 2 rounds to win, and then once the full buys start to come through, it gets a little spooky. They lose round number 3, which again you had Spectres and Stingers to Vandals and Phantoms, and then you get a full buy in the next, and you still fall flat. So for him, we're looking really strong, even on attack here. They win 7-5 in the first half. Now creeping forward, still keeping their lead. They didn't give that one up just yet, as an operator has been picked up. So at the very least for Mystify, the takeaway from that round is the operator has been achieved. They got that in their hands, but I believe it's going to be in a round where it could easily be lost, right? The rest of the team is not going to have the arsenal to be able to back this up. I believe they handed it over to Iconic as well. So on the Raze, it's not too bad to have it there. Raze does have some ways of getting in and out of dodge with those satchel charges, and obviously using that boombot, right? Buying some attention. We talked about it earlier in the day. We talked about it in the previous weeks. You drop that boombot, you buy the attention. While they're trying to shoot the boombot, you can then look to grab a kill with that operator. It doesn't look like that was the case this time around. And I'm honestly scared for Mystify, as they're on an eco buy with one operator. It's got to be the one-man show from Iconic if they want to pick up another round. And if they don't pick this round up, for him, get a free operator.
Yeah, they would absolutely love that here. Cryocells with this Sheriff on the A site. Trap wires out. Going to toss the camera into showers. Not going to spot anything, so if you're Mystify, you should be pretty sure this is going to be a B push. Is nerfed with the peak with the Sheriff. Gets the headshot at range onto Nabil. Meanwhile, Iconic takes out Blessed. This is a great start to the round. Flight and March knocks down Nerf, but the numbers advantage is in favor of Mystify for now. The problem is with the range of those first 2 frags. They aren't going to pick up guns from it here, as Bones with the quick push on to Harmon. 7 takes out Iconic there as well, and the numbers advantage swings back in favor of for him pretty darn quickly. They've got the spike down. SVL with this operator. Eking out from CT. 7 takes out Cryocells. SVL just hoping to get a good look at one of these players on for him. 7 in hookah. Gonna throw out the recon bolt. Is it going to spot anything? SVL is going to opt for the save with this operator. Oh, he may be able to pick up a kill here. He heard the raise. Peeks out, able to take out Bones. Bones didn't think that SVL was still anywhere nearby. Gets punished for it.
Yeah, and so it's another round loss for Mystify, but that's pretty best case scenario, outside of obviously winning the round. But you hung on to the operator that I said you were going to lose, so it's no longer a free 5,000 credits that for him don't have to worry about paying. And this round, you probably have the arsenal to back it up a little bit. He is going to toss that back over to Iconic, and we'll see what SVL does decide to pick up, because he's full on his utilities. He's got his Vandal, so now this should be a very winnable round for Mystify. So I think if you're going to lose that last round, they were able to scavenge to the best of their ability, and again, best case scenario, keeping that up and passing it back on over to Iconic. But with that, we've already seen a full buy round go the way of for him. This is the second one that we're really getting to see from Mystify, and the first one didn't go great. So this right here, yeah, you saved the operator. That was cool. You tossed it over to your team captain. Awesome. We love that. You have to start getting something done, or else for him are just going to keep pushing your economy down into the dirt, as Iconic looks for to showers, just waiting for anybody to push out here. Cryo going to have the eyes on a short, where that spike is slowly heading on over from that B side. So that rotation has come through. But as we've seen many times today, the slower plays towards A typically end up in a teleporter rotate towards B as the flash goes out. 7 going to toss out and try and get some information for his team. He does have the Hunter's Fury available as well, but we'll see if they do choose to use that. It seems like a bit of indecision now for him, as a full buy is in the hands of Mystify.
Yeah, full buy as well as plenty of ultimates here, right? So they've got a lot of extra tools to defend these sites, and it's the 2-man setup on B. Smoke's gonna come out, so Mystify should be able to sniff this out, and they have, right? It's the quick rotation. They're on their way. Should be able to get the spike down here, but Harmon doing work with the Odin. Takes 2 for 1 there as Bones able to trade that one back, but that's the advantage in favor of Mystify as Nerf takes out Flight in March. 7 able to knock down Iconic, but very little time here. The spike not even planted yet for him, and that's going to be the round here for Mystify. Great response as the rotation to B was lightning quick, and it gets them the round.
Yeah, that was... I almost yelled what at the top of my lungs as to what Bones was doing, planting behind the box like that. There's only a handful of ways that you're going to rotate on this map, right? And 2 of them come from long rotating through mid up into hookah or taking the teleporter. So 2 of the ways to rotate, if you don't go towards B long, or either way going towards B long or hookah, they converge in the middle. So you really only have to worry about that and coming through the back of the site from CT. That's how you rotate over from A, and he just doesn't respect it and dies planting the spike. It easily could have been a 2v3 win once they get that spike down and they force Mystify to play against the clock, but that's not the case. It's another round won by Mystify as they slowly start to claw back, and it's been a while since we've seen these guys win. So it's nice to see them win, and it's nice to see Harmon doing work with that Odin, right? That not only outside of the penetration for the Odin, right, being able to shoot through walls and find those wall bang kills, but what you get out of that is the accuracy by volume. You don't have to have your spray reset. You don't have to left click on heads, easy peasy lemon squeezy, and pop some grapes. You can just spray people down. So if Harmon is able to get 2 kills with that Odin, that is the best value that you can get. Outside of obviously getting a 5-man spray down, which is just not going to happen. As SVL to kick things off with 40 seconds left, does find a kill. He's traded back, but there's Harmon yet again. There's the penetration we're talking about. The wallbang come through. They pick up a kill onto 7. They put for him on the back foot. Although they do have a couple of ultimates, they are down a man.
Yeah, and it's really going to be important for Bones to make use of this showstopper if he can. The Hunter's Fury going to stop the plant there. Groundswell is able to take one. Harmon finishes off Bless with the last shot of that ultimate, and Iconic finishes off Bones with the operator. And that means Mystify going to easily get the defuse here. They'll bring the score back within 1. And it feels like every time for him tries to pull away, Mystify comes right back and keeps things close.
Yeah, and that, again, Harmon, the last 2 rounds have been so huge for this guy. He's been absolutely crucial for those victories. Down at the bottom of the leaderboards when it comes to kills, but picks up 2 on that push towards B, gives the numbers advantage to Mystify, then stops the plant and gets a kill on a completely different target with the ultimate. So really huge from him to come up clutch like that. Mystify still on the back foot, but these guys are headed in the right direction, and they definitely have the economy to keep heading in that direction should they find themselves grabbing another loss here, right? And 11-9 is not the end of the world if they go down in this round, but across from that, vice versa, right? For him, their economy's not great. Only a couple members have a few credits that will be able to buy into the next round, so they definitely need to start winning out, or we're going to see them on eco buys themselves as the kills just start. The kill feed is all blue here. 7 trying to do what he can as he gets 2 back, but this is a very tall order. Harmon back on the board in yet another round. SVL to close it out, and if you blinked, you missed it because Mystify just completely deleted for him in that round.
Yeah, an unfortunate Bones tries to start things off with the showstopper coming out of showers, fires it towards the boxes. Nobody's back there. Walks out onto the site, doesn't check the corner to his right, gets sprayed down from behind, and everything just fell apart from there in terms of for him's entry onto the site. Mystify has tied things up at 10, and they carry all the momentum right now. 5 of the 8 rounds in this half going to them, 3 in a row here. So Mystify looking really strong on defense. We'll see if it can continue. They can grab a win out of it, as that's going to be the Boombot taken out at B-Long. A few players pushing in through hookah for now. Iconic going to use his Boombot there at the end of a short. And they may push for the flank, though Mystify going to play it slow here. They're feeling confident. They're actually going to hold on A. It's actually going to be the long rotation there from Iconic. Doesn't want to risk that aggressive flank. Doesn't think it is worth it. Just going to go over and support the setup on the site here, as that's going to be a smoke thrown out onto A by the Omen, maybe to draw some attention, but it isn't going to do it, as Iconic able to take out Nabil on B site. The Cypher just holding, waiting for the rotation to A. This actually could be the big brain play. He's watching the camera on A site to keep an eye on things, but here comes the rotation, and the Cypher is in the perfect flank position to respond to this, as Mystify going to go the long way around, though he may catch the bomb carrier here. Let's see how this shakes out, as Iconic just staring at B-Long. Isn't going to see anything. Uh-oh. Okay, they haven't spotted him. He's going to spot out the Raze. That's Cryocells, takes out Bones. That's huge. That's what we were hoping for. And now Mystify controls the spike.
Yeah, and that was such an interesting call for him. They go for a, hey, if we can get the spike down onto A, then we're going to play this. If not, then we just have to save. And that's exactly what happened, right? A beautiful play like you called out for the Cypher to be there. Cryocells had the camera, was able to watch short, didn't get spotted out by the two flanking or the camera from the two flanking, which was absolutely huge to find a kill onto that spike carrier. Now, Mystify, they find themselves in the lead here on defense. It took a little bit for them to find their footing. It took a couple of full buy rounds being lost for them to figure out what they needed to do. And a lot of it has been off the back end. Now, Iconic has died since then, but they got that operator, they put it in his hands, and he's been such a menace, paying homage over to Menace on another team, but he's been such a menace with that here, and it's really been paying off for them. He's been switching up his angles, as well as now he goes to that teleporter. He is going to be hurt, and he's going to be hunted down by two, so in a bad spot. But if he can just buy some time, again, buying the attention is so huge for this team. As the operator shot comes out, he does take a bit of damage on the way back in. The paint shells go through, and unfortunately, Iconic is going to fall. I shouldn't have said anything because I jinxed him, but that is a huge kill for him. This is now their opportunity to get back in. They still need to play slow. They still need to play smart, but now they don't have to worry about that operator being on one of these angles as they're peeking.
Yeah, Bless now looking to get in towards Hookah. Nobody holding inside of there. Both players actually B main and B long. And 7 able to take out Nerfed, and that's going to signal for him. Let's go for this B push. Recon Bolt onto the back of the site, looking to spot out the Cypher. Isn't going to see him quite yet. And Cryocells takes out 2. That's huge. Flight and March with his back turn gets caught with his pants down. Flight and March able to knock out Cryocells there finally, but it was a huge swing in favor of Mystify, who were down a player. SVL going to get the hot hands there out from the CT entrance to the site. Flash from Hookah, gonna cut off his vision momentarily. Spike has been planted, and down goes SVL. So despite the huge swing from Mystify, they may still lose this round. Harmon trying to take out the dart. He is gonna get taken out by Flight and March. That's the 3K there for the Cypher, and it was the round of Cyphers here. And that one goes to for him.
Yeah, they claw their way back in. We're all tied up. Now these guys are battling for match point here. And Mystify looked so good until it starts to fall apart. Iconic had been key to their victories. Unfortunately, he plays too aggressive, and arguably one of the most controversial plays that you can make at the beginning of a round, taking that teleporter. You have to assume somebody's going to be there, right? People have been playing showers this entire game. Nobody's pushed out onto site. You can obviously get those comms outside of hearing footsteps. Nobody was spotted up A short. So for him to make that aggressive push, it costs his team the round because you no longer have that operator. And as I say that, Cryocells trying to take over for his team captain's mistakes, as him and Iconic will both fall. It's a 3v4 in favor of for him, as they look to back on out towards A short as that spike goes down, and now Mystify on the back foot. Iconic, this guy, he has to get some kills for this team to pop off, especially if he's going to have that operator in his hands. He goes down yet again. Cryocells falls, who's been hot in the last few rounds, and things are starting to unravel as Flight and March has been spotted out. So they have information on the Cypher. now on this retake. We'll see if they can get it done. We'll get to see which of these teams is going to go to match point first. It's going to be the flash coming out. It's going to be Flight and March pushing through, finding 2 kills, a 3K to finish the round. And for him, have now pushed Mystify to match point. This could be another overtime, or this could be arguably our first upset on the day.
Yeah, and to Dev Frags, first time I didn't hear a caster say Coney K. If it makes you feel better, I'm pretty sure we said that the first time that we saw him a few weeks ago, but today is not the first time that we've seen Iconic. We learned our lesson way back in earlier weeks, so we know better now. It is Iconic. And in the middle of the table there for Mystify, but having a strong game so far. And for him, was looking like they were in trouble earlier on in this half, but they've certainly brought it back. They are on map point now, and Nabil starting this round off with the frag onto Nerfed over by the B site is a great start here. A little bit of damage onto Blast there, but at least he is still alive. And we will... see the push over towards A for him, getting the early frag on B long, immediately go for the rotation. Let's see what they can do here. No ultimates available for them. And it's a slow rotate back. So they thought about A, but they're going to rotate back towards B for now.
And it's a slow play, like you said. 50 seconds still on the clock, and a man advantage in favor of for him. But as they funnel through Hookah, they have to be wary of that Odin in the hands of Harmon. Should he pull that out? He's going to get spotted out on. It's not an Odin this time around. It's a Vandal. We'll see if he can get the kills. He does run one down, but he's going to be traded almost immediately as Bones tosses out the satchel charges. Gets some damage onto SVL. Everybody does get revealed by that neural theft. Now SVL going to go right back to his rightful place here in Elbow and see if he can find a couple of kills for himself. Iconic taking some damage, but it's not too bad. Cryocells finds a kill on the enemy Cypher. Is it going to be enough as they push out on the side? 7 holding this angle. 7 going to find the kill. The headshot onto Iconic to kick things off as that retake comes on through. Cryocells watching the flank. He knows there is one back here, but is Bones going to peek? They need to find the defuse. Time is not in their favor. On the backside goes 7. He picks up Cryo Cells. Can he find the second? No, it's going to be Bones to push through. It's going to be the one-handed push-ups from Brimstone, and it's going to be for him, the number 15 seed, taking down the number 10 seed, 13-11. But what a game. Outside of going to 5 overtimes like we saw today, that's as competitive as it gets.
Yeah, definitely a very tight one, Mystify, and for him trading back and forth, and for him we'll move on to face off against Mamba Mode Gaming in our second semifinal. Just to update for you guys, Phoenix won. We were a little worried after their match against Dog Team. We were like, wow, this is probably closer than it should be. Are they going to struggle? They didn't. They went into the quarterfinals. They had a 13-4 win over Phantom Troop, which is a very strong team. I mean, they regularly get into semifinals here, so that's a strong contender. But Phoenix won with a statement victory there. They'll move on to play against Elysium. So a couple of great matchups here. Elysium versus Phoenix won for him up against Mamba Mode Gaming, and for him with a strong, tightly contested victory for sure, but a strong win here over Mystify, and now they'll really get a shot to prove themselves against Mamba Mode.
Yeah, and so for something like this, one thing to take into consideration, right? You don't have the losers bracket coming through. If you lose, you're done. That's it. I believe we are jumping on board with Phoenix 1 and Elysium here. For him, they have a tall order of Mamba Mode Gaming in front of them. It's going to be incredibly difficult to get that done, as it seems like an easy round 2 win for Elysium. K-Ro is going to clean that one up. But I'm wondering how this long day has affected for him, right? This long, grueling day, a 13-7, not too bad. A 13-10 against Thames team, that's pretty rough, and it's a nice upset. Then a 13-11 to follow, and now you have Mamba Mode Gaming. So going into that second semifinal, after we get to catch the winner here of Elysium or Phoenix 1, I wonder how for him is feeling as a team, because it has to just be grueling playing, 24, 23 rounds every single match. Now, Elysium, on the other hand, is a team that we expect to do well. We know these guys very well, as they are the returning 2-time champions. And just underscoring on the Rays. He's given us the A-OK. Yeah, so we talked about it before, but he's given us the A-OK to just call him Justin. So you might hear that name change from us.
Yeah, you'll hear Justin or just underscoring at different points of this game. I can guarantee you. But yeah, Justin, definitely a name we're going to keep an eye on, playing the Rays here on Bind. A heavy dosage of Bind. We started off with a lot of Haven, and now it's been heavy Bind. We've seen no Ascent today at all. We've seen no Split either. So it's been only Haven and Bind. We'll see if that continues. As Menace going to take out Pauly there. Good opening frag for Phoenix. 1 JP2 going to step up and knock down Bang with that Bulldog. Let's see how this continues. It's 4-4. A lot of utility towards the back of the site there. Both of those Nano Swarms. As that's going to be Justin pushing to the back of the site, almost at just underscoring. Derek knocks him down. Lear with one as well, but JP2 and Kairos able to trade back, so it's still 2v2. Looking for the spike plant as Kairos picks up the spike, knocks down Derek. Gonna go for the plant, has the backup from JP2. Just the Rays here. In the back of site, looking for the spray through the wall. Almost caught Kairos there, but not able to finish things off. Spike is down. And now Elysium with the advantage.
And it should be a fairly easy closeout here. If you are Phoenix 1, you may want to opt into the save. It looks like Trick going to go for it here. Up in the 1v2. He is going to get stunned out. No, he dodges out on the fault line. He will spot JP2, but he will be taking it down. It's a 3K for the breach. Who is on top of the leaderboards here. Also will dodge out on the spike going boom, so he doesn't have to worry about losing that gun. And like I was saying, I was expecting a save, because that was your first buy round. You're the last member alive. Sure, you can 1v2, but you rotated all the way from A. You don't have a whole lot of time. Trick was in a really, really weird spot. He ended up just sending it, trying to get the 1v2 clutch. At the very least, if he doesn't get the defuse, maybe he hurts the economy. It doesn't feel great, but it's probably to be expected, as Elysium have just been such a strong team. Justin, though, surprisingly enough, has yet to be on the board. And this is one of the players who, he plays the Rays, he plays the Jet, typically the Opper, and he's usually up top as Trick finds one onto Pauly and Get Greedy is able to find one on the opposing Omen. So 1 for 1 across the board, as it was the teleporter play to come through, but Lear actually going to find a kill. That's a huge kill coming out from that teleporter onto Justin. Sure, it's the bottom frag, but it's the numbers advantage for Phoenix 1, and this is an eco round for them.
Yeah, doing a lot of work here, a full eco, essentially. They are all on pistols. I think there was just one Bucky on one of these players. So this is a round that Elysium should be a little pissed about at this point. As you can see, inside of that teleporter still, the Cypher just waiting. Kairos holding here, watching, hoping he goes for the peek. Is going to spot him as the doors open, and JP2 finally able to knock Lear down. It's now the 2-2 here as Kairos going to push into Hookah. They're looking to get onto this B side. They're starting to run short on time, and Menace knocking down Get Greedy is huge for Elysium, but that's going to be the ultimate from Kairos inside of Hookah. They can just bide their time, right? If you push a little too early, you give an opportunity for Phoenix 1 to get a kill and then delete the ultimate. And Derek doing work with the Bucky. JP2 going to take him down. And it's now the 1v1. 14 seconds left. That's going to be the spike planted. It is Phantom versus Sheriff here. You can see Menace inside of Garden pushing onto the site. That's going to be the flash, but Menace able to avoid it. JP2 on the other side of the container biding his time. We've got this beautiful 1v1 setup. JP2 going to take Menace down, and things look shaky for Elysium, but JP2 and Kairos able to clutch it out and grab a 4-0 lead.
Yeah, they're able to reel it back in. And I mean, JP2, this guy has got his carry pants on today here for Bind. 9 kills, 0 deaths there, and 2 assists. Constant 2K, 3K coming through the rounds. And that was so huge because he was sitting on 40 HP. So anywhere on the body from that Sheriff would have been a kill and a defuse from Menace. Unfortunately, Menace not able to get it done there. So a huge play from JP2 to kind of clean things out, and also killing that member inside of the teleporter, who Lear already found a kill from there. So Lear was, you know, getting as much value as he possibly could. Probably going to go ahead and grab that ultimate orb. Now has that Hunter's Fury online. We do also have the Blade Storm available for Menace should he choose to use it. It's a full buy round, so I can't imagine we're going to see that ultimate in this round just yet, as Lear finds yet another kill for himself, this time on Pauly again. And Pauly not having the best game when it comes to his average lifespan, but now that the team captain is dead, he can take a step back and kind of get a look at the situation of the round. And hopefully Elysium can find another for themselves. But it's a man advantage, and it's 3 ultimates for Phoenix 1. And we've seen some damn good Hunter's Furies today, whether it be stopping ults or stopping plants, stopping diffuses, or getting kills. The Sovas today have just been so on point. So I'm excited to keep my eye out for those.
Yeah, and that is one of the key ones, right? Is stopping or stalling
30
those
seconds left.
spike plants. If you time those Hunter's Furies right and know where those plant locations are, you can do a lot of work, as that's going to be Kairos doing the Nano Swarm there into the cubby on site. Hunter's Fury is going to come out. Kairos immediately going for the teleporters. The rest of his team trying to execute onto the A side. It's the 5-4 advantage for Phoenix 1. Low time in this round, but the spike's going to go down right up against that truck, and without the Hunter's Fury, they're not going to be able to stop this plant. Spike is down, and now things get interesting. Spray through the box there from Lear is going to catch Get Greedy. Justin able to knock down Lear, but Derek takes out Justin. Now peeking out from U-Haul is JP2. He takes one, so does Kairos. Bang knocks down JP2. Kairos takes out Bang, but Trick, able to finish it off. That's going to be the defuse for Phoenix 1. And finally, in round number 5, they're going to get on the board. Trick able to pick up that operator. He'll get the defuse, and Elysium's run is stopped.
Yeah, Elysium not going to get that easy 13-0 victory. And that's what happens. So typically you get 4 rounds, 5 rounds, 6 rounds to almost the perfect game. And then somebody mentions the perfect game and it all starts to fall apart. And that's exactly what happened for Elysium. Is now P1 again back on the board. That was their second buy round, and we've seen this before from teams where they lose that first buy round just due to either the momentum or the awkwardness of what sometimes on attack or defense the SMGs can bring against a full arsenal. So they lose round number 3, obviously losing that 4th round, and they're able to bring it back in their next buy round. And we'll see on defense, they now have the operator in the hands of Menace. This guy is an absolute menace and may spot out one, as we do see Get Greedy just hanging out just outside the showers. Now the Raze under fire. The Hunter Fury comes through. Pauly not going to get too much with that, but it's going to be trade kills across the map. Get Greedy did end up falling to Menace. Justin does pick up Trick, so no longer having to worry about the pesky ultimate that is the showstopper from that Raze. That spike goes down, and everybody kind of bundled up here. Pauly, the only real one from Elysium that has some space, and this could be pretty bad if you're not trading kills. There's still a whole lot that can go wrong for this Elysium team here inside the U-Haul.
Yeah, and it was a key. It wasn't enough to knock down Trick's team, but when we did watch Phoenix 1 up against Dog Team, Nature taking down Trick was very commonly a way to win rounds for Dog Team. So we're going to look for Elysium to continue to do the same, as Justin knocking down his opponent. He's going to get a frag there onto Derek. And that's going to be the spike going off. Just Bang left over here, retreating from the site with just 30 health to his name, Elysium. They drop 1, but they get right back on the board here in round number 6 and grow their lead back to 4 once more.
Yeah, and Elysium, they reel it back in. They understand what they did wrong. They make their adjustments. JP2 gets back on the board with a couple of kills, and then the rest of the team to follow. Now, the problem, not the problem, but what had happened in that round, well, there was a handful of ultimates used. They didn't get a whole lot of value. And sure, the round was won, but now Phoenix 1, if Trick doesn't die early, they have a showstopper, can stop a plant, can find some damage. It can get 1 kill, if not more kills in some of these tight corridors, right? That's why Raze is so strong here on Bind, is everything is so tight, whether it be hookah, whether it be gardens, the showers, when you're pushing up towards U-Haul or Cubby here, the angles are so very tight that you're not able, or you get so much value out of the Raze rather. So I'm looking forward to seeing Trick finally getting on the board with that ultimate. It's a free take onto A and a retake from Phoenix 1 as kills are traded across the map, but it's Lear with a classic kill. So it will be a gun in the hands of Phoenix 1. Unfortunately, Trick did die. So you no longer have those huge kills coming through. As Justin going to pick up a couple for himself. An easy cleanup there. It was an eco round, but Trick, man, this guy, he needs to get on the board.
Yeah, I mean, he's now been sitting on this showstopper for so long, has not done anything with it. He's been that first frag for Elysium in the last 2 rounds, 3-6-2 to his name. And hey, granted, the rest of his team not doing that much more, but the problem that I have is Trick comes in every week as such a hyped up player. And I know he's talented, right? I've seen his clips and his performances in a lot of other tournaments, and it's just weird because I feel like every week I come in with these high expectations for him, and I don't quite see the level of play here on Monday nights that I see in others. And, I can't exactly explain why. I don't see that there's, any sort of difference in pressure in the tournament he's playing here as compared to others. So, it's still early on in this game. But we're going to hit some replays right now, but we're hoping to see more from Trick. I have confidence that he can do it, but we'll check in on some of the action we've seen so far. And we've seen some great play with the Sheriffs today. And we saw a lot of it in this previous match between For Him and Mystify here. 7 it was great from the Sobas. Flight in March was a consistent performer for him throughout this game. Good little 3K from him here on that A site. And we're ready to get back to game here in just a moment as we get back into these replays. Yeah, Nerf's just, clicking heads there, the 4K, popping grapes, as you love to say, Tanner.
Yeah, popping grapes. And you said it. The Sheriffs today have really been on point across the board. We found the Sheriff kills coming through, headshots, finding guns. Unfortunately for Nerf in that one, it was just a 4K replay, not a round win, as he opted into picking up a stinger and going down. But I had also seen Flight in March in the chat, and they were super hype after picking up that win on Mystify. And they also have, that other upset, right? So they're the number 15 team. They play a game early against Take Flight, and it's a 13-7. It's 20 rounds. It's can be kind of grueling, but it's a first win, and you're coming in hot, right? Then you play Temps team, you play Dyza, and they beat them 10-13. That was our number 2 team ranked for today's tournament, and the number 15 took them down. So we didn't necessarily catch all of the upsets when I said today was going to be the day of upsets, but there have been some, and it has been for that For Him squad, who if you look at it, they were the 15, they beat the 18. Okay, that's to be expected, sure, just number wise. They're the 15, they beat the 2. They're the 15, they beat the 10. Now they're playing the 6. And if you're going just based off of numbers and based off performances and based off of the way that Mamba Mode Gaming has been playing, For Him, they're looking to have a real good shot. And for this tournament, once you make it into grand finals, you're in the money, right? There isn't a third place match. There isn't a fourth place match. It's first and second place taking the money. And then first place, obviously getting the keyboards on top of it. But For Him, these guys, they're looking to make such an underdog story. So that's a team that I really want to follow. And I hope good things happen because it's a new team. I talk about it all the time. Just take a leap. Anybody in the chat who wants to play, again, you see what can happen. You can see the upsets that come through. Tem has been a name for CSGO, for Valorant, that you beat those guys and you cannot help but feel on top of the world. So take a leap, guys. Just jump in on these tournaments. These are sweet.
Yeah, For Him certainly feeling confident. Thank you, folks, for bearing with us through this pause. We will certainly get back to the action as soon as we can. But for a moment, we are going to have a word from our sponsors.
One shot, now the future is yours. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true sound trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that was so close for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have returned. Yeso and Tanner Metro here. Appreciate you guys bearing with us there through the break as we still wait for the DC over in our matchup between Elysium and
Phoenix One.
bear with me, Elysium and Phoenix One here. We have returned and we're getting ready to get back into the action of our semifinals. It's been a fun day so far. I'm curious to see, obviously, when we get to grands, we have a shot if we go to 3 games to get a split, to get an ascent. But I'm really curious as to why we have just not seen almost any or none of those maps, at least on stream so far, as it's just been even in bind. But we are back to bind with Phoenix One and Elysium. It's the 7-1 lead for Elysium when we're back into the action.
Yep, we are right back into it again. Elysium on top if you're just joining. We did have a short pause for a disconnect, but things have since been figured out. And Elysium, after that breather, still coming in hot, right? A lot of the times, if you're riding the momentum, you have that freeze the kicker kind of moment in that pause. But they come back, they still have a man advantage. That spike has been planted, and it should be a fairly easy defense here. As K-Rose finds one. The ultimate comes through from JP2. He's going to find Menace and pick up a kill. But Derek, he's putting the team on his back. He's trying to get it done, but Get Greedy is there, punishing that push through U-Haul. And, I mean, just jumping back into that one, that we see that it's a 4v3 for Elysium over Phoenix One. And Trick is dead again. This guy, I don't know if he's ulted. I don't think he's ulted this entire game. He's been sitting on that show stomper since the very beginning. I want to say 4 or 5 rounds in. He just cannot get it off. And a name in both Trick and Menace there down at the bottom. 2 huge names for Phoenix One's roster. These guys need to start to pick it up if they want to claw their way back in, or it's just going to be, you know, an Elysium looking like 11-1/2 and maybe a 13-1 game.
And one of the craziest things, too, is if you go back 3 weeks ago to Elysium's first finals appearance, the week before we started the Razer Tournament Series, this was our finals matchup. This was the best of 3, and Elysium lost to Phoenix One. And it seems like now Elysium severely turning the tables here. So that's going to be Justin with a frag on a bang. K-Rose taking out Trick. Once again, the showstopper still available for Trick, who has to be frustrated at this point. Paulie going to get one himself. This is going to be another round for Elysium, but they played a best of 3 against Phoenix One and lost. And now Elysium on this map here in the semifinals is just dominating Phoenix One. They are just playing with this team, and it really spells, you know, scary things for Phoenix One here, and maybe even whoever has to meet Elysium in the finals. Is Elysium has gotten better and better as the weeks have gone on. Justin going to finish up 3K by knocking down Derek there. And man, Elysium, no mercy for Phoenix One right now. They're staring down the barrel of a possible 11-1 deficit going into the second half.
Yeah, and Elysium, these have been the guys, like you said. So they lose the Phoenix One, and then they start to battle back. They start to rally in these upcoming tournaments. And they're beating Mamba Mode Gaming. They're beating these huge names. They're winning out these tournaments against the same teams that have been showing up over and over and over again. And really, the only thing that's changed is, sure, some of the seeding has changed, but the only thing that changes is how the bracket plays out. But it doesn't matter who you put in front of these guys. They just find a way to get it done, especially for the last 2 weeks. And we were talking a little bit before the broadcast, but this Elysium squad, they are constantly... I don't think I've seen Paulie log out of Valorant since the last time we saw these guys last week. He is constantly online playing death matches. The determination to get somewhere. It all starts here, right? Joining these tournaments as we see Phoenix One finally bringing it back, and it's Menace, one of the larger names for this team, trying to get it done, going toe-to-toe with Paulie. Has the blade number. Paulie still sitting on full HP, takes him down. It's a thrifty victory as the defuse comes through. But the economy going to take a bit of a hit as Paulie, you give this guy more time, and he might have won the round.
Oh, man. Sadly, the showstopper finally used by Trick gets nothing. Menace doing work, though, with the Blade Storm, as you mentioned. But Paulie, you know, in a round that Phoenix has got to be like, all right, like, we're finally back on the board. We're going to pick up some guns here. And then he gets 3K at the end of the round. That one's going to sting pretty bad. Phoenix One still, hey, you got your second round. You're hoping to make it 9-3 here, but still Elysium with plenty of cash, and they're not going to let you get that third round easily.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. Like you said, plenty of cash, so you're not worried about running into this one with a lesser arsenal. Now you don't have to worry about the showstopper, though, so maybe playing a little more loose. You have one of your own, Justin. Gonna have that ult available. Pauly also having the Hunter's Fury, so now is the time to go. And as I say that, Pauly's just going to send it. Unfortunately, doesn't look like it finds anything except for the information of, hey, they're not here. There could be anywhere, though, so not a whole lot out of that. Is Get Greedy going to get spotted or heard on the rotate, but everybody from Phoenix 1 has invested so much over towards A. They give up B for free, and it's going to be another 5v5 retake on this B site.
Spike planted.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough test here for Phoenix 1. Showstopper available for Justin. Kairos going to get taken down by Lear. Menace with a good frag there on a JP2 doing work with that op. And Bang going to grab one. Derek, another, and the retake comes through. So Phoenix 1 finally showing some life in this game. It's a little too late to give them a close game at the end of the first half, but they at least are able to grab 3 of the first 12 here. But Elysium still with a comfortable lead heading into the second half.
Yeah, and I think anybody who's played Valorant has played rounds where you're so far ahead that you kind of just start throwing things at the wall, and it starts to fall apart, right? Because you're playing a little silly, you're playing a little loose because you are so far ahead, you feel X amount better than the team that you're playing against. And I think that's kind of what Elysium just fell into. Being a little loose, being a little wacky with the way that they're playing, not playing as tight, and they drop a couple rounds there at the end. It's not the end of the world. Obviously, you can reel that back in, but they get 5 members onto B site, and then nobody is on the same page, and everybody just starts to fall down, and it's a flawless victory. This pistol round is going to be very important, although attacking on this map can be difficult. Phoenix 1, at the end of the day, whether it be 6-6 or not, going into attack for the second round of the half, it is a tall order, as locations will be revealed. Pauly trying to do what he can. He tried to get into the teleporter, but it's Derek to take him down. Get Greedy will fall as well, and Trick gets a kill with the boom bot. Finally getting back on the board is this Raze for Phoenix 1, and now they're starting to give Elysium a run for their money. We're seeing the Phoenix 1 that beat Elysium in the Grands back a few weeks ago, as they only lose 1 member, picking up a 4th round.
Yeah, really interesting start to this half as Phoenix 1 with the quick push onto the B site, able to just decimate Elysium as soon as they get there. Their numbers just melting as the entry gets onto the site. And now with 3 rounds in a row here for Phoenix 1, they're trying to continue to build some momentum. We see a couple of Spectres, a couple of Ghosts, and a Judge. Menace, the one with that Judge on attack. Certainly love that pickup. You can play so aggressively with those shotguns on the Jet. We'll have to see how it plays out here for Menace, who is coming alive later in this game. And that is certainly a boon for Phoenix 1 as the early push appears to be towards A. Smoke's going to come out from the Omen. Push coming down through A short. And they're on to this A site. On top of the truck is Menace. With that Judge, they're going to have to deal with him. Menace going to get 2 there in U-Haul, though. Justin and JP2 taken out. He's looking for another. Bang, going to finally get greedy there. Kairos able to trade down Menace, and Trick knocks down Kairos. It's just Pauly rotating from B site, and this is going to be 4 rounds in a row for Phoenix 1.
Looking pretty good here. Come to the attacking side of things. Pauly's able to get 1, but that is the inevitable Judge to the face, as we saw Menace do just that and in quick fashion, right? That's why we like the shotguns on the Jet. The Jet just wants to get in your face outside of, using that operator. And even then, sometimes we see those Jets push up with that sniper rifle, trying to get early kills or kills right in your face. Menace, he's going to do it all over again. Trick drops him that Judge, and you can look to just find some more kills, especially a map that makes Raze so good, right? With the tight corners for all the utility that you get, just basically all of the explosions and the AoE you get from Raze. That's why Bind is good for Raze. You get that with the shotgun. Those tight corners, they're everywhere on this map. So you just get right in their faces. They're looking to do is Kairos is going to pop that Nano Swarm. The alarm bot will be triggered, but nobody there to make sure the double damage comes through on the vulnerable. As JP2 to kick things off gets his name back on the board. This guy was leading that first half charge in kills, making sure that Elysium stayed on top. Now trying to do just that as they've slowly started to slip away, hanging out up here in heaven. Two have been spotted out in the showers. The spike is up towards U-Haul. It should be a fairly easy plant. Can't necessarily be spotted, but I would imagine somebody peeks as soon as that sound has been made. The spike will start to go down. There's the peek coming out, but it's a Judge long distance onto Justin. K-Ross is able to find a kill across the map into showers, and things are falling apart for Phoenix One. It's 5 members strong for Elysium trying to play retake.
Yeah, Elysium finally trying to bring things back here. They seem pretty dissatisfied with this run Phoenix One has been on as Menace. Sitting inside of U-Haul there, the Owl drone will spot him out, and so Elysium smartly backs away from the area. They've got to look for the defuse here. Menace going to take out Get Greedy, but Polly able to trade that one back, and it's just Lear left here on A short. Justin gonna finish him off. That should be the defuse. That is, and Elysium back on the board once more into double digits.
Yeah, and K-Ross is starting to take things into his own hands as well. This is a player that we've kind of followed as a really strong defender. It can just be, I guess, attributed to the Killjoy, but also plays the Viper. And it's a pick that we saw earlier in the day. I don't think it made it too far. I think it may have lost out in that first round. But if we do go to a split, possibly if we make it to the grand finals, or if Elysium make it to the grand finals, I think we see that Viper come out. That is where he likes to play that agent.
Yes.
And it just keeps things spicy. You know, the one thing that I love about Viper as a whole is you have an idea of when those smokes are going to fall. Yeah, you could probably count them out and time them out for anybody else, but you also have the control to say, hey, I'm dropping my smokes. I'm dropping my my toxic screen, and then allow your team to play around that. I think having the control of the utility is so huge for Viper. And I hope more teams start to pick her up as we've seen K-Ross do just that. As Lyric going to find a first kill on to Get Greedy. This guy has been a huge opening fragger for his team, and Trick gets some utility kills there. A nice pickup with the paint shells will sit K-Ross down. That heavy defender is down, which means no Nano Swarm Molotovs to worry about. It means a man advantage. Make it 2-man advantage here as Lear finds a 3K for himself, and it's all up to Justin on this raise. One more kill will get him the paint shells. 2 more kills will get him the ultimate, but he is going to opt to save this round.
Yeah, and I don't hate the save here. You're still up by 5. And, you know, your economy is nowhere near as strong as it was in the first half, right? Because of the run that Phoenix One was able to go on at the start. Elysium just trying to recover from that. So I think this is the right decision here from Justin. Just hold on to that gun. Play for the next round. You still have a strong lead here at 10-6. But Phoenix One grabbing another here, so they're looking a lot stronger in this second half. 3 of the first 4 rounds, and they're feeling pretty darn good. We'll see if it can continue. Elysium was able to grab round number 15. They're going to need to bring it back here. Can't let Phoenix One go on another run, otherwise your economy will be in shambles.
Yeah, and there's still a whole lot of opportunity for Phoenix One. Trick still a little lackluster down there at the bottom, not able to get a whole bunch done. He did well in that last round, but if he starts to come online, I think that really unravels things for Elysium, right? Because he is usually one of those players who can do so much, and it's Raze on bind. So I'm still keeping my eye out on Trick as they have bought themselves some extra time picking up these wins. You're now 3 rounds away from defeat rather than 1 or 2. And you're not staring down the face of match point. Does B take looking to be the play? The spike still hanging around the teleporter. Is the Jet going to get spotted out? Pauly here with just a classic. It's an eco round for the Elysium squad. We'll see what they can get done with the tight corners, but it's a free B take for now as they hang on to the aggression in elbow. Just make sure nobody pushes through these smokes. Not a whole lot to get done here. I think eventually we just see a surge as actually the Killjoy lockdown is going to come out. Should push everybody off, and this makes this eco round not so much an eco unless you just get pushed and taken down. But no, it's the trade kills to come through. The eco round is paying off. Now guns in the hand of Elysium, and they have a man advantage. Everybody's been pushed off the site. They can look for the defuse. There's the Hunter's Fury as it's a 1-for-1 across the map. Neural Theft available. But Get Greedy going to find the kill onto Lear. What a turnaround from Elysium just when Phoenix won. We're finding some momentum.
Yeah, and it was the huge play from Kairos, right? Laying down the ultimate, it significantly shifts how your opponents are going to play. And Phoenix 1 opts for the aggressive push in the back of the site there. And sadly, it doesn't pay off. They go down, they give guns over to Elysium, they give them the numbers advantage that they're able to push to a round victory there. So credit to Kairos with the well-timed ultimate, the rest of the team for winning those trades, and they grabbed that round. That was one that felt like it should have been in Phoenix 1's favor, but they get the thrifty victory. So impressive play from Elysium.
Get out of my way.
And Elysium showing us why they are the champions, returning 2 weeks in a row. But they're not out of the woodworks just yet. Phoenix 1 have shown signs of life. They have 4 ultimates available, as you hear. Menace is going to pop that Bladestorm, look for a couple of kills. If you're new to Valorant or recent Valorant, as Justin finds a kill onto Menace, nice op shot. And I mean, that's just a fight you do not win if you are that Jet with the Bladestorm. But that right click on the Bladestorm, it has since been nerfed. So the Jet ultimate isn't as powerful as it was before. Having some damage fall off, or having a handful of damage fall off, kind of working now as a shotgun blast as it was intended previously. So that right there is, maybe you get that right click on the operator back in the day, but it's Justin getting the better half of that exchange onto Menace. Now it is the Jet dead. Trick still having some utility for himself. There comes the Omen ultimate, going to try and get some information. They do spot it out and take it down, but they know JP2 inside of U-Haul here as that aftershock goes through to try and stop the push. Flashes will follow, but it's still a man advantage for Elysium. Phoenix 1 have yet to find a kill. Should they find a kill, they do have that neural theft available to get the rest of the information to try and win a round.
Yep, and the spike is planted here once again up against the truck. Pretty much everybody goes for it. The interesting thing is it's changed just a little bit because we used to have the Sages so often, so you would see that push through A short, the wall down, and then the plant in the corner. And it's changed just a little bit there. Justin going to get the kill with his ultimate. Trick does as well. JP2 able to knock down Trick afterward. Elysium still has the numbers advantage, and Bang gonna go down just outside of Showers. Spike will be defused by Elysium, and that is going to be Elysium on map point. A strong semifinals map here from Elysium, and they're set up to go back to the grand finals for the 4th week in a row, trying to bring the three-peat, something we've only seen Mamba Mode Gaming do.
Yeah, Mamba Mode Gaming had been that team, not 3, not 4, but 5 times in a row that esports fedora. And Elysium looking to match it to the best of their ability. And I think what makes this so much stronger of a run for the past few weeks for Elysium is Mamba Mode Gaming were a part of it. There were a few weeks where Mamba Mode Gaming didn't take part in the tournaments. And then so it almost discredits the winners to an extent. You know, yeah, they won. Yeah, they get the money. Sure, if at the end of the day, that's all you care about. But did you beat the best teams to do it? And speaking of best teams, Elysium, ranked #1, coming up huge in what could be the last round of this semifinals, sending Phoenix 1 home. 2 kills to follow as Get Greedy going to play aggressive here in Hookah. Look to push up. That spike will rotate, and they do have that Sova on the flank, just in case anybody does come through towards that B long position. Anybody looking to rotate through the teleporter might be taken down, but this is you're staring down the barrel of defeat, and Get Greedy is going to catch him on the rotate. Derek will fall, and now you have the neural theft. You just can't use it because nobody is dead. Lear takes a bit of damage. Bang is going to fall, and it's all up to Lear in a 1v5. He gets hit by the ultimate, and that is going to do it. Kairos will find the kill, and Lear, he didn't go down without a fight. He ended up finding one on Justin, but Elysium, they let it slip through their hands a little bit. They were fumbling it, but then they started to grab on and pull that sucker in tight and finish out strong.
Yeah, and you know what? It's another strong performance from Elysium. I'm not surprised. I am surprised to an extent how dominant of a victory that was. Obviously, we saw Phoenix 1 pull things back late in the first half, continue some of that momentum into the start of the second. But I would have expected this would have been one of our closer games of the day, right? We've seen overtimes, we've seen 13-11 wins, we've seen things be really tight for the most part. And when you see Phoenix 1 and Elysium, a matchup we've seen in the finals a few weeks ago when Phoenix 1 one was able to take the victory. I'm going into this one saying this one's got to be tight. This one's going to be really, really close. But Elysium, really looked very strong throughout. So a very impressive win from them as we're ready to head over to finish off our other semifinal. And we finally get a look at Ascent here. It is for him up against Mamba Mode Gaming in our other semifinal. It's a 4-4 tie here in the first half.
And it's a close one again for him. These guys, the underdog run through this bracket here to close out the Razer Tournament Series. It's not over just yet. Mamba Mode Gaming still a very strong team, but when you take a look at the game state right now, the HP advantage in favor of for him, and they're also on defense. As Chase finds 1 kill onto the bill, he will heal up, and Zek can find another. So Mamba Mode opening things up nice and early here in round number 9. A free A take after those kills will come through. That's a 3v5 retake for him, and they're splitting up nicely here. You have some options, 2 towards Catwalk, 1 headed up towards Heaven. It does look like they may just be hunted down, as 1 kill had followed. But as a 4v3, so a little more doable. But incredibly difficult with the smokes there. Seven going to try and get some information with that recon bolt. Flash will go out, and Bless going to push onto the site. Do they spot out the one out of Heaven? Yes, they do. Bones takes him down. Bless going to find one as well, but Evil picks up 2, and now it's a 1v2, Sheriff in hand. And Zek is going to make sure that Seven does not get that clutch round, and Mamba Mode Gaming grab the lead.
I thought Bones was almost going to be able to clutch that. He got the first frag on the player in Hell, was able to go invulnerable there momentarily, but the sad thing is the smoke expired just too soon for him to be able to back up out of view there. Ends up getting taken down, and it was close. It was close for him. Almost brought that one back, but Mamba Mode able to close it out. They do take the lead here after 9 rounds. And interestingly enough, it was a 4-0 start for him. They started 4-0, but it's been 5 rounds in a row here for Mamba Mode. Let's see if they can continue that to close out this half.
Yeah, and that is tough because you get a great start, and then Mamba Mode just reel it back in, right? They're starting to get loose. They realize they're staring at the face of what could be another semifinal loss, being sent home early. They reel it back in, they win the next 5. And now if you're for him, things are starting to come unraveled. You're now on the back foot, having to figure out how do we stop them from just running through us like they have for the last 5 rounds. And it looks like the answer might be playing 3 towards this B site. We do see the Cypher right now. He's going to be picking up some of that utility and maybe place that somewhere else. And it's an Odin for the Sova here on this B site. So that Sova should be able to hear the footsteps, maybe spray somebody down, but it's going to be Screwface trying to take the site. The paranoia comes through. He's going to use those smokes as it takes a bit of damage. The kills start to come through, and it's Chase and a Zek going to be on top. 1 kill was traded back. Bones, a huge member of this team when it comes to kills. He played Raze on Bind, and he was able to get it done, but Chase is going to sit him down to make sure he does not have another pop-off performance. And it's Mamba Mode Gaming yet again, just stepping on the throats, trying to get it done here. That spike has been planted on a site, and it's Seven all by his lonesome. He's got the Odin. He's definitely not going for the retake here. Now the play is to just survive and hang on to this gun that is worth 3,200 credits.
Yeah, the problem here for Seven is he's hoping to hold on to this gun, but Mamba Mode Gaming knows he's on this site. Chase was able to close it off. They have completely cleared A, so they know he's over here. They're able to find him and grab that final frag, so that does close out the round, and Mamba Mode move up to a 6-4 lead here. We'll see if they can keep it continuing. An 8-0 run at the end of the first half would be a very impressive start to this semi-final for Mamba Mode Gaming. They're looking to return to the grand finals for the first time in over a month. Very strong team, but they've struggled as of late. Seems like they may have their feet back under them. A Screwface with the aggressive peek on the operator is going to take Seven out. And now Screwface looking for another one here towards the A link. Not going to land that shot inside of the smoke. And for him will escape with their lives for now.
Yeah, and it's like you said, Mamba Mode Gaming, these guys just not letting up. It's aggression, aggression, aggression. This is where these guys really shine, and obviously on attack, you can do just that. I'm interested to see the aggressive plays coming out from defense. I'm also interested to see how they switch things up once Mamba Mode Gaming are on defense, right? Because you do have the Sova. You can place that Sova there on the B site. I'm interested to see who they pair with the Sova. Elysium's really been one of the only teams that we see that are comfortable running that Killjoy to almost hold down B site all by himself, sometimes having some help from Pauly holding down B site on Ascent as a whole, who obviously Elysium is the team that these guys will be joining. The winner of this one as a pretty clean round for Mamba Mode Gaming, and it seems to only be getting better, right? They drop 4, they come back for the next 7, this time only losing 1, and a lot of it was off the back end of Screwface's aggression. Now, what makes the op shots not necessarily, it's not crazy. It's not this new tech that's happening, but the operator recently has been nerfed, right? If you're moving, the speed in which you are slowing down to take a shot, it takes longer to become accurate, and it's quicker to become inaccurate once you start moving again, right? Which is why you see Screwface missing that shot on Catwalk. He's just trying to, he's moving a little too soon, which obviously it takes a little bit of getting used to here. But you put the operator in the hands of your Jet and you just hope for great things. Screwface had some great things in that round to kick things off. And Mamba Mode Gaming, one more round, looking to make it 8-4. And I don't see how they bounce back for him on attack, having just 0 momentum going into the half of it. We got some replays here, and this was Pauly. We said in this one, unfortunately, if you had a bit more time, you probably win this round, because he picks up a kill here. I think he picks up another here just at the end, and you see the low health bars. Unfortunately, the defuse had just come through, so no real answer to that one. And this was another huge play by that Killjoy I was talking about.
Yeah, stepping out here with Pauly doing some work as well on the classic. So Justin able to grab a kill of his own. But yeah, this was unfortunate. I was kind of watching this questioning, Games 1, what are you thinking here? Just hold on to your guns, guys. But in the end, you know what? They win that round, but it wasn't enough to bring it back. And that means that Elysium, obviously, as we see, moves on to the grand finals. They obviously await the winner of the match we are waiting on now. Thank you for bearing with us, folks, as we do have another brief pause here for him and Mamba Mode Gaming. But as soon as that is resolved, we will get back into the action to decide our other finalist. And man, you know what? I gotta say, one, we knew this was going to be a tough test for him, regardless of the strength that Mamba Mode Gaming was being. We're going to have more of that to break down in a moment, but we do have a word from our sponsors here.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. New memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance at the soul goes where the goal is one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
right, folks, we are back. Yeso and Tanner Metro here as we continue our final week of the Razer Tournament Series. We're ready to get right back into game. It's for him up against Mamba Mode Gaming here on Ascent, and we're right back into the action. Don't worry, Dev Frags, the game is not over. We just had a disconnect there briefly, and we returned to a 7-4 lead for Mamba Mode Gaming.
Yeah, it's a battle of the pauses in the semifinals. Both of them giving us the pauses. I feel like right around this scoreline as well for him possibly trying to ice the kicker. It did not work for Phoenix 1 in the last game, but possibly working here as Mamba Mode, if you're just joining us, have won 7 in a row. Bones off to a good start. Is going to get hunted down, though, and taken down as Screwface and Evil able to pick up a couple of kills, which completely opens up this B site. There was one across the map on A, but the last 2 remaining members for him are going to try and play retake here. They are already on this site. That spike has been planted, so they have some time to work with. They have some utility as well. We'll see what they decide to do. Both of them pushing towards this speedway here. The flashes go out. Does catch Screwface for a moment. The Molotov will keep him towards that back of the site. Lots of damage on Evil. He has to be careful. He's going to get taken down, but it's a 1-for-1. And now it's the Jet v Phoenix. No flashes available. Smokes go out. Lower HP on Screwface here, but we'll see. It's not going to be enough. Nabil will be taken down. As a 3K for Screwface. And even after the pause, Mamba Mode Gaming, they lose 4 members, but they stay hot and they keep their win streak alive going into the half 8-4.
Yeah, and I love the play there from Screwface. You have a few options there with those smokes, but I love he throws down all the smokes and then elects to wrap around a different way. Basically uses them as a bait, and Nabil goes for the aggressive push, goes through the smokes, gets caught by Screwface there with the final frag, and that means Mamba Mode moves into the second half with an 8-4 lead. And for a refresher for you folks, as you can see on your screen right now, if you missed at the start, for him took the first 4 rounds of the first half. They started with a 4-0 lead, but Mamba Mode came back with an 8-0 run to close out the first half. So they certainly carry a ton of momentum into the second half, but momentum sometimes doesn't mean anything in terms of switching halves here, because things certainly change a whole lot. We're to see Bless pushing into A-Link right now. Caught by that trap wire briefly. Going to get hit by the Paranoia and needs his team's support here. Zeka is going to get a frag onto 7. Flight and March, meanwhile, gets onto the site and is going to go for the plant. He's got the support of his team, and Blast going to take out Zach G-Man. Knocks down Nabil, and down goes Flight in March. This plant falling apart for him, and that's going to be Mamba Mode picking up the pistol.
Yeah, that's a big round. That's a very big round for him. Needed that one to steal back some of the momentum, to steal back a couple of rounds and keep their life alive for a bit longer. Unfortunately, goes over to Mamba Mode. And I don't think you're really in a position to force if you are for him right now. So I would imagine we just see an eco for the most part coming out, going into the light buy from Mamba Mode Gaming. Should result in a 10th round by MMG. But we've seen crazier things happen on the day. And for him, they're the team for upsets. So if I'm putting my money on anybody to upset somebody here, it's definitely for this For Him squad to get it done against Mamba Mode Gaming. What I will say is really nice is to see Mamba Mode Gaming kind of slowly coming back into form, right? This is their first time, not their first time back into semifinals, but should they win this game, first time back into finals in what feels like a very, very long time. So if they're able to close it out in this fashion, it gives you, you know, some remnants of old Mamba Mode Gaming that were just dominating tournament.
Yep. Trying to see if they are returning to form here, looking to get the opportunity to take a run at Elysium in the grand finals. Is Zek and 7 going to trade back and forth there? Flight and March with that stinger, able to grab one for himself. And that's going to be the spike planted here on the A site. And with just one player left, it is the Sova here. Evil trying to get back over to the site with this Ares. This should be around for him. It would bring the gap back to within 4 in this second half. Looking to push out here. He's in A-Link right now. Going to have to spray through the doors. He's able to take out Nabil. Going to throw a dart into heaven, but he's actually just caught from behind by Flight and March. That is the round done, and for him back on the board.
Yeah, back on the board. Very doable, right? For Evil, you see him top fragging there. Not able to get it done, and it slows the momentum a little bit. And the economy for both teams, we're kind of almost going back to remnants of the pistol round. You do see the Vandal come through, and obviously Bulldogs are not pistols. But it puts Mamba Mode Gaming in a weird spot. And I still don't think this is a free round for him because of the sheriffs that you have, because of the team that you're looking at in Mamba Mode Gaming on defense as well. You're not having to push forward with the sheriff. You're able to hang back and just try and pop some grapes as you do see them pop up. As Flight and March is going to get spotted out again. We saw him in chat earlier. Super hyped to make it this far in this tournament, and obviously incredibly hyped to be one of the first times we're seeing this team and seeing them make it this far in their first tournament. As Flight and March is going to catch G-Man, trying to peek over towards that A side of the spawn. The Bulldog comes out on top over the Sheriff, and now B should be a pretty free take. At 7 on the backside. Mamba Mode Game is starting to fall apart, but that's to be expected in this round. Unfortunately, the shorty is not enough in the hands of Evil, even if he is top fragging to get it done. And Zach maybe just tries to find himself a weapon if he can, or a couple of frags on the way out. For him, still remaining incredibly vigilant on this site, right? Making sure everything is cleared out. No funny business comes through. No free kills come through. So I really like that they're staying on their toes. Anything can happen against this MMG roster.
Yep, for him bringing it back here, and they're not going to let Mamba Mode take this semifinal game easily. They're going to give them all that they have. And they obviously showed to start it off that they can go on runs. So Mamba Mode has to be careful. If you let for him build some momentum, they could certainly start to roll with it and get really scary to deal with. Zek was hoping to find somebody as he pushed in through B main there. Oh, that's unfortunate. Gets caught by the detonation of the spike, so that one stings. He only had a sheriff, but that's still 800 credits you would rather still have.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you don't have to buy it and you can have the sheriff over your classic alongside your primary weapon, that is obviously going to be preferred. If those are the only two choices, I'm not saying that the sheriff is the best pistol. But now going into this one, it's going to be a full buy for Mamba Mode Gaming. It's going to be the Odin in the hands of Evil. We've seen some pretty sick Odin plays as we get to take a look at a further view of this ascent map there, thanks to the observers. Now this A play is going to come through quickly for him. They push up, they get quite a bit of damage down onto Screwface. They force him back, and I don't believe it was an operator for the Jet, so not able to find a kill. Actually, okay, maybe it was based off of that there. And now with that, they say, hey, you know what? This guy, he's pretty good with the operator. We recognize the name Screwface. We've seen this guy play before. He's been on this Mamba Mode roster for quite some time now. Let's not go ahead and peek that. Let's go ahead and go somewhere else, even though we got some damage on him.
Yep, and I don't hate the decision here, though. That's going to be an opening frag for Chase. Catching Bless there in mid, and they may look to push for the flank here. If they peek, they should catch the Cypher walking in towards mid, and they do. G-Man with the timing, able to take down Flight in March as the rest of for him looking to get onto this B site. They may get caught from behind by the Sova, but we'll have to see. He's going to back away for now. Spike should be planted here by for him. Going to be back corner of this site, and the retake in order. Chase with the wall bang, knocks down Bones. Nabil able to get one for himself. 7 as well. Spraying through the wall, knocks down Screwface. But that's another one there for Evil. It's the 3-2-1. 7. Spike getting blinded there by the Paranoia, able to take down another. Make it 3 for 7 as he knocks down Zach. Looking for the 4th, but Chase finishes the 3K, takes 7 down. And that's Mamba Mode Gaming up to double digits here. He's actually not enough time on the defuse. He's going to wait. Okay.
Plenty of time.
He was tripping me out. Yeah, I was gonna say, just for you folks at home, I have to guess the timing on the spike. I can't hear it in my headset here, but he does have enough time. He just picks up the operator there. Good pickup there by Chase, and that's a 10-6 lead. So, pardon my me misspeaking.
And so right now, I'm trying to figure out because there's some commotion in the chat, not commotion, but some questions towards Flight in March, and I was thinking maybe that's like a huge flex, or maybe like I'm a college kid, so I don't have the money, and maybe either March was the most expensive month to fly in, so he's flexing on us. or the least expensive month to fly in. I'm trying to figure out just
You're really reaching here, Tim.
yeah, I'm trying to figure out what is behind this name because it's driving me crazy now. And hopefully he hops back in chat one of these days and lets us know because I think we just have to know where that one derived from. And I like hearing those stories as well as a nice shot there. Seven can barely see Chase and he still picks up the headshot. But across the map here, it's a kill for Screwface with the operator, who has since retreated, now going back to play towards mid. The kill's going to be traded back and forth across Ascent, but for him down to their last remaining member, and it is Flight in March, the man in question here, as to what that name does mean to us. And hopefully for this For Him roster, it means a clutch, as they are looking at a 10-6 deficit, and you don't want to let this one keep growing. The spike is down, though, unfortunately, so it looks like he's going to opt into saving, maybe find some exit frags as these people start to hunt him down.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is Mamba Mode, actually, I don't believe they are sure that they have control of the spike here. But the
30
assumption
seconds
from
left.
Flight in March is like, hey, they got that frag in B main. They should be sitting on the spike, so he isn't even going to elect to go anywhere near it. He's just going to do a little shake, a little dance for us on stream, and let the last 15 seconds of this round wind down. If Mamba Mode goes on the hunt, maybe he can get a
10
frag here,
seconds
but I
left.
imagine Flight in March is just going to bide his time, hold on to this
No more
Phantom and
charges
play for the
left.
next round. It's we hear Mamba Mode, or we see Mamba Mode take the 11-6 lead.
And there's really not much you can do there. Now, going into this next round, depending on the economy for him, actually, he hurts the economy a little bit there. And as you take a look, it's not great. At the very least, Flight in March will now be able to drop a gun and then maybe buy something a little bit lighter if he does want to have that heavy armor as well. So he could put something in the hands of Seven, pick up some armor for himself, and try and turn things around in this next one. But you have to pull the trigger. If you're for him, you have to start to pull the trigger. It's one of those things where it's now or never, right? You're not staring in the face of defeat, but match point doesn't make it easier, and you probably don't want to go into overtime with a team like Mamba Mode Gaming, right? Just a scary team to be facing in general as a whole. So they have to start to pull the trigger. They are going to push out onto this B site, nice and easy, but as I say nice and easy, 2 kills come through. Mamba Mode Gaming, they just keep taking control of everything, as Zek and Evil are going to find some kills. And again, it's all up to Flight in March. He's going to get spotted out by the drone. Location revealed, the wallbang to come through. Not going to land, but the knife will get it done. Now match point for Mamba Mode Gaming as Screwface closes things out.
Match point.
Yeah, that is a big round there for Mamba Mode, and now for him, they weren't in trouble earlier. They're certainly in big trouble now as we continue to get these nice little scenic views of Ascent. Beautiful little table set up here in this, I don't know, restaurant, whatever. Looks cute. Looks good. Chat apparently is saying it's Flight Reacts. They don't know about Flight. If you're speaking about the Raze player, I do know sort of Flight. Problem is I don't watch streamers. People will always be like, "Oh, you don't know about this guy?" I don't watch streamers. I've never enjoyed watching streamers. So, but I do know of Flight. I would love to see him playing Raze if this is the same Flight, because his Raze is disgusting. But that's a kill for Flight in March. It's 3-3 here in this round, and Spike is going to go down as Seven going to close the doors here on this A site, and now the retake on its way from Mamba Mode. That's going to be the Empress activated.
Cage triggered. They found my wire.
Yeah, this is the best it's been right now for him in the 3v3. But like you said, Empress activated as the Leers go through. They are going to get taken down. Flight going to pick those up. Evil going to find the kill. The wall bang on top of it all. And the 3v3 quickly becomes a 3v0 as Mamba Mode Gaming close things out here. 13-6. But what a run by for him in the series or in the tournament throughout the day, making it all the way to semis.
Yeah, definitely a strong run for them. Sadly, it ends at the hands of Mamba Mode Gaming here, but to many, that isn't much of a surprise. This is a very strong team, and they've looked to be playing some of the best Valorant we've seen from them since their title run ended. So, congratulations to For Him on a strong run, but sadly their day ends here. And now we get quite the matchup. We've got Elysium up against Mamba Mode Gaming in a best of 3 grand final. That promises to be a very fun matchup.
Yeah, and one that I'm sure Mamba Mode Gaming are hungry for. Last time these guys met was semifinals last week. Elysium sent them home packing, and they ended up taking home the larger half of the share of $1,000. Mamba Mode Gaming now, they get their chance at redemption, and they get it in best of 3 fashion, which is the best way, right? You have, if you go down in a map, you have that small window of being able to come back in reverse sweep. And I'm super excited to see this semi or this grand finals because I'm sure we said it last week. Elysium versus Mamba Mode Gaming easily could be a grand finals matchup any day of the week, and we're actually getting to witness here to close out the Razer Tournament Series.
Yeah, promises to be a fun one. We're certainly looking forward to it. We hope you guys are as well. Stick with us. We're going to head to a quick break, but when we return, we've got Elysium up against Mamba Mode Gaming. It's the best of 3 grand finals when we return.
One shot, not a future for sure. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, not a future for sure. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. New memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance to have a soul. Close with the goal. It's one shot, not a future for sure. Let's go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have returned Yeso and Tanner Metro getting ready for our grand finals of the last week of the Razer Tournament Series. It's been a banger so far. In the first 2 weeks were taken by Elysium, and they have the opportunity for the three-peat here, but the team standing in their way are former 5-time champions. Mamba Mode Gaming promises to be a good one. We're starting with Split, our first game on Split of the day, and we're going to see the Viper coming out from Kairos. No surprises there. This should be a banger.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is it's actually a Viper on both sides, which is cool to see because Mamba Mode Gaming, since they dropped We Did fell off the face of the earth, whatever had happened with that, they didn't really have a Viper player. So now they opt into having one, and you love to see it, especially on Split, right? We see time and time again that Viper just being able to hold down a site all by herself or himself being the player. And so I'm interested to see how both of these guys pilot this agent. And this is a rematch from last week's semifinals, which again, like we said before the break, could easily have been a finals game. These two teams are so strong, arguably the best teams that we have here to offer in this tournament, and we're getting to see it today. Mamba Mode Gaming coming off some changes. And I think what we're seeing is if this is that first round or the first few minutes of really anything that's going to be close, whether it be sports, whether it be fighting, obviously here in esports too, it's just everybody trying to feel each other out. Nobody wants to go down early in this one, as both of these teams can get a lead and hang on to it. Zek going to be the first one to find a kill. G-Man is going to be the one piloting this Viper here. Will find a kill for himself. A greedy toss out the paranoia, will grab himself a ghost. Needs to try and find a way out. Justin's going to fall, and it's all falling apart for Elysium. Early in this one, Mamba Mode Gaming are trying to strike back and avenge their loss from a week ago.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, and they will at least get the early lead, though Kairos going to steal one frag back there onto Screwface. Zach able to trade that one back and take him down, but now it's the 1v4 for Get Greedy. He's going to throw out a smoke towards B, maybe see if he can draw a rotation that way. And it's actually worked. He's going to get the 1v1 here on the B or on the A site, excuse me, but he doesn't expect Chase to be there. He's going to get taken down, and that is the pistol to Mamba Mode.
Yeah, and as I said, nobody wants to fall in that first round. I want to see if Elysium opt into a save here. They didn't really get anything. So if they were to force, it would be arguably the worst force in the history of Valorant. It would probably be Sheriffs and Heavy Armor in round number 2 because they got one kill. It was Kairos. You see him ahead. That was a really handed round from Mamba Mode Gaming, just beating Elysium handedly there. And now you have a problem of running into Spectres, one Ghost, and a Bucky, which is probably going to get the most value here in this round. So we'll have to see how that Bucky pays off. Is Zek going to find the first kill onto JP2? And the last time we saw Elysium, JP2 was spear tipping this team here, pushing them ahead. As Zek finds another through the smoke, make it a third. And I mean, a little to be expected. Spectres to classics, not necessarily in anybody's favor, unless Elysium have the Killjoy ultimate. Then they can turn it around. Unfortunately, in this game, they don't have a Killjoy, they don't have an ultimate, and they are going to find themselves falling down one by one. It's a flawless round to come through. The Bucky didn't get as much value as I thought it would, but it does allow that Viper G-Man to buy something a little bit better. Has a little more credits than if you were to buy that Spectre, so he'll probably have a Phantom or a Vandal. Can't get an Operator. Even if there was pre-nerf Operator, would not be able to pick that one up. And Screwface now no longer on the Jet, but on the Raze. Bind is a good map for Raze. Split obviously still has those tight corners that you can get a lot of value with the explosives. I wonder who they're going to opt into putting the Operator on. If it's still going to be Screwface wielding the Operator, or if it's going to be somebody else, because Raze isn't necessarily the same as the Jet. And as I say that, some Raze v Raze action and Mamba Mode Gaming. First buy round coming through from both teams, and Elysium just not expecting it. They're just falling one by one.
Yeah, Mamba Mode looking really strong, making an early statement in this grand finals. They get the 2 early kills in round number 3, and that means big trouble for Elysium. They should get the plant down on the A site because Mamba Mode with kind of a soft hold there in heaven. But these 2 Elysium players are going to be trapped on the site, right? There's no easy way to kind of change your position here, so you're really going to be stuck kind of on the site proper. Meanwhile, Get Greedy in the smoke is going to catch one. May look for another. He's got to check to his right. He is going to spot him out. Get Greedy, the unreal spray there. All of a sudden, he goes from 1K to 4. They get the ace. Unbelievable.
Everybody from Mamba Mode Gaming just lined up and Get Greedy just teed off. What a round. And that is a way, if you're going to turn it around, how about an ace, a four-man spray down followed by a follow-up kill?
Can I ask for a replay of that, please?
Wow.
I didn't even realize the shot until I saw the kill feed. They all lined up perfectly. I'm going to need some Fs in chat there for Mamba Mode in that third round. What a pickup there from Get Greedy. If we can get a replay from that, folks, we'll get it for you. Yeah, production doing great work back there. So we'll get another look at that one. But unreal there from Elysium, and they pull back within one.
Yeah, that is a nice statement to have. Unfortunately, falling early in this one. I believe this is also the map pick from Elysium being the higher seed. So to fall behind here feels kind of bad as JP2 looking to even the odds here. Now 4v4 across the map. Flash going to go out here from the breach. Yeah, Greedy is going to peek this guy, trying to remain hot here. Paranoia. Going to take a bit of damage on the way out as JP2, but he's okay for now. Tosses out the Aftershock, trying to clear out Heaven.
All right, now sitting inside of the smoke here, Get Greedy, looking just for a bit of the blind spray, trying to catch somebody. They've got an even up in numbers right now, 4-4. Get Greedy going to hold inside the mailroom for the moment as Elysium kind of stuck in mid. They haven't been able to push through and get access to either of these sites as of yet, and now they're getting flanked. Paulie going to take out one. JP2 able to catch Screwface, who is looking for that flank, and that's going to mean the Sova is going to get control over towards A. It's going to be a late rotation here. He's looking to catch the rotation. This is smart play from Paulie. He knows with that kill that Mamba Mode is going to look to get over to this side. He's looking to catch them on their way, but Zek, they sneak through the smoke and they catch JP2 and Get Greedy in Heaven. But Paulie's got the flank here once more. That's going to be the Nanostorm going down. It's actually the alarm bot catching Paulie. That they have to run him down. There's not enough time. He's going to escape. Unbelievable. Zek gets out of there and Mamba Mode steal around.
That it feels so bad there for Elysium, and they had the play. Paulie had the angle, but he was smoked off. Had those two members not died in Heaven, I think that's an Elysium round to win. But Mamba Mode, they do what they do best, and they figure out a way to get it done. Zek has been so huge early in this game. As I'm thinking that rabbit there with the Vandal in hand, maybe Phantom. It looks like a mix between, but that's how Get Greedy must have been feeling for that four-man spray down. That was insane. And now we're seeing an incredibly light buy from Elysium. Stingers in hand. I would imagine the rest of the team having something small as they try and steal a round back after losing what was an absolute steal from Mamba Mode Gaming. That feels so bad. Zek, man, that is just the come and get me type play style there.
Yeah, and I didn't like how slow that Mamba Mode played once they finally got access to a site. They stalled their rotation to A, and it cost them. Here in this round, looking to get something a bit better, but they're losing here early. This push towards A is getting them nothing. It's the 3K for Chase. Now it's just the Viper left. Kairos is going to drop down from Heaven. Evil going to sneak around the other side, looking for the spray here. Is going to take Kairos down, and that's going to be a 4-1 lead as we're going to hit the replay of this ace from Get Greedy a couple rounds ago. He gets the first one in the smoke, and he goes for the wide peak here. And he actually goes for the first shot long, so that wasn't even accidental. He went for the 3K. It was just the fourth. Essentially the lineup there behind the Raze, and then finishes it off. But yeah, as you can see, he actually goes for the long-range play first, then turns on the Raze right here. 1, then 2, 3, and 4. Unbelievable there from Get Greedy.
Yeah, that was just super sick. The wallbang kill as well through the Raze body onto Chase, and feeling good after that one, but unfortunately now having since fallen behind, right? That's a pretty Herculean effort for Elysium to get a win. It's an ace from one member getting a 4-man spray down. So it definitely feels like a tall order as Paulie and Get Greedy, They're going to make me eat my words. They find a couple of kills. These are going to be around the map that they're coming through here. So things have completely opened up, but we have seen Elysium let these slip away. Pauly's going to hang out on the flank yet again, maybe try and catch somebody rotating this time through sewers, as he does hear the footsteps headed towards that A site. He's going to have that huge wraparound flank as that spike gets planted. One kill has already come through. A couple of kills going to be traded back. It's still a man advantage for Elysium, but Mamba Mode Gaming have proven that the man advantage does not matter time and time again.
Yeah, they've certainly been able to turn it on its head a few times, and we'll see if they can do it here once again. Evil coming from CT. Going to wait for Zek to go for the push. They want to do this together, and if they can set up the crossfire the right way, should have a good opportunity. Just underscoring, not going to get anything with the showstopper. Evil peeks out with the Phantom and takes down Justin there. JP2 knocks down Evil. Now it's just Zek. He's on the site, fakes the defuse. There's the peek from heaven. Pauly finishes him off, and Elysium grabbed their second round of this first map.
Yeah, and that's a big round for Pauly. He's been able to pick up a couple of kills. It was the last round when he had the flank. He was able to play smart. He didn't shoot at Zek right away. He ended up taking down Evil on that Killjoy, which ultimately maybe lost him the round now that you think about it, because he didn't kill Zek first. He waited to have eyes on both members. But then to clutch that there, like the kill just previous to that one, and then to clutch the kill at the end while Zek was peeking up into heaven is just huge from your team captain. And I think he needs a pretty Herculean, I'm going to say it again, it's the last time I say that word, I promise, effort in this game just to have that presence as the team captain, right? If your team captain is popping off, it feels so much better than being behind and having to try and keep your team moving forward in a downed position now as Get Greedy peeks up. He's going to have that right click here with the Vandal. Not going to find the spray down, takes a bit of damage for himself, and will toss out a smoke. I don't know if they've spotted the one out in mailroom, so they need to be careful as they push up, but it's a shock dart to go through. They are privy to the member playing in mailroom. Damage comes through, and it's going to be Zek taking down Get Greedy. Zek going to find a second one. He is having a phenomenal performance here on Split.
Yeah, Elysium on their map pick, not looking as strong as kind of what we usually expect from them here. They typically look great on Split, and granted, they are on attack. This is a defensive-sided map. But this early start, not promising for them trying to grab this first map win. So we'll have to see if they can switch things up. But right now, down 3-5 in numbers as they put to be heaven. And I'm curious, they've put so much effort towards this side of the map. And they've drawn an extra player over here as Chase going to take out Pauly. Kairos with the blind spam. Able to take down Zek, looking for a second one, but unfortunate timing there. I think he was going... I think that was for the ultimate, maybe, and he's going to go down. Screwface with the final kill on to Justin, and that is a 5-2 lead for Mamba Mode.
Yeah, and it did look like the ultimate there. Fortunately, it didn't eat that ult charge, right? It didn't take the Viper's Pit away from Kairos, and it's weird because you just got buffed, right? Hey, Viper, you just got buffed. What are you doing? Not running double movement speed and not having that re-equip speed. What's going on, Kairos? It feels bad for sure, but I mean, you got to give me the statistics again. What is it? Was it 51% on defense on this map? One of these maps was 51%, I promise. And
I can pull it up for you really fast. If you take this round, I'll pull it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Just so we can get those numbers to see how detrimental this actually is for Elysium. As Pauly goes for the spray down, Chase is going to find a headshot on that. And Chase has been playing so very aggressive, pushing through mid there time and time again. Now, Justin going to do what he can, but he blasts right into a flash. And a little worried there is the Killjoy getting out of dodge as JP2 finds a kill onto the aggressive Chase. There's the Viper's Pit coming down, but there is the Killjoy ult on top. So this Viper's Pit might not get a whole lot of value should Kairos be forced away here. Get Greedy is on the flank, pushing up towards mid, will be spotted. Screwface gonna find a kill. That's a huge one with the ultimate, but there's that flank coming through. Nobody detained, so no real information. Nobody gonna be stopped, but the Nano Swarm is there. G-Man just gonna stick the defuse. They have to try and push, but the kills come through. Evil finds a Molly kill and a Vandal kill to clean things up, and it's 6-2 in favor of Mamba Mode Gaming, and they're not letting up just yet.
So here's some of the stats for you. I just have these based on specific ranks, but a majority of them hover 53% and higher on split in favor of defense. So that's 53% of rounds are won by the defensive team on split. As you go up to Radiant, even at Radiant rank, obviously it's a smaller sample size in terms of games, but it jumps even higher on split for Radiant. 55.2% win percentage for the defensive team in rounds. So this is certainly a very defensive sided map.
Yeah, so Elysium not in the worst spot, as I say that. K-Ro's in a pretty bad spot, about to eat the full brunt of the paint shells there. Screwface finds the kill, and so down 6-2. Obviously, you want to pick up as many as you can. Maybe hoping for a 6-6, a 7-5. This is obviously a tough round to bounce back from. Those shock darts not getting any value. Although Screwface did take quite a bit of damage himself. So if you can knock down that Raze, then you're looking at a 4v4. Unfortunately, that Empress has been popped. The Viper's Pit is available. And then also you have to worry about that Omen should he choose to use that ultimate on the flank here. B is going to be the play. It's a B split. 2 in heaven, 2 in garage. But Zek gonna spray 2 down in heaven on the stairs there. And this guy, he is a predator when it comes to this mailroom, finding double kill after double kill over and over. And Elysium have just been his prey the entire game. And it's looking closer to, if you're a very hopeful Elysium fan, you're going to have to hope for a 7-5 half, because you got 30 seconds left. The spike's all the way back in base, and they're just going to, or all the way back in spawn, rather. They're just going to opt in to save.
Yeah, and I mean, a 7-5 offensive side on this map is respectable, right? That's honestly one you're probably fairly happy with. But the problem is Elysium, with only 2 rounds through the first 9, does not, build a whole lot of confidence. It's been very dominant play so far from Mamba Mode, and largely through denying access to sites in the first place, right? We've seen a couple of plants from Elysium, but for the most part, they aren't even getting onto the site in the first place. They aren't even forcing Mamba Mode to play for the retake. And it's been this strategy from Mamba Mode where they're largely happy to kind of concede a mid control, but control heaven of both sites. And just has plagued Elysium through the first 9 rounds of this match.
Yeah, and it just seems like anytime they leave somebody lurking, the lurker just can't get enough, right? We just saw it in the last round where K-Rose, he's just hanging out in the cubby towards a long, just outside of the ramps there, and there's nothing he could do. He gets run down, paint shelled, and taken down. Sure, he did some damage on the trade, but just not what you're hoping for that lurker. Now, playing a little more defensive, a little more back towards spawn. We'll hear if anybody drops down or goes into those sewers as 4 members are pushing up mid, and they have to be careful of Zek. Chase is here as well. He is going to fall back for now, sitting up on this catwalk. But I mean, it's almost right the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and hoping for a different result. And sometimes that can happen, especially in games like this. It only takes 1 left click to turn the tides of a fight, but Zek has just been so hot. I think you just give him benefit of the doubt at this point and stop coming up through mailroom and try to figure it out another way.
Yeah, they're thinking about it right now. They were at least considering pushing into B heaven there, but they aren't going to do it right now. They're considering the rotation over to A, and Zek, seemingly kind of smelling this out, has already rotated over to A heaven. Screwface going to drop the boombot down ramp here. But that isn't really going to spot anybody, and Elysium has changed gears once again, and they're thinking about pushing over towards B. But that's Evil with the opening frag there onto Justin. Justin has been a non-factor for the majority of this first map so far. Pauly able to catch out Zek, so that's a big frag for them. Now Chase looking to push out of this smoke onto the B side. Is going to get greedy there with the plant, and is actually going to deny it. Now they have to go for it once more. Pauly going to take him down. Pauly goes down. JP2 gets the frag there, and the plant won't even come through. G-Man with the final pickup in Mamba Mode, up 8-2.
Yeah, it just feels, again, your 2 wins. Where did they come off of, right? One of them was Get Greedy, picking up 5 kills. Okay, we're 11 rounds now into this game, and Get Greedy's only gotten 3 kills since that ace. So, I mean, you see where where it's lacking for Elysium, and they have to have such large efforts. Everybody has to be on for them to be able to pick up just a round against Mamba Mode Gaming here on Split. And it's looking more and more like a daunting 10-2 half for the returning champions. And again, Mamba Mode Gaming have to be feeling great about this start because it's the rematch that they didn't get a chance after losing in semis last week because it's only a best of one. Now the strategy is switched up. It was play through mid. Now they're going to give Zek the benefit of the doubt. Pauly will just hang out towards mid. Again, Chase and Zek are able to play a little aggressive, constantly switching that up, right? Whether it be pushing through down towards mid or just hanging out back inside of heaven. These guys have constantly been switching up their strategy. Is Justin going to find the kill into G-Man? And that's a big one. The Viper's Pit is down. A has been completely open, and finally Elysium find an opening.
Yeah, they're going to try and get something going here, but Zek able to knock down Get Greedy, and the numbers advantage back in favor of Mamba Mode. Screwface taking some damage there. Ooh, Pauly able to take down 2, and K-Ros another Elysium, maybe finally coming alive late in this first half. Zek still alive here. There's the peak from Justin, and that's going to be the Omen going down, and Elysium with their 3rd round. And I have to ask you, Tanner, going into this match, obviously we have the benefit of hindsight now seeing 11 rounds, but going into this final before we had seen anything, would you have predicted Mamba Mode or Elysium? I'm curious what you would have been thinking.
It's hard not to predict Elysium in this just based off of I guess it could be recency bias because Elysium have been so strong and Mamba Mode have just fallen flat time and time again. And Elysium just beat these guys. So, if, not much has changed. I think G-Man is on the roster. I don't think G-Man is on the roster for Mamba Mode Gaming last week. But with just that one change and not having seen it going into the day, I would think Elysium takes this one easy. But Mamba Mode Gaming are making me eat my words here on the desk. And they're coming back into form, right? We're starting to see that Mamba Mode Gaming who does not allow Elysium to get to finals. The Mamba Mode Gaming who wins 5 finals in a row. This is the Mamba Mode Gaming that we're getting to see right here as they look to close out the half. Pauly, though, going to find an early kill onto Screwface, and that's a huge kill to have. The top fragger typically now down. You don't have to worry about the explosives. You don't have to worry about the satchels, the boom bots, the ultimates, nothing like that. But you still have to worry about Zek, and you have to worry about checking your corners because Chase was on your rear.
Yeah, Chase takes a little bit of damage from the shock dart, but holds his water, pushes through the smoke, and able to get that frag. Zek grabs 2, but just unable to trade him back. Chase pushing out here once more, able to catch JP2 with 22 health, and he actually doesn't elect for the heal. He goes for the invulnerability and has to back away, but he's now activated the Empress here. I don't know if that was worth it in the 2v1. But we'll see how it shakes out as he's waiting for his partner here to push onto this A site and try and catch Justin. We'll see if they can do it. Alarm bot thrown down here, so that will let them know if a flank comes through. And there it was. It was a perfect placement of the alarm bot, and it just slows down everything Justin was trying to do. He peeks on a Chase. He's just trying to buy time. It's going to be the clutch. Unbelievable. Justin takes him down.
Yeah, and that is the momentum you need. Elysium going into the half there. Justin with a huge, that wide swing that did not allow Evil to even see an inch, not being able to pick up that kill. He was on low health as well. That is a huge heads up play from Justin there to make sure that they go into this half the best they can, down 8-3 here. So 8-4, Elysium on defense. But again, these guys aren't out of the woodworks. What interests me the most is Justin. He picks up a couple of kills there at the end. He clutches the round. He's also got a frenzy, and the frenzy to me it just does not feel incredible. So I'm hoping he can just continue to ride that high and maybe get a spray down for himself. But it's a 5-man stack towards A, and Mamba Mode Gaming, even after losing a couple of rounds, they're not done yet, right? They're still this strong squad. They're still incredibly difficult to take down, especially when they've got the lead. And we are going to see them pushing up towards A as a 5-man stack here. Nobody on the flank. Paranoia going to go through. Smokes are coming down, and it's going to be a tough one. Everybody is blinded, though. The kills are going to be traded back and forth. There comes the Batman from Pauly, but he's only able to get 1. It's now a 3v3 as JP2 tries to hold down the site, but there's the frenzy coming through, finding the spike carrier. JP2 will find a second, and in the blink of an eye, it's all up to Screwface. He gets spotted out on the flank. It's K-Ros getting himself on the board, and Elysium might net themselves a couple of round wins.
Yeah, that was quite the aggressive push there from Pauly. Just a little bit too late because the paranoia had basically worn off as he jumps down. But he was able to get one frag. His team backed him up there. I love that paranoia. Honestly, if you sit in hell on A site and you hear that 5-man push down A main, that paranoia is so easy to set up, and you can get so many kills off of it. And it was a great start to the round for Elysium. They close it out clean, and they've taken the pistol of this second half, trying to close the gap here. 8-4. Not a terrible end to the first half that looked really, really difficult for them early on, but they bring the deficit to 4. Now back down to 3, and we'll see what they can do here as this is Chase and the rest of his team pushing into heaven. And G-Man with that Sheriff catches Justin slipping. Pauly gonna get G-Man himself, so it's now the 4v4.
Yeah, that was a huge kill. Justin is playing an awkward angle just on the edge of catwalk there. Now K-Rose able to get 2 back, and it's making G-Man's kill look a little less impressive, but that really could have opened things up for Mamba Mode Gaming. This series is just, this is game number 1, and it is bringing us this much joy. K-Rose with a 3K. He's got himself a one-way smoke, and it's only a classic for Evil, but wow. Whether it's the winning team or the losing team, both of these guys just showing up absolutely huge. There's the 4K for K-Rose. They hand that one on over. He's going to join Pauly up top, which is not where we see Pauly a lot of the time. So I don't know if this is Pauly's having a huge performance or the rest of the team underperforming, because Pauly will typically sit middle of the pack, if not at the bottom of the scoreboard, because he is, again, he's the initiator. He's getting the information. He's owl droning for his team to peak. He's also the team captain, so he's trying to open up so much for his team in just his brain alone. But man, what a series we've got here. This one is so exciting for me to watch as a spectator, for me to cast, and it's only game number 1, so it only gets better.
Yeah, Pauly is, in my opinion, is kind of the definition of quality over quantity in terms of his kills. He goes for some of those very cheeky flanks. His lurking is very good, and he gets a lot of those early picks to kind of set up early plays for Elysium, but you're rarely seeing him get like the consistent 3Ks. You're not going to expect him to get an ace, but he gets some of those very key, very clutch frags for his team. So yeah, it is certainly surprising to see him at the top of the table, but we know he definitely has the skill. It's just he's really kind of put in those sorts of positions here. But Elysium with the numbers advantage 4-2 now, as Evil, separated from his teammate, is going to get caught here by this 2-man push. Get Grady going to pick up that frag, and now it is just G-Man left alive here with the spike, and we'll see. He's going to run to mid. I think he probably wants to hold on to this Vandal, but we'll see what he chooses.
Yeah, and this was, I think, still a full buy, but maybe not the most economy as or utility rather, as G-Man does find one onto Pauly, and
30 seconds left.
He's got 30 seconds, so why not go for it? At the very least, you get some credits for getting this spike down, and he has them in his hands. He's checking all his corner, doing his due diligence. He's going to toss out the toxins there. He's going to get the spike plant, and at the very least, it's a diffuse to come through. And it is going to be some credits on the board for Mamba Mode Gaming. Their economy not sitting the best here. This was a full buy for them. G-Man finds 1 kill on to Get Greedy. Is able to back away. He's going to get taken down on the other side of the toxic screen from K-Rose. So some Viper v Viper action. The best part about that is because it was a full buy from Mamba Mode Gaming, the minuscule buy, or the half buy coming up from Elysium that were the Spectres that they were hanging on to, they get upgraded for free. So now for the next couple of rounds, their economy is going to be sitting incredibly pretty.
Yeah, they're definitely feeling pretty darn good right now. As a beautiful view of the garden there. Shout out to the observers giving us the scenic tour of these beautiful maps here from Riot. So thank you guys for that. Shout out to everybody in production doing great work today, as they always do, making our job very easy on the mic. And now in round number 16, Elysium trying to tie things up at 8, and we'll see if they can do it. The defense has been stout so far for Elysium, as they've taken the first 3 rounds of this second half, and the 4-man push through mid from Mamba Mode looks like they want to go for A. They're going to get control of ropes. They're going to have to deal with 2 players up near heaven right now, and Pauly's going to hear that and is going to rotate over for the help. Get Gritty takes one, so does Pauly, and that's going to stop that push there from Mamba Mode. They're immediately going to retreat back to mid, so we'll see what happens as Evil with that Sheriff. Able to catch JP2 slipping. Takes him out, and Pauly will hold ramps right now. He's going to spot out Evil. Does get the headshot there with the Vandal, and that's the 3v2 in favor of Elysium. Or 4v2, excuse me.
They have a couple of ults. I can't imagine they need them, but they do still need to be wary of the Sheriffs. It was an eco round, as the forearm will be seen. And Justin, he's not going to get caught sleeping this time around. He is peeking a little too wide, though. That left side of the body sticking out just a little too far on some of these corners. As Zek with a Bulldog. We'll see what he can get done in a 1v4. You can't expect too much, but he does have time. He does have the spike. He's also got some smokes. Gonna put those bad boys down. Now he has to clear his corners first. Gonna peek towards long. Not gonna get spotted out by Kairos just yet. The headshot comes through, and Elysium tie things up 8-8, and they are the benefactor of the last 5-round wins here. And just to go back to the observers, Grand Finals is the best because we have all hands on deck. So we get to see all the pretty shots coming through. As the observers can do their due diligence to make sure that we get to appreciate Split in all of her glory, and we're getting some great gameplay behind it. 8-8 the score. We're starting to see, though, that this defensive side, just like the numbers say, right? Numbers don't lie. That's why I love math, because 1 + 1 is 2. That's just how it is. There's no lying about it. And we're seeing that the defender side, it's a little bit easier for this Elysium squad to be able to hold it down and find some rounds.
Yep, and here's Kairos with the aggressive Viper's Pit that he has kind of become known for in these tournaments. Loves to throw it down early on this B side to just deny any sort of initial push here. He's going to go for the spray through the Viper's Pit, but he's actually going to get taken down. Chase with the spray onto the site, catches Kairos slipping, and that means no more Viper's Pit here. The rest of the team rotating into mid. The Boombot going to get taken out by Chase there, and Pauly able to finish that one off and avenge his fallen comrade. But now the push comes in towards heaven. It's going to be a 3v1 as Justin taken down there by Zek, and this could be trouble, but Pauly knocks down G-Man. He needs to take out 2 other players. He's looking for the kind of the slow walk flanking around the box. He's going to spot out Zek, but doesn't take him down. Pauly will fall. Another rotation from his team. The defense in trouble here. 2-3. Get Greedy spotted by Screwface on the rotation, and this should be Mamba Mode retaking their lead.
Yeah, and that is so tough. The health bars are so very low. If Get Greedy isn't coming out just rapid fire as fast as he can, Sonic speed, maybe he spots out the Raze and takes him down. Unfortunately, not going to be the case as JP2 finds one. The second one will be there as well. Going to get spotted, though, by Evil. Take down, and that is a very hard peek. And it's a nice rotation there coming through by Screwface, because if he stayed in heaven, sure, they have this 3-way kind of crossfire, but you don't have to worry about peeking garage again, which means you don't have to turn your back towards Evil and die or give up that information over to Evil to get you killed, which eventually ended up happening for JP. And like you said, Mamba Mode Gaming, they reclaimed their lead, and they can do it again. They have 5 ultimates available. This should be a round win. I'm thinking we see Mamba Mode the first team to double digits, but it's been a while since they've picked up a victory. Elysium really been controlling things recently, and now Evil looking to put that lockdown on the ground, is going to try and clear out this B site. Everybody tries to walk away for now. It's only going to be the Viper here on site. We've got a few playing towards mid. I didn't get a chance to check the economy for Elysium, but the way that they were stacked makes me think it was bad, but it is not. They were just trying to do something cheeky, as B site is freely taken, but A site actually going to be where the spike is at, and the Viper's Pit is probably throwing this squad off tremendously, as that is going to be a defensive ult used just to buy the attention. The spike has been planted. Now you have to run all the way across the map. You have to worry about not getting died from these awkward positions, just like you did. And time is against you for Elysium. These guys are in a really bad spot. Mamba Mode Gaming with a huge heads-up play.
Yeah, Get Greedy able to take one. He is going to knock up a second there. Taking down Zek. Now looking to push on to the site here. The flank coming through from K-Rose. The aggression there from the Raze. Is K-Rose going to take Chase down? Chase was able to knock down Get Greedy, but now it's the 3v1. G-Man, the lone attacker here up in heaven, stepping onto the site. Takes two, but the defenders take the round. That's the defuse coming through, and Justin with the kill to ice it. Tied up at 9 once again.
Wow. That feels bad. That is a feels Batman for Mamba Mode Gaming, because that was such heads up play for them to invest so much onto B and then get A completely for free. And then they found a kill on the rotate as well. So it feels bad to let that one slip away. It just goes to show how strong Elysium can be on defense. And now they are in the lead in terms of ultimates. They don't have the Viper's Pit, which is a pretty big one, but I'm looking at that Showstopper. I'm looking at that Breach ultimate as well from JP2 to be huge, stopping a plant, stopping a push, whatever it may be, as they do concede mid here. It's Screwface with the Judge, trying to find Polly. Shock Dart goes out, finds a bit of damage. That is all that is going to be had. Mid control has been conceded by Elysium. We'll have to see what Mamba Mode Gaming can do with this information.
Yeah, Evil here looking to peek out from Garage, but Justin gonna knock him down. So that's an early numbers advantage here for Elysium. They've also got a ton of ultimates available, both sides, actually, with quite a few. So there's certainly quite a bit of extra utility available to these lineups. And Mamba Mode, they want to get towards B. They've got the 2-2 split here, Heaven and Garage, and they want to get onto this side, but it's not going to be an easy job here, as that's a smoke from Get Greedy on the A site, and the rotation on its way. Elysium has actually elected to abandon the site for now. They want to play for the retake, just hold on to that numbers advantage and go from there. Polly, meanwhile, with the Hunter's Fury, gonna get some damage. He actually gets the frag there onto Zek, so good work there with the ultimate. Screwface catches Get Greedy on the rotation with the Judge there and able to pick up a Phantom. Also knocks down Justin there with the Showstopper. Paint shells in towards the stairs, may do some damage, as well as Chase doing work with the Sheriff. He takes two. Polly knocks down Screwface, but now it's the 1v2. Low health bar for the Sova, as well as Polly's going to push onto the site. 22 health. He could spot them out, but Chase going to finish it off there with the Spectre. What a round from Chase and Mamba Mode Gaming.
Yeah, and Chase has been so sick with the Sheriff. We saw him opening a round loss with a Sheriff headshot onto Justin. We see two huge kills right there, and Screwface, again, playing in awkward situations where he went toe-to-toe with Justin for a second. He was able to retreat and then find Get Greedy coming up through the mailroom. So just great plays all around. Screwface and Chase really catalyzing their team in that round to push into double digits to reclaim the lead. And it's really been hard for Elysium because they haven't really had a lead. They've been struggling to pull ahead. They're able to, knot things up, but it's just not the same as putting your team ahead and having some rounds for grace. Not necessarily worrying about falling down rounds, as right now you have to worry about losing the game because you are behind, as obvious as that is. But 3 quick kills come through across the map, 2 in mid, 1 up towards B. Aggressive pushes coming through, and not everybody on the same page from Mamba Mode Gaming, unfortunately, as the last 2 remaining members are going to push through freely on mid. In the last couple of rounds, we've seen Elysium opt into giving up mid, playing for a retake, or playing in those vents that we're seeing, the ropes there, just playing awkward angles, trying to catch them off guard, making Mamba Mode think they're safer than they are. I don't want to count them out in this round, though. I think in the 2v5, it's still very possible, especially with Screwface still alive, having utility on both of these players. Could be an easy turn. Unfortunately, they don't have the spike, so it looks like they're just hunting for kills.
Yeah, they are certainly doing that, but it probably isn't going to give them this round. Left. Elysium should be able to tie things up here as Evil pushing onto the site here. We'll see if they can get any frags. 20 seconds left. They're going to have to go for a quick push here. But without the spike, they aren't even going to get the plant. They're actually going to just retreat and save their guns. And to Joker Man, yes, I did say knock up in that round earlier. Just misspeaking. You have to remember I am actually primarily a League of Legends caster, so that certainly is a phrase in my vernacular very frequently. But as you may have noticed, yes, no, it did not fit whatsoever in what I was saying at the time when Zek pushed down aim main there, and I immediately kicked myself. I was like, what are you talking about, JC? Get it together.
Yeah, that is the constant perfectionist mentality of a caster, right? You want
Yes.
to be perfect, you want to say everything perfect, and unfortunately, your brain is just all over the place. But it happens. Everybody is human. NBD, or no big deal. So I don't get any hate for using acronyms on the desk. But guys, we're all knotted up once again. It was 8-8. It was 9-9. And this is proving to be one of the most exciting grand finals that we've seen thus far. 3 ultimates still available for Elysium. So we still have to worry about the showstopper if you are Mamba Mode Gaming. Information coming out from the Omen ult as well. And then the Breach. That is going to be a huge showstopper in itself to stop a push. Mamba Mode have re-elected into going back to this split up strategy. Realize, hey, this didn't work last time. Let's link up and let's try and make a play. And it looks like that play is going to be towards B as Screwface just hanging out, trying to catch anybody rotating through. Mid control, completely given up once again by Elysium. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And, if we're going off statistic-based analysis, I think we're even on that. As the smokes go down, Chase going to push through. He's going to find a kill onto Kairos. B side has been opened up, and now it's up for a 4-man retake. It is a 4v4. The showstopper comes through, tries to stop the plant, but is a moment too late, so no value out of that ultimate. As I say that, it actually did quite a bit of damage to Evil, so Elysium ahead in terms of health, but can they close out the round and find the defuse?
Yeah, they certainly should be able to, but Get Greedy with that frag onto Zek actually changes things up, and that's just underscoring with the satchel kill. He's going to get a second there on the Evil. Get Greedy grabs the final one, and just like that, Mamba Mode gets wiped, and Elysium takes the lead.
Elysium finally pulling ahead there. It's a clean round there. Kairos, the only member to die, should have no problem buying himself a gun here. I think at the end of that one, things are a lot more even because every single ultimate's been used, right? Nobody is sitting on their ultimate right now. There are a couple members getting very, very close, but this is going to be as gunplay as it gets for this round.
All right, we're in a pause, and I guess since Moobot has killed me in chat, I don't get to speak anymore. I don't know. Oh man, this has been a really fun game from the start, and it was early on Mamba Mode with rounds like this, right? This was one that they shouldn't have won, but they were able to steal thanks to the heady play there of Zek, and Zek was popping off early on in that first half, denying entry to sites. Screwface here playing aggressively onto this Raze. Looked really, really strong, and Mamba Mode really came out swinging, but it was clutch plays like this one here from Justin that brought Elysium back.
Yeah, and that was to close out the half, which, again, 8-4 obviously feels better than 9-3, and just momentum for Justin to finally get back into the game, and a couple of kills coming from Get Greedy there at the end as we jump back in, and today has been the day for pauses. So fortunately, we have those, the producers, the observers hooking us up with those replays that keep us all topped off on content in between, because these online tournaments can be a bit wonky. Now, things have completely changed. The last time that we saw Mamba Mode Gaming going towards A, it was a cheeky fake towards B. They're not afforded that luxury because they don't have the Viper's Pit. They don't have the ultimates there to try and buy that time in that space. But because they've spent so much time towards mid and towards B, A is completely open. There are going to be 2 members up in heaven, as you can see on the minimap there from Elysium, but 3 members rather, with the spike pushing up, not going to get spotted out. And Get Greedy, he's got to be careful. He might think he's way too safe.
Yeah, and he gets caught there by Chase from behind. JP2 looking for the flank here, and sadly not able to get the kill onto the Killjoy quick enough. Should be able to take out the turret here, but that's good information for Mamba Mode. Spike is planted here, and we'll see what Elysium can do on the retake. Obviously down in numbers. This is going to be a tough task, but one frag certainly changes things. Screwface gonna Look to drop the boombot, I think, towards A main, just underscoring, gets the kill on the chase. K-Rose grabs another. Screwface able to trade back one, but it's now the 3v3. Screwface is out from hell using those satchels, and Zek gonna knock down Polly. And Elysium in trouble once again. JP2 has gotten onto the side, but he doesn't have the time to plant. But he may now. He gets two there on Screwface and Zek. He gets the two-man spray, but he gets peeked by G-Man there. He didn't have time to not try and stick the plant. G-Man's going to go down there, and that is a round back to Mamba mode. We're tied back up at 11 once more.
Wow, and this is just it's exactly why it's the grand finals. I don't think you expect anything less from these guys as a whole, and it doesn't get any better than this. It does not get any better than this. Now tied up back at 11, almost going round for round here towards the end. Elysium were able to string a couple together, but it hasn't amounted to much because it really hasn't been a lead more than one round in favor of Elysium. All things said and done, we're all knotted up, and what this does allow with the ultimate now is the Viper's Pit on B. K-Rose, if you don't spray out of the Viper's Pit, you probably don't get sprayed down in the Viper's Pit, which is what we saw the last time he used his ultimate. So probably going to be a little more reserved inside of this ult on B, inside the Toxins. And then there's no free A this time around, right? You have players over towards A. Free mid is okay. Free mid is free mid. That's free real estate for Mamba Mode Gaming. But you still have to worry about trying to take this B side, especially through the garage, right? At the very least, you know if it's a B push, it's coming through heaven.
Yep, and it's on its way now. They're taking control of heaven. As you mentioned, the Viper's Pit down on that B site. Evil able to knock down Polly, but they still haven't taken down the Viper. Oh, and Evil, Screwface, and Zek doing some work right now. Viper's Pit is gone. It's the 2v5, and this should be Mamba Mode moving to map point. Granted, Elysium has been able to clutch some rounds, but with the 5-2 advantage, this should be them moving to map point. So Elysium with their backs against the wall.
Yeah, this is should be match point for Mamba Mode Gaming. Anything can happen. Like, get greedy. Obviously going to make the odds a little more in favor of MMG, and JP2 just going to opt into the save. He does have quite a few credits to his name. Obviously coming off the win in that last round doesn't mean that he's at a huge round bonus, or loss bonus rather. But if somebody on his team is in a difficult spot, as you can see, it's not too great across the board for some of these guys. So they will be able to drop a gun on over. And this is tough. Now Elysium backs against the wall. 11-13 is definitely not a way that you want to go out, especially after putting up a fight like this. But I think one thing that we can take away right now, match point for Mamba Mode Gaming, K-Rose, the Viper hasn't gotten as much value as we thought. Granted, K-Rose has been on with his gunplay, but that solo hold on B site with the Viper's Pit just really has not worked 2 times in a row. And that feels horrible because that is one of the reasons why you draft this Viper. So I'm hoping, if not going into this next round here, as Elysium need to try and take us into overtime, I'm hoping that going into the next few maps, K-Rose and the rest of this Elysium squad can figure out how to utilize this Viper a little bit more, a little bit better. What more resources do they need to make sure that pick is getting all the value it can?
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can do it here. The push towards A early, going to be stopped here by Mamba Mode. They don't want to go for it. The smoke is enough for them to reconsider, and they're going to rotate here through sewers. Meanwhile, Chase over here trying to open something up on B, and we see K-Rose holding on the back of site. They'll have a crossfire here once Chase enters onto the site. The ultimate there from the Killjoy isn't going to catch K-Rose. So K-Rose can sit back here and just play for time. He's going to throw out the acid to stall this push as long as he possibly can. And Mamba Mode should know that he's still here, but he's still going to get the frag on the Evil. Chase able to trade that one back, though, 1 for 1. So now it's the 4v4. Polly, Recon Bolt onto site, looking for the shock dart. On to the placement of the spike, and is at least going to get some damage and delay the plant here as the Viper's Pit goes down. Chase holding aggressively towards that entry from CT. And we'll see what they can do. It's still the 4v4. Lots of damage onto the opposing Omen. He's going to use his ultimate. Gets the flank towards CT. This could be really interesting from Zek whenever he decides to push.
And now JP2 looking for a stun. Flashes to follow as well, but it's still the Viper's Pit Justin's gonna walk right in. He's gonna take him down, gets the kill onto G-Man. That's absolutely huge. It's a 3v3, make it a 3v2. Zek is still on the flank, but he opts to go up into heaven, sitting on 26 HP. He can't stop the defuse, and it's looking like, yes, we are going to overtime.
Let's go. Elysium with the clutch. It was looking really tough, but it was Justin getting that frag on to G-Man there, stopping the Viper's pit, opened up that site for Elysium to get the retake. And also extremely key too, we have to say, I have to throw it back to that shock dart from Polly onto the plant, taking Zek so low. That changes the entire complexion of that flank, right? If Zek is going for that flank at full HP, he maybe goes more aggressively, pushes right behind them, and gets those frags. Or maybe he's at least, maybe he's able to get the 2-for-1 spray from heaven if he still goes up there. So huge plays from Elysium. They're able to clutch it out. They force overtime, and now things get really interesting.
Yeah, overtime is exactly where we want to be, as it's going to be Mamba Mode Gaming on defense. Elysium will be attacking first, and we just saw how heavily sided this map can be towards the defender. So this is a tall task if Elysium want to get ahead early. That Spike just hanging out towards A, down in the sewers. Again, you have Kairos on that Viper hanging out towards A, just making sure nobody is pushing up through, trying to find a flank or a push through sewers, either direction. And this time around, it is Mamba Mode Gaming opting into giving up mid control. And you can just kind of assume that the play is going to come from the heaven area or that mailroom area onto B, as Justin trying to find what he can. He's going to spray through the smoke, not going to find too much. It's the wide angle there from Chase being held. This is where we saw Justin hold before he was headshot by the Sheriff, where Chase will now go down onto the site. The stun comes out. Paranoia gonna whiff, but he's still gonna find the kill, and that is on the ropes there. The tether kill from Chase to open things up, and the defenders are ahead.
Yeah, great start here from Mamba Mode. The spike has been dropped down in sewer because of the position that Kairos is taking. He doesn't want to get caught and give control of the spike over to Elysium. It's Viper v Viper on this map. He's going to push into his smoke, peeks out, looks for the kill, able to take down G-Man. That's a great start. JP2 with perfect timing, able to pick up the spike on his way to the A site. They needed that timing too. If he wasn't there, they wouldn't have been able to get the plant in time with 2 seconds left on the clock. Spike is down. Kairos also was able to deny the retake of the site, at least momentarily, as Paulie going to take out Screwface, but good acid there back towards CT. Paulie now going to use the recon bolt up onto the coffee mug. This got very interesting. Elysium had the start. They got the frag that they needed. Oh, Chase and Evil, though, starting to pop off. Get Greedy able to get one, but Evil finishes it off. That's the 3K. And it looked like Elysium had the round in their hand, but Mamba Mode retake this site so clean. And they're going to take the round.
Yeah, you can never count Mamba Mode out, right? Chase is so huge. And Reyna, just as an agent, is so very strong. You see JP2 peaks in the 1v1. It just allows Chase to heal all the way up. And that's one of the most defeating things outside of when Sage used to be what she was. When you do damage to a Reyna, and it's not even worth calling out because she's just going to overheal anyway. So incredibly defeating. Now, Elysium on defense. We saw them. Now, granted, Mamba Mode did give up a few rounds on defense, right? 4 rounds were given up. But Elysium, I would say, have fallen victim to losing rounds on defense that they shouldn't have lost. Now they are going to play a little more reserve. They're not going to give up mid as heavily, but they have a few members here towards A. And JP2 taking a little bit of damage. He's going to toss out the flashes. No value on those flashes as Get Greedy gets taken down in heaven. It's going to be the complete 5-man take, and JP2 can't get the spray. Mamba Mode Gaming looking to close things out.
Yeah, they've got a huge opportunity here, up 5-3, trying to take the map. Elysium was able to force overtime, but Mamba Mode may stop them right as they get the opportunity. The spike obviously planted. It's that back corner of the site. Justin able to get the initial frag there onto Evil. A couple of low health bars here for Mamba Mode, but meanwhile full health for all of Elysium. So there is an opportunity here. A couple of these players are just one tap. Justin able to take out Screwface. Chase trades back there, but Paulie grabs one of his own. It's now the 2v2. Paulie looking to peek here towards Elbow. Takes out G-Man. Kairos takes out Chase, and Elysium survives.
Wow, what a round. And that whole time I'm sitting here sweating thinking to myself, you guys have to go. You have to pull the trigger. And they do just that, and they're able to get it done. And it's because of, again, Pauly shot some shock darts back in elbow that did so much damage. This guy, he's the top frag. He's the team captain. I would imagine the IGL on top of it all. And he's doing the damage with his utility. He has been so huge in not every single round win, but in round wins that matter so much, right? It was the shock dart onto Zek, who had the flank, but ended up dying because he had 20 HP. And then another huge round there for himself. So hats off to this guy being the tip of the spear for his team in this game and keeping them in it. We're all tied up again. It is win by 2 if you're not familiar with tournament settings. And these guys don't have the opportunity to just say, hey, let's call it a draw like you do when you're playing ranked Valorant at home. So we're going to play it out until we get a best of 2 winner, which means linking 2 rounds in a row, which can be so incredibly difficult when you're looking at this level of talent.
Yeah, and obviously this map has been extremely close, but Pauly with that frag on to Chase is huge. The team looking to rotate towards A. Alarm bot going to make Pauly vulnerable, and he's going to back off of ropes 4 now, but the rest of his team, I think, still considering this push towards A. Pauly, meanwhile, going to look for the rotation from B Heaven. He's back in that lurking setup, and he will know that, okay, you know, the Omen is up in B Heaven right now, as you saw that cast from the smoke. Meanwhile, Pauly activates the swarm bot, or at least draws the activation of the swarm bot there. That's the paranoia. Pauly with the blind spray. Can he finish him off? Zek barely grabs that kill.
And a big kill, but he did a lot of damage. And that's what Pauly's been doing, as G-Man finds one onto JP2. It's a 2v3 for Elysium. They have the spike, and I believe they are going to get that planted down. And this is a tough retake. It's low HP. It's basically a 2v2. At the very least, Zek needs to buy a peek, right? They need to be able to bait Zek into finding some kills. Evil's going to be watching that flank, just hanging out. It's 7 health on the Omen as he pushes up to try and get some information for his team. The Viper right behind him. It's his own Viper screen, so he's not worried about the decay. There's Gekri gonna find 2. G-Man trades it back to 1v1, but it's Kairos on top, and it's Elysium taking the lead in second overtime.
Wow. Elysium with the clutch round there. Was looking really good from Mamba Mode on the retake. They had the numbers advantage. They wanted to use Zek to set up that trade, but they weren't able to do it. Get Gritty in kind of a spot they didn't really expect, and it caught Mamba Mode off guard, and Elysium able to push those frags through to a victory in that round, and they have the lead here once again. 14-13. If they can win this next round, they take the first map of this best of 3. And we'll have to see, can Mamba Mode bring it back? They looked really strong in their attacking round in the first overtime, but weren't able to push it through to a victory. Now they have to push it through to a victory to survive this first map.
Oh, an Evil with an early frag here. The defense has been in favor, obviously, of both of these teams, but with that early kill, Mamba Mode might be able to tie things back up at 14. And we got to witness this a little bit earlier, right? Where it was, I believe, a 17-15 overtime. It was 4 or 5 times into overtime. And now we're getting to see the same exact thing here in the grand finals. This is only game 1 as a reminder, folks. We're in for a long one as kills are going to be traded back and forth. But because of the early frag, it's still Mamba Mode Gaming on top. Screwface is going to find another one. G-Man will close out another kill onto Pauly. And Evil will get one more. 2Ks across the board. 1 to Screwface. It's going to be 14-14 Mamba Mode Gaming. Not out of it yet. And I mean, that is surprising to me that these guys are just going back and forth, getting wins on defense, both getting wins on offense. And who is going to pull ahead here? We need some star-studded performances. We need another 4-man spray down from Get Greedy, right? We need another huge performance from Screwface or G-Man popping off. Chase, obviously, right up there with him. So this is, it really is a back and forth. This is the epitome of a tug of war between these two teams.
Yeah, it's really been tight, and it does show, you know, through regulation, through the first 2 overtimes here, as we are into the 3rd overtime. And now I think Elysium's thinking about A. They've sent 2 over to try and get control near Rams. The Vipers should spot each other here. Nobody going to get shot. Nobody going to take any damage as of yet. But Elysium playing very slow towards this A site. I think ideally they'd like to get control of ropes, but Pauly is actually peeking in towards B heaven right now. So it's going to mean that, again, Elysium's kind of squad set up over by A is a little wary to push over here, but they're finally going to go for it. They're going to catch G-Man. That's JP2 with the frag, and now Pauly with the quick rotation. They're going to smoke off the entrance from CT. Zek going to run into heaven. Screwface actually catches Pauly on the rotation, so that's a good frag there. It's the 4v4 as Mamba Mode plays for the retake.
Yeah, and Mamba Mode, they need to find this round. Pauly getting killed there is huge for Mamba Mode Gaming. It's just a little too quick, peeking left, not necessarily peeking right as wide as he probably would have liked to spot that out. But that's going to be a kill coming through. Justin is able to find Screwface. That's a big one for this Raze himself on the flank here, making sure that Zek cannot find a flank of his own, and he's going to find another kill. It's 3v2, making it 3v1. JP2 has the ult on top of it all, but it's K-Rose to close things out yet again. This time the kill onto Evil in a 3v1. Elysium have reclaimed the lead, but can they get it done here? They need to have a strong defense, and they just haven't been able to get it done. Mamba Mode Gaming on attack, both of these teams. This map is attack sided on overtime, apparently, because these guys are just going blow for blow on attack here. And like you said, this is OT3. We could be in for a long night here just for game number 1 going to OT4, OT5.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because it flies completely in contrary to what we saw in regulation, right? Both teams, they had 8-4 halves in favor of themselves when they were on defense. So defense was heavily in favor of both of these teams during regulation, but it is completely flopped here in overtime, and it's been very interesting to watch. So we'll have to see if Elysium can close it out. Remember, they were so good in that second half, bringing this back, forcing it to overtime, but with Pauly going down early, the early advantage to Mamba Mode. And which site do they want to choose? They still have 3 players kind of holding in mid right now. They got that pick on Pauly in mid as well. So that doesn't really give them a clue, you know, hey, we should go for this site. We should go to this one. So they're still playing slow, but it looks like they want to go A. They're going to get control of ropes now. 2 players set up and ready to push down A main if they so choose. And they're going to go for it here. That's going to be a smoke over towards B. That isn't going to do anything for Elysium, but K-Ro's able to get 2 there up in heaven. A great setup there from the Viper, and this could be it. It's 4-3 in favor of Elysium, thanks to that double from K-Rose. He peeks out towards A-Man. He takes a 3rd. Get Greedy grabs 1. Looking through the smoke. Get Greedy going to grab a 2nd, and that's it. Elysium finally grabbed this game 16-14 in overtime.
Wow, and I mean, it takes a Herculean effort to get it done. It takes a 3K after your team captain just dies for Elysium to get it done. That's what we saw for the beginning. On attack, it seemed like Elysium had to throw everything except for the kitchen sink, and possibly even the kitchen sink, just to scrape together a round win. And then there on defense, they make us eat our words. As we're talking about it, we're saying attack has been so one-sided for these teams, winning attack in overtime, and they finally get it done. And this right here, I don't think either team is feeling good or bad coming out of this one. Obviously, it's a game 1 round win, but Elysium should know that going into game number 2, you're still not safe, right? It's going to be Mamba Mode's map choice, Elysium's side selection choice for the first half, and Mamba Mode Gaming, now they probably have a fire lit under their butt. Last time we saw them leave in semifinals, they definitely don't want to drop another series or another game to Elysium here in the grand finals.
Yeah, and I think that one's certainly going to sting a little bit, right? I mean, if you're in Mamba Mode, you've got to feel like, hey, like we went into the second half up 8-4, and then we even had multiple opportunities taking the lead in overtime when we weren't able to close it out. So that one should sting, but at the same time, I think Mamba Mode needs to really recognize that, one, you're playing against a really good team. Like Elysium didn't just win back-to-back finals and go to 3 in a row, and now 4 in a row, I should say, out of nowhere, right? They've been playing really, really good Valorant, and they deserve your respect, and especially with the way they were able to bring things back in the first map. But then you have to realize, okay, we did some pretty good things in that first map. It wasn't our map pick. Now we go to our map pick. Now is our opportunity. Let's build on the good things that we did in the first map, continue it here on the second one, and then we can force game 3. And then Elysium, you just got to say, hey, let's have a better start on the second map than we did the first time around, and then we could be finishing this one off in 2.
Yeah, absolutely. With Elysium, if they're able to find themselves a lead rather than having to come back from behind, we know they have the ability to just step on somebody's throat and just run through
Yep.
an organization. Now, Mamba Mode Gaming, like you said, not going to let that happen. I would think after this, they have a fire kind of lit under their butts and they're going to be coming back to their map choice. So I still think this one is probably a coin flip, and we could very well see the reverse sweep coming through from Mamba Mode trying to reclaim their title.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Tell us in chat what you guys are thinking. Who's going to take this grand final as we take a break when we return the second map of this best of 3 in the final week of our Razer Tournament Series. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live and we are back with Bomba Mode Gaming up against Elysium in the second map of this grand final. Elysium with the 1-0 lead in the series. 1-0 lead on this map as we are on to Ascent.
Yep, pistol round just missed, but it went the way of Elysium, riding their high off of their first game victory that took 3 overtimes to get it done. So that feeling, that was a long one. That was a long one. Both of these teams probably feeling pretty burnt out after a long day as well. Mamba Mode Gaming, again, though, trying to reclaim their former glory in what was 5 wins in a row, 5 grand final wins in a row here, that esports arena fedora that they were rocking for some time. On the back foot, though, this is their map choice. Obviously, the defense side choice coming on through, and Mamba Mode Gaming, they opt into picking up the Vandal on round number 2, which can kind of be a little scary, but it's working out so far as Chase finds that first kill. Let me get things all swapped for you guys. So it's actually Mamba Mode Gaming on top early in this one. So I guess this is how you battle back after a loss. This is huge. Their map pick on attack, they're able to get it done. K-Rose finds 1 kill, though. He's going to get traded by Zek over there on the Speedway and get greedy. He's just trying to hold a tight angle. Unfortunately, nobody came his way.
Yeah, that's going to be control of the B site over to Mamba Mode, and they're going to get the plant down. And now the 3v4 retake going to be difficult here from Elysium. Just still working with those pistols. We see SMGs available for Mamba Mode. As Evil here going to push out. Is it going to spot anybody just yet? We'll see if he gets caught in this crossfire here. He most likely is able to trade 1-for-1 if he goes for it. He is going to be spotted out, but JP2 actually just gets the clean headshot there onto Evil with the classic. But Chase able to take down Justin here. It's the 2v3 for Elysium. Make it the 3v1 as Chase knocks down JP2. Screwface gonna finish it off there on a get greedy, and that's the 2-0 lead for Mamba Mode.
Yeah, and that's tough. They get the kill, but they can't really do anything with it. The paranoia you saw, Justin, just completely blind. I don't think he fired a shot there. He's just looking at the wall, and JP2 ends up getting the kill, but they weren't able to get the gun, and that's all fine. That's all dandy. That's exactly what they're expecting. You could tell by the way they're playing. They're not playing to win that round. They're just playing to get what they can. Now going into a bye round, they should be in a better position. But what we've seen pretty historically throughout the day is that this round 3 isn't necessarily the turning point. It's typically that round 5 full buy where the teams start to come online and be able to claw their way back in. Typically because you're not expecting what is to come from these Spectres just running at you. You have a little more option when it comes to the run and gun rather than the standing still and try and control that spray or pop some grapes that you would with the regular AR. So we do see Justin going to find the first kill onto Chase. That's a big one to have. Chase is a huge fragger for this Mamba Mode Gaming squad. So off to a good start on their first buy.
Yeah, and those kind of 4-0 starts have been really common on the day for a lot of these teams. So it wouldn't surprise me if we saw another one here, but Elysium does have the early advantage in this third round. They've obviously got their first full buy here in Mamba Mode, close to it. I think they sat on 1 Spectre. I believe the rest of them had assault rifles and full shields. And then we'll have to see what they can do with these guns. A lot of pressure over towards A-Link initially from Mamba Mode, but weren't able to get anything done as we saw Just Underscore had that initial frag in A main, and now 2 players in market are going to look to push out here, but K-Rose with the wall bang takes down Screwface, looking for a second one, make it 2, he takes out G-Man. And this is a huge round here for Elysium, looking to bring things back within 1. Is Get Greedy going to knock down Zek, and it's just the final player here on the sofa.
10 seconds
That's going to be Elysium grabbing their first round of the second map.
Yeah, and that is a crushing defeat there for Mamba Mode Gaming, not even picking up a single round to finish things off. And as I say that, it is going to be the flawless there as the round ends. And what a pickup from Elysium. And the spray, K-Rose, he almost lost it. That was worrisome for a moment there, but he's able to pick it up. Unfortunately, G-Man could not find the reset on a spray of his own, which means K-Rose picks up 2 kills, and he claims that top spot on the leaderboard. But that was as dominant as it gets, right? What more do you get from a flawless round? You killed everybody. They ran out of time. You hunted them down at the end, so no guns went over. there's still a buy on the side of Mamba Mode Gaming, and I wonder if this is going to catch Elysium off guard, or if they're paying attention to that economy because they were sitting on the minor buy from round number 2. That is Mamba Mode Gaming.
We will have to see. Elysium obviously get to build their eco really well here, not having dropped a player in that first gun round, so they all just have to rebuy shields if necessary. And that initial push to A-Link was scary. It looked like Justin was about to get caught, but was able to back away. Shock Dart's going to catch JP2. He actually goes down to 3 health. That's a great Shock Dart there from Evil. And Screwface able to take down Get Greedy from A main. That's a big shot there from the Jet.
What?
Shadow Step taken out. Just underscored. I think caught Zek sleeping there, maybe? Not entirely sure what we just watched, but Pauly knocks down Screwface, and now it's the 3v3. B-side taken over by Mamba Mode, so they will be able to get the plant, but the retake on its way from Elysium. Let's see what they can do. Low health again here on JP2, so this is going to be tough.
Yeah, and JP2 right now, just a utility bot for his team. Going to be baited. He has a flash. He has his stun in his fault line. So wants to make sure that he can get this off before dying in this round. Nice dart there is going to get the information that they need on 2 huge members, although that Empress has been popped. So we know Chase is going to have the advantage when it comes to raw stats. As he tries to go in, Justin goes down. G-Man picks up the kill. That's the Sheriff in hand. Pauly with a 3K for himself. Now it's a 1v1. The Empress is going to land. Now she will look to take the fight. It's Chase putting Pauly down to 23 HP. Not going to peek the left. It is going to be the right. And it's going to be a clutch round there for Mamba Mode Gaming. Chase able to get it done, claiming that top frag spot and just being so effective for this squad.
Yeah, very big pickup there for Chase. And yeah, honestly, big time from Chase so far. He is, driving every play here for Mamba Mode. And I loved the aggression from Justin there. Throws down the smoke, tries to dash into it, but it was caught there by Mamba Mode. They're able to take him out, and that changes the entire complexion of that retake. Because if Justin's able to get in and get a frag, they probably win that round, because it most likely means that both JP2 and Pauly are alive and play a 2v1 against Chase. But sadly, it doesn't shake out that way, and it's the 3-1 lead here for Mamba Mode, and they're going to get initial entry onto this A side. Screwface doesn't predict Get Greedy being behind those containers. He gets taken out. Meanwhile, just underscore able to take out Zek. Kairos takes out G-Man, and this is a huge advantage for Elysium in round number 5.
Yeah, a very big round, and bouncing back from that crushing defeat is obviously what we like to see from teams like this, and it's to be expected, especially when you go down 1 game in a series too. You want to see these guys bouncing back to the best of their ability, as Evil is going to get revealed there trying to take the recon bolt down. So a little unfortunate, but if he's shooting at it, they know somebody's there at the very least. The rest of his team did not get spawned at this Chase. The one-man army here from Mamba Mode Gaming, 4 rounds in, is looking to try and find a way to clutch this 5th round. He's got 10 kills here in 3-round wins for his team. Turret is going to spot one out. He's going to take that turret down. Doesn't count as a kill, but it is nice to get that one off the board as that spike is headed towards the site. Nobody is there. Chase can find 1 kill. If anybody can do it, it's Chase, especially on the Reyna. Some minor overheal coming through will keep him topped off at 150. The dart not going to get the same amount of information, and this is a bad spot for Elysium, surprisingly.
Yeah, and Chase, he certainly can clutch this with the spike being down. He just needs, probably 1 frag from Evil, and he can do it. That's going to be the frag there onto Evil as well. Pauly gets 1, just underscoring, able to finish that one off, and that's going to be the defuse. So the retake looked a little scary with Chase still being alive, but Elysium able to grab that one. And now back within 1 of Mamba Mode Gaming.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds, again, where if there's only a couple of members left, you cannot count out Mamba Mode Gaming, especially if one of them is Chase. We saw, I think, in 2 or 3 rounds on that last map on Split where it was a 2v3, a 2v4, and Mamba Mode Gaming were still able to get it done, especially riding that coattail of Chase. Now, this round, going to be a little different. It's looking to be a tie game. It's Sheriff's in the hands of all of these Mamba Mode members across the board. Screwface is going to opt in, though. Instead of spending the 800 on the Sheriff, he wants to spend the 1,000 on the heavy armor. That way, if he finds a gun, he's going to be in a better position to be able to find some follow-on fights, as he's going to try and go right in. He's going to get taken down, though, almost immediately. The armor did not help him in this one. Now, smoked off is the rest of the squad here, but Kairos finds 2. The turret is up top, doing its darndest to get some damage as well. And it's all up to the last remaining members here, Zek and Evil. Kairos not going to find the spray down. Get Greedy does find Evil, but Zek is able to get one back, so puts a small dent, a very small dent, in the flourishing economy of Elysium, as we're all tied up at 3, and this is really the tail of the tape. I don't think we see too much of a separation when it comes to who's ahead and how many rounds are ahead.
Yeah, Polly and Kairos starting to really settle in here on this B site, and when they do, they can absolutely lock that site down. So looking really good. That's certainly promising signs for the side of Elysium here as Mamba Mode Gaming. We'll have to see if they want to switch it up. They haven't elected for any sort of quick pushes through A main here. A lot of the times they've tried to take Catwalk going through A link, or they've been getting control of mid to B. But last couple rounds, they haven't been going for it. They've been focusing on B, and it hasn't been working. So we'll have to see how they switch things up. And it's early on, going to be a push towards B. The smoke will slow down their advance momentarily, as Pauly's going to use the Owl drone here to peek over top. He will spot out one going into market. So they have that information. Trying to use the shock dart to get some damage here, and he's going to get blocked up by the Cyber Cage.
Yep, Cyber Cage is going to make sure that they can rotate out nice and safe. He's going to push through, try and spray as he heard some footsteps, but Pauly not able to find too much. He did get some damage, some good utility with the shock darts, but he's going to fall himself. And up through tree, up through garden, Chase pushes through and finds Get Greedy. Nobody was watching that. What a huge pickup there by the Reyna. Going to find another kill, and this should just be a free round here. But Justin not letting it go that simple. He's got his ult available. The spike was not planted. It was down. He's going to switch up positions here. Does not want to peek again from A long. Now, Kairos has to be careful here. He's on the flank, but he's going to find Screwface looking the wrong way. The odds have been even, and there's a lot of time on the clock, but Chase is doing God's work here, making sure that this is not a comeback victory from Elysium. Justin now on the side is going to spot one out. He takes him down. Can he find another kill here? It is going to be the 4K and the defuse. What a clutch round from Justin.
Wow. I mean, great setup there. He smokes out as he comes out from A link, and it is able to get him behind the boxes there, right? And then he plays it perfectly. He's baiting Evil to peek which side he wants. He peeks left, comes back right, and he peeks to the right side at the perfect timing to catch Chase peeking out from heaven. He gets that one, gets the peek from Evil to the right just afterwards. He lands his shots, just clicking heads there, and so well done from Justin, and he's at the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, and after that round, Mamba Mode Gaming, they find their economy in such a bad spot. It's light armor across the board, a Bulldog for Zek. He's feeling a little more comfortable having that full armor and the Bulldog, but this could be putting Mamba Mode Gaming in a bad spot and maybe a little bit of over-forcing on that economy to try and get it done with what they can. I'm not too sure what they have as far as utility goes, as there is a smoke in mid that's going to stop anything from happening thus far. That's typically been the play that we've seen, right? It's been moving your way up towards mid, maybe trying to play towards B, or if you can find something on A, obviously you rotate through the catwalk, but it's going to be rotation coming through on tree. Get Greedy takes a lot of damage there. No armor for himself as he's able to get away from now. The push is going to be stunted for now as JP2 dropped the ultimate down onto that catwalk, but still 3 members hanging out. The spike is still there, and a lot of time on the clock. Mamba Mode Gaming can continue to play slow, try and find a pick where they can get it as Pauly gets spotted out, but that's no big deal.
All right, here, Pauly sitting the back of B site. The entrance from CT just biding his time, but that's going to be control of A, given up here by Get Greedy. He's taking some damage. He's going to look for this late peek. There's 2 players behind him. He doesn't peek to the left, and that means Screwface catches him. That's easily going to be the plant here for Mamba Mode, and now it's the 4v5 retake coming from Elysium. We'll see what they can do. That's going to be the Neural Theft, but just under score and able to get one. Pauly takes one of his own with the Hunter's Fury, but Screwface able to take trade back and knock down Justin. It's now the 3v3. Now Flash down into hell. The peek here from JP2 gets one, but G-Man able to trade one back, but the ultimate from the Killjoy gonna force some off of this site. Unfortunate that the Killjoy gets taken out there, but Pauly was able to at least get one. He's gonna start with the defuse. The dart, he gets it halfway, steps off. He's got to go for it. We've got the 1v1. Evil trying to stall. He's going to try and run in. Does he go for the stick? No, he does not. Evil lands the shots. That's the round from Mamba mode. Evil will go down, but we're tied at 4.
Hindsight 2020, but I think Pauly may have been able to stick it there on that second defuse. Evil, it seemed like he was battling with the lesser of two evils. Do I push through the door here, or do I go up into heaven and maybe try and find a different angle? At the end of the day, it ends up working out for him, and that is all you can really ask of the guy on the bottom of the scoreboard, right? He's not huge in kills, he's not finding entry frags, but at the very least, hey, if you're the last one alive, let's make sure that we win that round. And he does do just that. He ties things back up, and again, this just goes back to, it's basically like they're continuing overtime, right? They're just going round for round for the most part outside of the pistol rounds. And I don't think we really see anybody pulling away. I think we're going to see a 6-6 half, and then we'll get to see how Elysium opts into attacking on Mamba Mode Gaming's map pick, where they probably feel incredibly comfortable on defense.
Yeah, they certainly should. And Justin, with the early frag, he gets the wall bang on a chase there with the operator. That's a huge start. Nobody has been fragging at the level or anywhere near the level of Chase for Mamba mode in this game. As you can see right there, he's got, I think that's 16. Next up is 5 for Screwface. So it has just been a dominant performance from Chase, but the rest of the team has not been able to compare so far. 14, excuse me. Pardon me. My eyes not so good these days. But Elysium get that opening frag, and that is just an absolute boon as JP2 gonna get the 2-man spray. They take the 2 separate 1v1s, and it's all JP2 could ask for is Justin, excuse me, gonna get Screwface there with the operator, and this is gonna be Elysium retaking the lead once more.
Yeah, retaking the lead, and again, they find it time and time again in dominating fashion. Looking for a flawless here. G-Man has a tall task in front of him, but if you look up at the character pane for Mamba Mode Gaming, I don't mean pain because G-Man just died, but where you can see there's 4 ultimates available. Mamba Mode Gaming can look to make a play here in this round, unless they are going to hang on to those for the half. But if you're Chase, I think you just throw that Empress out there, right? There's no reason not to use that, especially when you're trying to take a site, because this guy has been getting so many kills. He's probably going to have it back here in the next couple of rounds because he's got the majority of the kills for his team. So on this eco round, might be the time to make this less of an eco round, right? We've talked about it before, but that's what makes Valorant so different when it comes to tactical shooters, because your pistol rounds aren't pistol rounds. Your eco rounds aren't eco rounds. If you have the Hunter's Fury, if you have the Bladestorm, if you have the Empress, that's going to give you, that mobile stim pack that you would get if you had a Brimstone. The Empress paying off huge. So I'm interested to see how they play this one out, because we are creeping closer to that half. And if we do see a team start to pull ahead, I think that is going to be the team that wins, just because that really means for these two guys, or these two teams rather, is just underscoring going to find 1 kill onto Screwface, and that's a huge one to kick things off. Granted, it's an eco round, but it was a nice shot, and it does stop that Bladestorm from being used. And now Mamba Mode Gaming backed into a corner yet again, eyeballing the face of 6 losses and only 4 wins. We'll see if they can turn it around, but whoever pulls ahead, I think, is going to be the team that just continues to stay ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if either of these teams is able to pull out to a 3 or 4 round lead, that's probably enough to push for a victory, because these teams have been so tight. But now here comes the retake from JP2. He, Kairos, and Get Greedy doing work. Pauly with 1 on the shock dart, and it's going to be another flawless round here from Elysium. It is the team ace as well, and they're now up 6-4.
Yep, everybody getting their licks in after that one. And I said that Mamba Mode Gaming, after that loss, probably have a fire lit under their butt, but it seems like Chase is really the only one. If you take a look at Elysium, everybody is doing well, right? They're holding their own. It's not this huge split, and Chase has been pretty quiet for the last couple of rounds, right? We said 14 kills, and I think that was 2 rounds ago that had happened. So definitely feeling a little flounderish for this Mamba Mode Gaming squad, especially on their own map pick. But now Justin might be in trouble as he peeks this here. He's going to spot one out. It's a knife in the hands, but he's going to be taken down. Screwface will fall. That's a nice pick to kick things off. It was the pocket Sova there, as he does fall in return. Probably going to find a kill as everybody pushes onto this B side. The flash comes out, only going to flash him momentarily. The rotates will come through. That spike is creeping towards this B site. And it could be a Mamba Mode victory if they keep this up. It's 3v3, Hunter's Fury available. Get greedy, though, and make sure those odds aren't so even. The Omen is going to teleport over to A site, though, where that spike will go down. And we will see if they can stop the rotate coming through. Evil all by himself, with 2 members on this B side, going to stop the rotations.
Yeah, and Evil able to catch Get Greedy looking the wrong way. And the problem for Elysium is that he's just buying so much of their time. But the one good thing is that Kairos was able to get the frag onto Zek on the opposite site, and he gets the free defuse since Evil is nowhere nearby. Polly was hunting for that last frag, isn't going to get it, but it doesn't matter. Elysium has guaranteed themselves a lead going into the second half, hoping to make it 8-4 here as just underscoring. Dustin's been great with this operator, has been getting a lot of key opening frags in these later rounds. Let's see if he can do it once more.
Yeah, and fortunately for Mamba Mode Gaming, it is another full buy. They don't have an operator themselves. I think time and time again, we've seen them opt out of grabbing that operator on attack. So we don't hate that. Obviously, they had the funds for it. They just choose not to grab it here. Is Justin going to peek again? Again, has Pauly right in his back pocket just in case anything bad happens. And fortunately, nothing bad happens this time around. Can he make it out, though? Last time he died on the way out. He is able to survive for now. As I say that, G-Man gonna find the kill, but Pauly found one in return onto Zek, who was pushing onto this site. Chase gonna trade it back. The Empress has been popped, but Elysium in a really good spot here as that spike goes down. It's a 3v2, make it a 2v2 as Evil finds a kill onto Get Greedy. Kairos has been hot, and this guy pops off at the end of rounds when it comes time to clutch, and he's gonna try and do just that. The Empress has been popped and is on this B site, so Mamba Mode Gaming do have the stats advantage. And time is not on your side, Elysium. You have to make a move here if you want to go 8-4.
Yeah, and they're going to need a little bit of luck here, but that's going to be Chase taking down Kairos and JP2 pushing onto the site. Chase is going to have this information. Evil peeks in from up high. JP2 is going to go down, so it is going to be the 7-5 lead for Elysium going into the second half. Mamba Mode got to feel good about at least being able to grab that last round there and bring things a little closer.
Yeah, a little closer, and this is what we saw in the last one, but it was 8-4, right? And 8-4 obviously feels good. It feels bad if you're the team with 8 and you end up losing, which Mamba Mode Gaming did. But on defense, they keep it as minimal as possible, 7-5. Now they get their licks at defense. And the composition, it's a lot different here for these guys. And I was interested to see when we go on to Ascent for some of these teams, how they play this out into the later rounds. And it basically came down to, obviously, the Sova just hanging onto that Odin on B site alone. But you get so much value out of having that Killjoy, especially on this map. And it allows 2 people to play on that B site with all of the utility. So I wonder if Mamba Mode Gaming are just going to opt into keeping the Sova there by himself, or if they do have somebody in his back pocket as well to make sure that B isn't so easy to take.
We'll have to see Chase here over by Tiles looking to get the peek onto the Omen. He's going to get the Shadow Step, but doesn't get him out of trouble. Get Greedy going to go down there, but Pauly able to trade back one. Chase grabs the second one, knocking down Justin, so it's the 4-3 advantage here from Mamba Mode. Now the push is through A main onto this A site. G-Man going to try and stall it there with the Cyber Cage, and Chase going to knock down JP2, but Pauly grabs one. G-Man another. Kairos grabs 2 of his own, and it's now the 1v1. It's Evil in heaven up against Kairos. He's going to knock him down, and that is the pistol to Mamba Mode.
And again, there's Evil, right? He's not doing the most, and now he's kind of working his way up. But what is 6 kills compared to 20? But he's the last guy alive, and he's clutching the round to make sure that Mamba Mode can get the win. So this guy popping up right when Mamba Mode needs him on that kill feed to find those kills. Chase, though, it was 14 kills. Now he's up to 20. This guy has to be stopped. It's so hard because he's now put in the driver's seat, right? He's got that the defensive advantage of just hanging out and waiting for you to peek him, and his gun skill has just been on point. Not that it's not on point in every game, but you can see it's really peaking here in this one. We're only halfway through, and he's already got 20 kills, right? So it's kind of leaning towards the possibility of a 40 kill game here in something that you would not expect because of the tier player that we have in this lobby. So Chase really having a performance as Screwface finds a kill onto Kairos. That's going to open things right up, and as we would expect, this round is going to go the way of Mamba Mode Gaming. One kill does get traded back, but still the Arsenal advantage for Mamba Mode should net them a round victory. Chase going to opt into that second round Vandal yet again here on this Reyna.
Justin able to get one there onto Evil. G-Man trying to catch him in the back of the site here as the plant finally going to go down behind the boxes. G-Man was at least able to get a little bit of information there, and flanked by Get Greedy isn't going to get taken down as a couple of smokes there on to the spike will stall them out. G-Man low health here, but pretty good health for Chase and Zach, and that's going to mean they can go for the push. They take Justin out. That's going to be the defuse and a tie game here. So Mamba Mode fighting back early in this second half, and Elysium now needs to retake their lead.
Yeah, Elysium have to figure it out at this point, giving up a couple of rounds. Pistol round, second round, it's okay. It's not too bad. Now this is where things will get dire. If Elysium are not able to pick up these rounds on attack with a full buy under their belt into the half buy that is the Mamba Mode Gaming Arsenal. So this is where we get to see how Elysium are feeling on attack, and I'm interested to see how they decide to play. It looks like a split across the map for now. Maybe looking to play towards Catwalk if they can find a pick, if they can get some information. As Polly's able to bait out the shot from Screwface, and they know an operator down mid means let's not go that way. We'll find a different way to play. We do have to be wary of the operator onto the B site because Screwface can rotate through the market, which is right where he is hanging out. It looks like A might be the play. The spike's still down. Some kills going to be traded back and forth, so no real openings just yet. But they do know Zek has this Spectre, so doesn't necessarily have the best firepower should they try and overpower him.
All right, Chase looking to peek into mid is going to get caught there by Get Greedy. Was distracted by the player hiding behind the stairs who peeked out momentarily and gets caught by the Omen from behind, and that means Elysium has a numbers advantage here. It's also low health, we should mention here, on Screwface. Down at 34 hit points means he is a very easy pickup for Elysium if they can catch him off guard. And they're just holding it down. They got one player on each, or Mamba Mode is trying to just hold it down, one player on each site with the quick rotation set up from Screwface, but we'll see how it works out as the push is on its way towards B. They're going to send one to mid to push through market, maybe could go for the flank through CT. The other three headed in all the way through B main. Screwface peeking out with the operator, misses his shot. Evil gets one, but JP2 able to trade that back. Now it's the 3v1 as Polly knocks down Screwface. Meanwhile, Zek on the complete opposite side of the map isn't going to be able to stop the plant, and he most likely is not going to be able to stop Elysium in this round. It should be an 8-7 lead for Elysium.
Yep, nice stamp in it. Again, once Elysium gets the guns in their hands, they're able to pick up these wins and not to lose too much on the back foot, right? Zek is going to get stunned up. The operator will be saved. This is, again, best case scenario. Outside of winning this round, best case scenario, you keep that operator. You're not handing over those 5,000 credits. And maybe even gets a kill here. No, he misses the shot. There is the operator nerfs coming through. Unfortunately, it's not in favor of Zek as he is the one wielding it. And they might hunt him down. Polly is going to do just that. I wonder if they opt into the operator, because I can't imagine. I guess if Just Underscoring is feeling himself, I don't see why not, right? He's right up there on the top of the leaderboards right next to Polly. It's the jet player. It's the guy who can stand still and then get out of dodge immediately when looking for that shot. And you know, in this round, taking a look at the credits across the board, there's probably not going to be an operator. I don't actually think there's any possibility to be an operator. You can challenge the Marshal, no big deal. You're looking at pistols across the board. Zek is choosing to grab a Phantom, and he was known in that last game to have huge rounds, picking up 2 kills almost every single round on split. So with that Phantom, this could still be a winnable round for Mamba Mode Gaming, as Chase already finds a kill, and that's on the operator from Justin.
Yeah, that's huge. And, you know, as you have to note, with an operator, with the recent nerfs, right, it's even more important to pick that gun up because it's just that much more expensive these days. So it is a much bigger investment if you're forced to buy it. As Get Greedy here, looking for one. They have one player down. Pauly able to peek out and take down Screwface. Now they can look to group up here. Zek gonna knock down JP2. That is the paranoia, but Get Greedy able to spray out towards Chase in mid and knock him down. Now it's the 3v3 here for Elysium. They have control of that operator if they want to hold on to it, if they want to use it to press onto one of these sites. We'll have to see. But the spike finally picked up here by Pauly, and they're thinking about an A setup, but Pauly gonna wrap around through T-spawn with Get Greedy and maybe head towards A. We'll have to see if they catch out Evil here.
30 seconds left.
He's just got a Sheriff, but they may find this player. They're gonna peek out. Evil gonna get one onto Pauly. Get Greedy's gotta go. You don't have time here. The rotation through Market is on its way. Zach able to take out one. And that should be the round to Mamba Mode. Kairos is going to run here towards this B site. Has to immediately take out the Cypher. He's going to fake the plant, look to the back of the site. That's the round. It doesn't even matter if he gets this kill. G-Man actually takes him out. It's the thrifty win, and they're tied up once again.
That is a huge round, and like I said, Zek has the Phantom. It caught him off guard. It got a kill there as they were trying to get through B main at the end, and it got a kill on Catwalk when they were fooling around towards mid. That is so, and I was going to give props to the heads up play from Get Greedy because he was able to run that operator back towards his team, and they kept it safe. No big deal. Nobody grabs the operator. We're A-okay. Still nobody grabbed the operator at the end because Zek was too far away. But having that Phantom in his hands, the aggressive purchase from him was so huge. It was instrumental to that victory. And then G-Man just playing that fantastically, right? It's an awkward spot on the box. There's not a whole lot of time. You don't get to peek everything. You saw K-Rose fake the plant and try and do what he can when it came to peeking one of the corners, one of many. And he only had time for one, unfortunately, not able to get it done, and he ends up falling down. As Screwface going to find an early kill onto Pauly, and this is looking grand. Mamba Mode Gaming look to really grab control here, reaching out for the reins, and we'll see if they can just pull it back. As Just Underscore going to miss the right click there. Maybe not even have killed because of the changes to that, although it was incredibly close range. He opts into not buying anything because he had the ult, and then he got no value from it. So this is a very, very tough round as Evil finds yet another kill for Mamba Mode Gaming. Screwface back on the board, and it's all starting to crumble here for Elysium.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of high-risk, high-reward plays, and it doesn't pay off for Justin there, and Zek going to take out JP2. Smokes out here from Justin. Going to try and grab a frag, but it doesn't matter. Zek, with that Phantom, going to land the spray onto his head. It's a flawless round from Mamba Mode, and they've taken the lead here, up 9-8.
And so it's not a dominant lead, right? It was Elysium up 2 rounds at one point, and then Mamba Mode start to reel it back in. They've now grabbed control, and this is exactly how we saw the last game play out. It was 1 round for 1 round, or 2 rounds for 2 rounds, and then overtime was 1 for 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. It's so incredibly close, and well, this right here, this is why I said earlier, whoever pulls ahead is probably going to be the team to win, because that means they've just got your number. And sometimes that just happens, right? That's competitive esports across the board. You look at semifinals that are incredibly close, and then a grand finals that is a complete stomp. It just happens. Some teams just have your number, and neither team have really figured it out here in this one, as Justin with the aggressive push into the boathouse there. Not sure if he was able to close the door, but I do know that K-Rose ended up falling on the back side of that push onto B. JP2 is able to trade one back. 2 ults for 2 ults here are available should they try and reclaim the lead. Pauly's going to find one onto G-Man on the flank here, back towards CT. Now it's a 4v3 Elysium trying to regain control. Mamba Mode Gaming still have a lot of opportunity, though, to pick up a win.
Yeah, they certainly have some time here. They don't have to worry just yet. They have gotten onto the site and got the spike planted here on B, but Screwface with a great shot there onto Justin. Throws down all the smokes as he gets caught by the fault line, so he's stunned there momentarily, but Pauly able to knock down Chase. So now it's the 3v2, but Screwface grabs the 3K, knocking down Get Greedy. He's going to step into the back of the site, but JP2 lands the spray on his head. Evil going to take one as well. He immediately throws out the shock dart. Now fakes the defuse, but he's too low. Pauly takes him out, and we're tied up once again.
That hurts a little bit on the way out there. Pauly going down to the spike there. You see only on 4,000 credits. So he would have liked to hang on to that weapon as if he opts into the full armor. Okay, there it is. So it's the light armor, not the heavy armor. So he's able to grab some of the utility, but a good round. It was almost a very crazy clutch from Screwface. They were about to trade 4Ks back and forth, but it was Pauly out on top. And in the last week, I'm pretty sure we could go back. I don't know if there was ever a real time that Pauly was top fragging this heavily, right? This guy, to close out the 3 weeks of Razer Tournament Series for Valorant edition that we have, he's really wanting to put a stamp on it as Evil finds 1 kill. That is onto K-Rose. Pauly going to fall as well, and I jinxed him, unfortunately. The aggression coming out from Mamba Mode Gaming, this is where they shine, and they push forward, they grab aggressive picks, and then they continue to just run down your throat here, trying to overwhelm. We've yet to really see it back to back to back. It's only been here and there for these rounds. So I'm hoping Mamba Mode, if they want to pull ahead, they can definitely punish the passiveness or maybe not expecting from Elysium for the aggressive pushes. Zek gonna make sure there should be no way that a 3v5 comes through. He's gonna find another kill for himself and now Get Greedy. Not in a great spot. This guy, you gotta go. It's a flawless win. It's a 3K for Zek, and Mamba Mode reclaimed the lead. Wow.
I don't really understand that push. Like, you smoked them off. You know they have numbers and they've already gotten a kill. Like, you should be smoking off there and either retreating out of A-Link or pushing onto the site to try and get the spike down and get some sort of an advantage, get control of that territory. I don't understand the push there from Justin and his team, and it ends up costing them. They were probably going to lose the round anyway, so it might be a little nitpicky, but I feel like Elysium is right on the cusp here more than Mamba Mode is of really taking over this game. But I just feel like they aren't able to put it together quite yet in this half. And it means that I actually feel like Mamba Mode is holding on more than Elysium here. And they're just so close. You've got some good ultimates here. Use K-Rose's ultimate aggressively here. See if you can lock down a site early and grab around to tie things back up. Elysium can win this map, but Mamba Mode continuing to just grab these rounds from Elysium and maintain a lead right now is certainly troublesome.
Yeah, and I would think, right, so a lot of the professional teams, tier 1, tier 2, have to be incredibly comfortable on Ascent, right? It's been out for a little bit now. It's one of those maps where when it came out, people were probably just going so hard, learning all the intricacies. But for Elysium to choose Split, right? Obviously feeling if you had to go 1 through 4, Split is number 1 as far as comfortability goes for them. Ascent is not up there as we jump back into the action here. As Sean going to go wide again from Screwface. It did land. It legged to Pauly there, so he's going to be on low HP. The operator damage, I think, was nerfed from 127 to 120 or something of the sort. But it's an eco round, so at the end of the day, no big deal. Justin is able to find a kill there. He's going to get taken down by G-Man, so not able to grab the gun. Feels kind of bad, but Elysium, they're just trying to string together what they can. No big deal. This is kind of a throwaway round. And basically what my point previous to this round kind of falling apart for Elysium was to say is you don't want to be even with Mamba Mode Gaming on their map pick because they are, if anybody, going to be the team that probably eventually pulls ahead because this is a map that they are incredibly comfortable on. And Elysium might not be as comfortable on. So hopefully in these next couple of rounds, Elysiums can bring it back if they want to try and win. If not, we're going to game 3, and that's all you could ask for from a grand finals.
Yeah, and if they don't pull it together now, it looks like we won't even get a sniff at overtime here as Mamba Mode now with 4 out of the last 5 rounds And Elysium in trouble. Backs against the wall. Mamba Mode looking to put themselves at map point. Elysium is trying to survive right now, and this would be a huge round if they could take it. Screwface not going to get anything there in mid. Early is going to rotate into market, and they will be spotted briefly by the Owl drone. That's the ultimate dropped by Kairos. Alarm bot going to get taken out, and it's going to be an aggressive peek from Screwface. He's able to take down Polly, gets back out of trouble here. Won't be detained by the ultimate. Looks for the spray. Evil with the Odin takes down one. Screwface not with a second yet with this operator, but this should be the map, honestly. Justin able to get the plant. It's the 5v2 retake. There should be no way that they can defend this, but we're going to see what happens. Bladestorm is out. Shot from Market going to miss. Got a Screwface here, and Justin wants to push, but he just gets caught. That's the 2 frags that they needed. Mamba Mode going to move to map point, and this should be it, honestly. They are ready to force game 3.
Ready to force game 3, and a flawless victory at that. You take a look at that economy, and if there's anything that kind of writes your name on your grave, it's where you're sitting at coming into this map point round. It's not great. It's light armor, it's heavy armor, or an SMG. You don't have a whole lot of options. I can't imagine the utility is going to be there as well, so they have to try and figure something out going into this one. Chase still pulling quite far ahead from his team. It's not the 40 bomb that I had projected when we were 7-6 in the game, but the team started to pull it back together, right? You see now everybody a little bit closer. It's not the 6s, the 2s, the 5s. It's not just the Chase show anymore. So Mamba Mode Gaming really starting to come alive as a team on defense. And I think if anything, you stop peeking Screwface, because this guy, just like Justin, has had some incredible performances in this game alone. And you need to just leave that operator be. It looks like that is the option that Elysium are going to choose, but you're still not out of the woodworks, right? Because this guy can easily peek mid where you have 3 of your members, only 2 leaning over towards A. So we'll see. Elysium not out of it yet, but again, the economy, it definitely is looking grim for them as Zek is looking to peek. Looks like maybe a flash going down to the aftershock there. G-Man gonna find the kill. Find a second one onto JP2.
Wow.
Now with a 3v5. So nice picks coming across. Justin's able to get one back, but the numbers are just dwindling here as Zek picks up one, and it's Justin all by his lonesome in a 1v4. Does not have the spike either. Needs to try and get it done. He cannot do it. It's a headshot coming through. Chase will close it out, and it's Mamba Mode Gaming drawing a game number 3 here in the grand finals.
Yeah, and an impressive finish there. It was so tight for so long, but as we mentioned, once one team was finally kind of able to pull ahead by about 3 rounds, that was the team that was going to win. You said it multiple times, and it proved true. Mamba Mode able to finish things off once they finally really separated themselves from Elysium there. And Elysium, you know, and you could talk about, you know, it's Mamba Mode's map pick. They're not maybe as comfortable on a set there, but really just looked like they kind of fell apart. I mean, that was actually some of the roughest Valorant we've seen from Elysium in a while. So really, they need to do some sort of mental reset here, refocus for this third map, because if they bring into this third map what we saw from them in the second half of Ascent, they are going to get bodied by Mamba Mode and lose and not be able to get the 3P. They could certainly do it. I have confidence that they can refocus and come back here, but if they don't do it, they're doomed.
Yeah, it's again, it has been a long day. Now, both of these teams at this point, this is where the good team is going to completely erase everything, right? It's your grandma died, your dog got run over, your car broke down, but as soon as you step onto that field, as soon as you jump into that map, whatever it may be, everything goes out the window and you just worry about what's in front of you. So hopefully Elysium can reset coming off of that one. If not, then Mamba Mode Gaming, they're going to take it. They're going to reclaim their throne. And again, this roster is Mamba Mode Gaming-esque. These guys have been looking so incredibly strong, bringing us back to what Mamba Mode Gaming used to be able to do. So I'm so happy to see them actually putting up a fight here in the grand finals, not getting knocked out early, and then looking for a reverse sweep.
Promises to be a good one, folks. When we return, we've got the decider. It's going to be game 3 between Elysium and Mamba Mode Gaming. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few. right, ladies and gentlemen, we have returned. My name is Jason. I got Tanner Metro here. We're getting ready for the final game of our best of three grand finals. Elysium took the first game on a split, the second one on Ascent, went over to Mamba Mode Gaming, and now these two Titans will duke it out on one final map to decide the champion in week 3 of the Razer Tournament Series. Promises to be a banger. We've had some fun action so far, and it's going to be Bind to close it out.
Bind to close it out. So we got away from Haven for a little bit. We got away from Bind for a little bit here in the grand finals. We've seen Split, we've seen Ascent. Now we're going back to one that should be familiar to us, which this opens the doors. This could be a Viper map. This could be a Killjoy map, depending on how you're feeling. Also raises. We're going to see some raises rather than the Jets, I would imagine, for both Justin and Screwface coming through on this one. I'm so excited for it. And I mean, as a spectator, could you be any less happy? You get a crazy round 1 or crazy game 1 going into, I think it was OT3 or OT4, and then a game number 2 going obviously the way of Mamba Mode Gaming to bring us to a game number 3, and it's to close out the Razer Tournament Series, and it's just so exciting here as we are jumping on in. And there's the split. So G-Man not going to be on the Cypher. He's going to be on the Viper, and Kairos still on that Killjoy, not going to opt into the Viper. I'm excited to see how this one plays out, as that spike has been placed right down by a short, still having some options on which site you do want to take. As 2 are pushing up through Hookah. The smoke will stop the push for now, and Elysium still feeling it out, trying to bait out some utility.
Yeah, this one definitely promises to be an interesting map on the final one. It's going to be the wall from the Viper down towards A, and the quick push from Elysium here through short. Chase going to get that first frag with the Ghost, grabbing a second there on a Kairos. He's going to get plenty of that overheal. Goes for the reload, and JP2 able to take out Zach, but Chase going to get the 3K there. Get Greedy gets one, but Screwface from behind able to finish that one off. Pauly takes one, but G-Man going to close it out, and that's the pistol to Mamba Mode.
Yeah, and so it looked heavily in favor of Mamba Mode for a second. Chase was going off on that round, and then Elysium started to reel it back in, but Mamba Mode Gaming still coming out on top. I do believe this was Elysium's map pick, being the losing team coming into the last one, so hopefully they can reel it back in. This was a map we talked about being fairly attacker-sided. Was that this? Or no, that was Haven. Haven was a little bit attacker-sided. So both of these guys, I feel like these guys have kind of been breaking the mold for that, right? We've come in with these statistics of who can win where, what side is going to win where, but then these guys make us eat our words, right? It was a defender-sided split, and then the attackers ended up taking it in overtime. So I don't think that really matters at this point. I think it's just staying close and as close as you can. As early in this one, a kill going to be traded back and forth, but that kind of means Elysium are on top here in this one. They're on a save round, and they might be able to net themselves a gun.
Yeah, and obviously those statistics warp a bit when you get down to, you know, team play and in higher tier teams that have more experience on these maps. They understand how they play better. So, you know, they can warp further one way or the other. You never quite know. But so far, yeah, it's been a very interesting watch in this tournament, how these players are shifting how these maps play. And early on, it is 1-4-1 traded here in this second round. And we obviously see Mamba Mode having taken that first round with some SMGs picked up. We'll see what Elysium can do here. Get Greedy going to peek in towards a short here. I think he should have spotted that rotation just at the last moment. I believe he saw it. Maybe not. He goes into the teleporter, smokes out. Okay, Get Greedy. Yeah. Wait, it's been a long day, guys. That was his own teammates. He's smoking out towards B to bait the rotation to B. Now his team looking to get out onto A, but that's going to be Zek taking out Pauly as he was going for the plant, and this is going to be the round of Mamba Mode.
Yeah, and it's the only the Omen up with the Stinger. Unfortunately, not getting anything done there. The round will go to Mamba Mode, like you said. A gun in the hands of Greedy, but he's not going to be able to do too much with that one, as we should see. Not much of a buy. I guess they forced in that last round. I didn't even see what the arsenal was. So Elysium trying to catch Mamba Mode Gaming off guard, and I thought Get Greedy had picked that weapon up, but no, Elysium fall down 2 rounds to 0 in what could easily be 3 rounds to 0. And it feels even worse when you force and you're like, okay, SMGs to SMGs, let's do this. Or maybe even ghosts. And then Chase buys a Vandal on round 2. And you're like, oh, well, my Stinger doesn't stand a chance, unfortunately, into this Vandal. And that's kind of the Chase pocket pick there for himself. Now, another small force coming through. I believe a Screwface is able to find one onto Justin. A nice kill with the Bucky. That right click can be deadly, and we're seeing it pay off. Elysium, I don't know what they've got going on, but it definitely does not feel good at this point. Again, the arsenal not in their favor, but they're just walking right down the barrels here of Mamba Mode Gaming.
I kind of hate that sometimes about shotguns. It's like, hey, this is not a good ranged weapon, long range weapon for you, unless you want it to be, and just right click, because Screwface is doing work with that Bucky right now. Kairos finally able to take him down there, but Chase gonna get one there on a Get Greedy. Zach finishes it off, knocking down Kairos, and that's the 3-0 lead from Mamba Mode. So quite the strong start here for Mamba Mode Gaming.
Yeah, really good start. And again, Elysium just biting off more than they can chew in round number 2 with the Force. It then pushes them now to a position where they can fully buy out. You see some extra credits across the board there too. So I'm assuming full utility for these guys. It's a little late. It feels a little bad, but we're going to finally see how Elysium can battle back here on attack. Typically, it's round number 3, right, where you're seeing that full buy come through. Now, if you lose this round for Elysium, you're down 4-0. You're probably going to go down 5-0. You don't get that second full buy on the 5th round. It's going to be on the 6th round because of that force earlier in the game. So it's really a feast or famine, sink or swim, as Screwface finds the shots again onto Justin. Justin just cannot catch a break. He keeps getting taken down by the opposing Rays. Mamba Mode Gaming are up a member yet again, and B still seems to be the play. Elysium are going to have to force their way onto this site. Dodging out on the wall there from the Shrouded step, so Toxic Screen not going to get too much. That spike has been planted. Some kills are coming back through, though. Polly and Kairos getting on the board. G-Man is going to even the odds now. 3v3 as that Hunter's Fury is used. Maybe a bit premature, not waiting for that diffuse to come through before using that is Polly, as all of the stuns or all of the flashes are going to go through. Get Greedy's going to find a kill, and Zach, the Omen, popping up on that board. G-Man trades it back. Now it's all up to Polly in the 1v1. The diffuse is going to come through. The screen is up. He has to push. It's halfway. He's just going to stick it. Polly's not even going to get the kill here.
Cheeky G-Man with the stick. Polly is finally going to get the kill at the end, but I love G-Man there holding his water, understanding that he had the time for the stick, and that was Polly being a little too scared of the push. He was afraid that he wasn't sticking it, that he had stepped off and wasn't willing to step out of the smoke, more willing to just blindly fire, and he doesn't land his shots, and that means it's 4 in a row for Mamba Mode.
That's a crushing defeat.
Yeah, that one stinks.
A crushing defeat there. Just when you thought you're going to reel it back in, you go down to something like that. And hey, pros don't fake. Pros don't fake. G-Man didn't fake that one there. As Screwface trying to do what he can. Again, looking for an early pick. If you can stop Screwface from getting an early pick, maybe these rounds go the opposite direction and Elysium is able to net a few. But this guy's been so hot early in this one, trying to match Chase from that last game, as Zach's able to get one. Polly getting on the board, but Zach finds 2 after shot comes through, and there's Chase. Yet again, this guy's popping back up. He's got the Elder Flame Vandal in his hands, and Justin's been the first kill in the last couple of rounds, now looking to be the last kill for Mamba Mode Gaming as the Lear goes out, and another round going over. And this was, again, an awkward buy. Some of the members for Elysium had forced up here, so I think going into the next round, they're going to be in a bad spot yet again, down 5-0.
Yeah, Chase with the peak there, finally down a short, able to knock down Justin there at the end. And it continues to be a very rough going for Elysium in this first half, down 5-0. They have a near full buy this time around, just Kairos not able to get full shields here. But really no excuses in this round. So if Mamba Mode takes this again, it would be once more Elysium on the back foot, and we'll have to see. Some of them would still be able to full buy the next round, but not sure whether they would elect to do so. And Mamba Mode Gaming, they also have the Viper's Pit available this round, which is huge, and it is going to cut off the push onto the B site. That's going to be the Boombot dropped into Hookah. The spray onto Justin from Screwface is that early pick they were looking for. Get Greedy going to grab one, but again, they still have to battle with G-Man's Viper Pit on this B site if they want to get in here, and it seems like they want to rotate. They're going to elect to do so. Ooh, the Killjoy ultimate. Interesting counter here to the Viper's Pit. You can back out for a lot longer these days, though, before it disappears. They aren't going to be detained, and the integrity of the Viper's Pit will be regained, but the execute is over towards A. So eventually, they're going to have to leave that Viper's Pit and let it die and go for the rotation. Zek trying to spray through the smoke isn't going to kill anybody. Spike has been planted, and now it's the 4v4.
Yeah, and Chase didn't spot Pauly on the flank there. So in a bad spot, both Chase and Zek in these showers. This one's going to come through. G-Man's going to get spotted out. He took the teleporter. Now Zek might get Pauly in the back. Yes, he does. That's unfortunate timing. Pauly stuck in between three, but it's still a 3v3 as the recon dart not going to get anything. There's the flash coming up from Get Greedy, and Chase just remains hot here. He is going to heal up. He is going to be taken down. It's a 1v1, but Evil will find K-Rose's head with his Vandal. 6-0, the rounds go the way of Mamba Mode Gaming, and this feels like a snowball effect. If
they're able to get access onto the site, Pauly gets the pick onto G-Man on the rotation. I wish Pauly would have just kind of held the angle and elected for, you know, even if it's a 1v2, like maybe you could still trade 1-for-1 there. It's a tough call, but the retreat and turning your back isn't going to get you anything. You don't get any sort of trade whatsoever there. So Pauly goes down, and it means the numbers are still fine for Mamba Mode. And then, you know, as always, Chase just doesn't miss. Chase is not missing in these last two games of the finals, is looking extremely strong, and Mamba Mode is again able to pull out a round that they probably shouldn't have had.
Yeah, and so now we're seeing a name. It's been so long since we've seen JP2 have a solid performance, and it wasn't before earlier in the day that we got to see it. He picks up a double kill at the start of this round, and finally Elysium are looking to get back on the board. They're showing signs of life, and this might just be one of those moments where you go down 6 rounds and you need that extra little pep talk. You need somebody in your Discord call to say, hey guys, what are we doing? Let's figure it out right here, right now. There's no reason these guys should be beating us. As Screwface is going to find one on to Get Greedy. He's going to push into the showers. JP2 finds a 4K on this round to close it out there. Elysium strike back, and JP2 is not giving up just yet. He's looking to join the team captain up top. Now, all we need, if you are an Elysium fan, is Justin and Kairos to start to pick things up. But unfortunately for them, Mamba Mode Gaming have zero worries in the world. They're okay to drop that round. Their economy is a little shaky, but we know just how strong these guys can be. Just like JP2 had that 4K in this round, Chase can do the exact same thing, and he's been so consistent.
So I don't believe Pauly bought armor. Pauly had, I believe, 3,400 credits and did not buy armor this round. I do not know why.
That is a head scratcher for sure. You definitely need armor in a round like this.
Okay, he did. He bought it at the absolute last second, though. I was watching. I was just staring at this screen on the scoreboard. Just like, you better buy armor, my dude. And he did.
Okay, so hold on. Chase picking up a couple kills. Zek able to get it here. And Evil gonna kill his teammate. So, I mean, whose side do you want here? It's a 3v3 now. Elysium, they need to take advantage. Unfortunately, Evil, he had 1 kill to his name, I believe, coming into this round. And that should be a big goose egg after this one. As you can see the gun, you hear the charge. There's the kill onto Screwface. Gets one onto G-Man as well. Get Greedy trying to get back in this game himself. And now it's all up to Evil here. The bottom frag for Mamba Mode Gaming need to get it done. The only kill he has in this round is on his teammate with his ultimate, which could have been a sacrifice they tried to just make, but time is no longer on his side. He has to make a play in the 1v2. Get Greedy and spot him up and take him out. As a 3K for Get Greedy. And this is giving me feelings, Yeso, of game number 1 where it took Herculean efforts from Get Greedy. It took Herculean efforts from JP2. Just this Elysium squad had to put literally everything in somebody's basket to be able to get it done, right? It was a 4K from JP2 in the last round, a 3K from Get Greedy in this round, and then they got a little extra help, right? Evil tossing that kill on over on his teammate onto Zek. It feels like Elysium, even when they're winning rounds, they're still losing.
Man, it's funny. I'm curious if you're gonna say Herculean more, or this is the last time I'm gonna say that more, because you love that word. Is this gonna be the push into Hookah? Justin gonna be able to take down Screwface, and this is Elysium starting to come alive. It's a great word. I do love that you use it, and you use it in the correct context. So
yeah,
I'm
and
here for it.
If I can rip it off and it sounds like I'm saying the actual word the way it's meant to be said, that makes me feel pretty good about it.
Yeah,
So if I'm in a good mood, I'm thinking, you know what, Herculean, let's go, baby.
Yeah.
If I can rip that off, then I feel pretty good. So because I'm not fumbling over it, I'm gonna keep saying it, baby, because that's exactly what Elysium need to pick up these rounds. Is this one slower? They are out on top, though, and that's a showstopper out of the way. You no longer have to worry about that ult from Screwface. You no longer have to worry about Screwface finding an opening frag here either, because Elysium were able to get that done first. It looks like they want to rotate over. Polly on the lurk. That is a huge kill here. Zek is not going to be able to hit that teleporter. Won't have a flank of his own, but Polly's not out of the woodworks just yet. It's a stinger in the hands of Evil. Get Greedy is here as well. The spike is headed towards A. It's a split push across the board. Evil's going to find the kill on to Get Greedy, and Polly actually left, so not able to trade it back. The spike should be planted here soon, but Chase is still alive, and you have to worry about this Reyna.
Yeah, he's going to use the Leer through the chuck here. Gets blinded momentarily there by JP2, and they've actually completely retreated. This is crazy because Mamba Mode could actually go for the defuse right now, but they don't have the information to know that they're safe to do so. And that gives Elysium time to get this set up in showers. They wanted to get JP2 around to the other side and into showers, as that's going to be the shock dart from the opposite side. JP2 looking for the peak. He knows the defuse has started. He's going to get that frag on a chase, and now he just has to buy his time. He and Polly will have the crossfire here. They should be able to win this round. So it's going to be Evil going back for the defuse. He's faked it. He gets sprayed down from the back, though, by Evil, or by Polly, excuse me, and JP2 will go down to the spike, but that is another round for Elysium.
Okay, so this is awkward because the scoreboard, going back to the armor thing, the scoreboard doesn't show armor being bought, and it doesn't show armor if they still have armor. So I think Polly opted into just hanging on because he had 26 armor. He just opted into hanging on to it, saying, hey, I'm not going to refresh. I think I'm A-okay with just 26. And that doesn't pop up on the scoreboard. So we don't actually get that info. You know, they seem armorless, even if they might be at 40 armor or 45 armor if they don't rebuy there. And I like that round from Elysium. I'm not too sure what Mamba Mode are thinking is Justin finds one, Chase trades it back. It's to be expected. G-Man as well. These guys are so proficient with the sheriffs, finding kills across the map. And Elysium, just when you think that you're starting to pull ahead, you're starting to reel it back in, you think you're in a good spot, you immediately get shut down. Now, G-Man had a gun in his hands, is eventually going to fall there. K-Rose picking that one up. The spike will go down, and Evil trying to do what he can in that last round as Evil falls. Chase opted into going for the defuse, and Evil was looking for the kills. And I think that should have been completely flipped, right? Chase is the guy who's going to get the kills. So why not have Evil go for the defuse, have Chase walking around looking to find somebody in showers, in lamps, down A short, whatever it may be, as he looks for one for himself, not able to get it there. K-Rose will find the final kill onto Screwface, and it just seemed like a little bit of a blunder coming out from Mamba Mode Gaming. Not really in the right headspace. I think Chase was just maybe going for like a fake defuse or like a 1v2 play where he spins around and kills somebody. It just seemed a little absent-minded in the play as a whole to just give a round over to Elysium, which has then linked to another round, right? It's 4 in a row for Elysium. And after going down 6, I said JP2 got a 4K, and somebody must have given him a pep talk. They must have listened to an Arnold Schwarzenegger video, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson video or something, because these guys just started to bring it back here in rounds when you feel like they should lose.
You say Arnold Schwarzenegger videos, I just think of him talking about, I smoke my stogies wherever I want. I love that video. All right, well, Evil with the Owl Drone pushing out towards B main there is going to get spotted out and taken down. 3 ultimates available here for Elysium. So we'll see if they elect to use any of those, as that's going to be the smokes out onto this B site. Will cut off some vision from Mamba Mode, and it's actually the rotation. So this is kind of a distraction from Elysium as they actually want to get onto the A side. It's 2 players inside of U-Haul, and Justin's going to take them both out. Chase and Zach are down. And that's easily going to be the plan. This should be another round for Elysium, as that is the Killjoy ultimate used here as well. Screwface will be able to get up into heaven and avoid being detained. So that's pretty good for him. They'll be able to get out onto the site right away. And let's see what they can do. That's Get Grady just sitting on top of the spike. It's taken out by G-Man, who's going to peek there in the showers and get another onto Polly. Viper's Pit will set up what should be a pretty easy defuse here for Mamba Mode. Evil with the flank, going to get one. Looks for a second. Justin able to take him out, though. They trade there, and Elysium pulls it back. Kairos with the 2K at the end. Gives them their 5th round in a row.
Yeah, that was a really nice pickup there by Kairos. I think the Evil coming in clutch, picking up 2 kills, one of them being on Justin that just ulted. So just a nice trade in that, but huge for Kairos to stay alive. The Viper's Pit goes down, and outside of the vision exchange here, as we see G-Man walking up, this is where he was able to get that ultimate, pop that Viper's Pit, and unfortunately not able to hold it down. And while that was happening just before that, right, we saw the lockdown, pushes everybody off the site, and it's a Killjoy. And I was trying to weigh in my head what would make you take the Killjoy over the Viper. And although you get less vision on the Viper, it's a little bit easier to want to push through that Viper's Pit, right? Because you're not getting detained, and the range is so little. You really see it paying off there for Elysium for having Kairos on that Killjoy rather than the Viper. Now Chase has a flank here, but Kairos is going to spot him out. Chase can't get the kills, and that's the Viper working against you if you are Mamba Mode Gaming, although the kills have been since traded back. Screwface doing his darndest to keep this round in their favor, but it's a 2v2, both on this A site. They are going to look for the plant here as the Owl Drone comes out. Evil is going to spot out Polly. Will launch out the Recon Bolt as well. The spike has been planted. The stun has gone down, and now it's up to Evil to get it done in 1v2. He's going to spot one out. I'm not sure if he was spotted inside of U-Haul there, but this is a very tall task here for the Sova of Mamba Mode Gaming. The shock darts go out, but is it going to be enough? It is not. It's another 3K for JP2. And we're all tied up 6-6 going into the half. So what a comeback from Elysium. Something lit a fire under these guys' butts.
I'm trying to process that both of these teams have had really, really rough patches in this first half. Elysium looked a mess. You know, even rounds that they should have had locked down in those first 6, they weren't winning. They weren't able to get the kills that they needed to do. They were fumbling their utility, and Mamba Mode was just jumping on every single opportunity. And then they get one round under their belt, and it's almost like Mamba Mode falls apart, right? Elysium is pulling back rounds they're not supposed to win, and Mamba Mode isn't able to close things out. So that was really quite the surreal half to watch. And God, is it rare to see teams go 6 in a row and then 6 in a row swapped in a single half. It's really weird to watch. And you know what? I will say, I think it is part of the length showing, right? This is not an easy tournament to win. It is not a short tournament to win, and that length of time can be tiring, can be exhausting, can be a drain on the mind, and you start to make mistakes, and it can certainly show at the end of the tournament here. But you know, props to these teams still battling through it all. They're still knotted up at 6-6 in this final map of the grand final, so it's crazy to watch.
Yeah, this has been just one hell of a series overall, as Elysium have the numbers advantage. Flash goes out, Zek's gonna get taken down, Get Greedy is there, and this was a solo hold with the help of the turret from Polly, and he's able to at the very least trade a kill. The spike was planted, and Elysium are gonna get the round win. Now with that, we saw Elysium, they forced up in the first part of this game, right? They lost round number 1, they forced up in round 2. With that spike plant, I don't doubt that we see a possible force from Mamba Mode, because it's going to take really catching somebody off guard. Something has to happen. A flip needs to switch for Mamba Mode Gaming, just like I did in Elysium, or else they're going to run away with the game. 6 in a row. Now make it 7 in a row, picking up pistol. They should find another one. We see Just underscoring with that judge in his hands, which is, if there's ever a round for that judge to pop off, it is this one. And every time I say that, it never happens. So I'm hoping that I didn't jinx him here, but they have to figure it out. This was almost paying to fruition what I said in the last game of whoever pulls ahead is probably going to win just because they have your number. And I thought things would switch once the sides got flipped, but Elysium on defense still looking strong to start.
Yep, and certainly only the pistol, so things could certainly change once we get to some real gun rounds here. But Elysium continuing the momentum that they carried through the back half of the first half of this map. And Justin sitting in U-Haul with the judge, waiting to see, does this Viper want to come in and peek me, get greedy with the opening frag, taking down Screwface with his Spectre. That's a great start here for Elysium. Let's see if they can get some more. G-Man sneaking towards CT, looking for a flank. It looks like he's trying to catch Elysium on the rotation because they're going for the plant here on A, as Paulie's able to catch out Chase. That one's going to sting, but G-Man at least able to get behind, takes out Justin, knocks down K-Ros as well. That's 2 big kills for the Viper, and now it's a 3v3 in the rotation, finally arriving on this A site. JP2 with the Spectre, able to take down one. Zek trades that one back. Paulie, meanwhile, with this Spectre, has arrived in the showers, looking to peek towards heaven. That's a low health bar on the Omen. Let's see if they can get it. He takes down one. Evil knocked down. Oh, his teammate. He gets it halfway, has to look for the peek, sees the arm, goes for it, now fakes it, and is able to get it. Zek's going to go down. Paulie clutches the round, and Elysium grabs their 8th in a row.
Yeah, and that's deja vu, right? We've seen Paulie in that same exact position where you think he can stick it. This time he chooses not to stick it, and it works out in his favor. That shock dart was so very close to Zek with low HP. And it's a few times where we've seen Zek has been such a huge player for this Mamba Mode Gaming team, but on low HP, what can you do, right? You do expect that clutch to come through. Had both of those players been at full HP, I wholeheartedly expect Zek to find the clutch there and stop the defuse. Unfortunately, not the case, as Elysium continues to propel ahead. Like you said, though, it was pistol round. It was second round. That is almost guaranteed to go the way of whoever won the pistol round a lot of the time. I'd say maybe 85% of the time. Now it's full buys all the way through. Just underscoring, he's going to hang on to this judge play. And this kind of worries me because somebody has to push right into the lamps or the U-Haul here for him to get some value. And that's actually exactly what happens. It's judge for judge. And Justin comes out on top with that bit of extra damage.
Yeah, he's able to get one shot there on Chase before going down to the Vandal. But he at least gets the 1-for-1 trade there, and a little bit of extra work. Is Paulie going to spot out a few with his Owl drone? Spike is down. JP2 with a great kill with the Aftershock onto Zek. And that means they control the Spike. K-Ros, meanwhile, comes in behind G-Man and Chase, gets to there. JP2 knocks down Evil. And just like that, it's a 3-round lead for Elysium.
What's going on here?
I don't know.
These guys, they space jammed them. They took all the power away. There are these aliens that came from outer space, and they took all of the ability for Mamba Mode Gaming to play and then started beating them. Now, if that is the case, the Space Jam story, the aliens, spoiler alert, it's been out for like, 20 years now. The aliens don't win, unfortunately, for Elysium, if that is the case. But they are coming out incredibly strong. There is a break right now, and this could be what is needed to reset from both of these teams. We don't know if it's a disconnect or what it is, but wow, Elysium looking so strong at 9 in a row.
Yep, looking really good. And as we wait for us to come back from this pause, we're going to hear from our sponsors once again. there for Zek. But he is back and ready to go, and we are into round number 16. It's Elysium with the 3-round lead here, and they've carried a ton of momentum if they won 9 rounds in a row. We'll see if that pause was able to stall that momentum, or if they can keep things rolling here as we get right into the action. It's early pokes towards this B site, and with the way the rotation is setting up, Mamba Mode wants to go B first.
Yeah, and that is going to be the most interesting thing, right? Is to see how these guys bounce back after that long pause. If that's going to be the resurgence for Mamba Mode Gaming, or if Elysium are going to stay hot. And during that time, you're stuck in game, right? So you don't get, there's no warm-ups, there's no death matches, there's no really getting anything. You don't know when you're going to be able to come back, especially with the DC. As Screwface tries to go in, takes a little bit of damage. He's going to be Pauly trying to back off, but it's Get Greedy inside the box to find 2. 2 are going to be traded back almost immediately, so the B side has been cleared. But K-Rose finds the kill onto Zek, and it looks like Elysium are staying just as hot as they were before in a 3v2. The spike yet to be planted. The Empress has been popped, and JP2 trying to slow everything down and find the kills on the backside. Now, Evil, unfortunately, backed into a corner, doesn't have the spike. Maybe has the arsenal here. It's a 1v3. It's very doable as the drone does get destroyed. Flash comes out. The spray comes through. It's K-Rose to find the kill in Elysium. 10 rounds in a row, even after being iced there for a few minutes.
Yeah, they're able to come back and grab one for themselves. So that is huge. And this should force another save out of Mamba Mode. So this should be an 11-6 lead here for Elysium as they have continued to keep chugging along. It's really impressive with how this game started, that they've been able to turn things around so drastically. As you see on the side of Mamba Mode, that's 4 Sheriffs, 4 Light Shields, a single Spectre. And they've certainly been a lineup that's been able to do great work with these Sheriffs, but the way Elysium is playing right now, you're going to be hard-pressed to take this round with the deficient weaponry you are bringing to the table. Chase already down to 20 health here. Is going to go down to Pauly. Screwface backing out of Hookah as the opening frag from Elysium on B does give them the lead. JP2 going to take down G-Man over on the A site. Zek, meanwhile, uses the ultimate to get over into heaven here above A site. Going to peek out, doesn't spot anybody, and this should get them the plant. But Justin there, sitting in that corner, gets 2. Get Greedy finishes off the last one. That's a flawless round here from Elysium. Exactly what you need to do in those saves from your opponent.
All right, here we go. 6 rounds, Mamba Mode Gaming, they win on defense. Okay, then Elysium bring it back for 6 rounds. Now they're on defense. They're gonna win 6 rounds. Mamba Mode Gaming bring us back to tie it up 12-12, and we go into overtime.
I'm willing to bet you $20 right now that that doesn't happen.
Well, seeing as how I just ordered food 2 times, I don't want to spend any more money tonight or lose any more money tonight. But that would definitely be a miracle run for Mamba Mode Gaming if they were able to do it. But I mean, like we've been saying, Elysium, something, just a fire was lit, and these guys refuse to give up going down 6. And it kind of feels like now Mamba Mode Gaming are feeling how they felt for the first 6 rounds, how Elysium felt for the first 6 rounds, where it's a long day. It's very defeating to be down 11 rounds in a row, but G-Man not giving up just yet. Does find an early kill on to Get Greedy, and we'll see if that can continue forward as the attack is towards A. That spike has been planted. The Killjoy Ult comes out. They have to try and push to make the play here. It's a 2v4 with the last remaining members, but Justin not done just yet. Killjoy Ult is down, trying to push everybody off. Not going to buy a whole lot of space here, as that ult has timed out. Nobody was able to get it to that spike and look for a defuse. It's still a 2v3. Mamba Mode Gaming looking to battle back here.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, while they were able to get the kills, they weren't able to knock down the ultimate. JP2 with the huge spray towards Shower is going to finish that one off. The spike going to be defused here with just a 1.5 seconds left on the timer. But it's plenty of time for Elysium as they're now up 12-6, 12 rounds in a row, looking to make it 3 titles in a row.
And if they close it out here, what a way to put a stamp on it, huh? You go down 6-0. There was some stuff going on in round or in game number 2. Not everybody was happy about, but we jump into the third one, and I mean, Elysium, they go down 6, and then they just strike back so fierce, right? That's one way. It's the ball never lies, right? That's kind of the saying when you're playing pool or things that the ball never lies. And that's exactly what seems to be happening, right? The team that was meant to win will end up winning regardless of what does go on throughout the series here. So Elysium doing what they can. And I mean, we have to give hats off to Mamba Mode Gaming thus far. It's been roster change after roster change after roster change. I think in the last 3 weeks that they've been playing in the Razer Tournament Series, they've had roster changes. And this one looking the strongest, taking them all the way to the grand finals. Both of these teams here are battling in the money, right? Both of these teams are, quote unquote, winning at the end of the day. It's just looking to be a three-peat for Elysium. But we'll see if my prediction stands true as some kills come through. Justin, gonna find a couple. Screwface gonna even the odds here now. 3v3 with a showstopper available. That Viper's Pit does go down. Chase trying to get away. He does make it through the teleporter. He's going to follow Screwface on over to B. The rotate will come through. The spike should get planted, but the showstopper was used prematurely there. Evil finds a nice kill to the back of the head of Pauly. And in the 3v2, Mamba Mode Gaming are looking to make a miracle run.
Yeah, can they finish it off? They're down in terms of numbers, and the spike is planted on B, but they've been able to make miracles happen throughout this run. Chase jumping on the boxes, trying to get the spray, is going to knock down JP2, so this should, emphasis on should, be Mamba Mode Gaming getting back in this game. Kairos retreating from the side here. Looks like he is going to concede it. It's not going to be the 13 straight rounds miracle. Screwface takes him down, so Mamba Mode finally, and when I say finally, I mean they finally get a round back. That's got to be a huge relief, though. You're right back at it because your back's against the wall.
Yeah, back is against the wall, and there's no better time to have a miracle run to match the miracle run of Elysium here. And, you know, if the miracle run comes through, we didn't bet, so, you know, you can hang on to your $20.
Yeah, I know.
Still at, it's a tall drink of water, right? They might be writing checks that they can't cash. Their economy, very, very poor. We're at 12 rounds, and it's there's no more back and forth. It has to be Mamba Mode Gaming all the way through until overtime. And unfortunately, because we're not in an overtime position, right, economy still matters so much. You don't reset after every round. So if you're not sitting pretty on that economy, if you're dying but you're still winning, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage. As Screwface actually takes a bit of damage of his own. Kairos going to find his spray down onto 2, and Elysium are looking to close it out. There's the third kill to follow. Chase able to battle back, but is it going to be enough? This guy's been a huge catalyst for this team. It's a 2v4. Mamba Mode Gaming need to try and stay alive.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what they can do here. 4v2, Elysium has control, but the spike has at least been picked up, but that's Kairos with the 3K taking down Chase. Evil gets stunned by the ultimate. He's going to get chased down. They know they have that spike covered, and this should be it. Mamba Mode grab one round back, but that's going to be it. The Killjoy ultimate is going to detain Evil here. He'll retreat, not to get detained, but this round is done. They are 4 stacked, watching this spike. There is no way he is going to clutch this. Elysium, you're back to back to back champions. The 3-peat comes through. Evil will grab a frag, but it doesn't mean a thing. Justin takes him down, and that is it. Your Razer Tournament Series champions, Elysium.
Once again, Elysium, right? You said it. Back to back to back. The hat trick on the wins. That's the best time to do it. The prize pool has never been bigger. And Elysium come back in. I mean, I guess it would be the only way that that gets better is if they don't drop that round at the end and they win 13 straight. But what a comeback from those guys. Hats off to everybody. It took a huge effort, not a Herculean effort, a huge effort. And a lot of it came off the back end of JP2. I want to give a huge shout out to him as a whole, because when this guy was on, the rest of the team was on. And down 6-0, he's the guy who stepped up and started finding 3Ks, started finding 4Ks, and starting to really, I keep saying catalyst, but to really, and not even necessarily spearheading, but he was just there to support his team and finding frags and allowing them to do just exactly what he was doing. So hats off to this whole Elysium squad, but JP2 really standing out to me.
Yeah, great performances from all of their members at different points in the day. So definitely very deserving of their title. And Mamba mode, still some things to work on. I think they showed a lot of progress, and I hope that they can finally stick with the lineup. As much as I enjoy watching the team, it is a bit frustrating to see the lineup changing so consistently, especially when now they're not able to win titles with it. So I want them to stick with something that works, and I would argue this lineup does work. So I'd love to see them come back. Thank you to all of our teams that came out and played today. Hope you guys enjoyed it. It was certainly a blast for us. Tanner, before I close things out for the day, any final thoughts?
No, it was a long day of Valorant. A great way to close a Monday. Hats off to Elysium. Those guys definitely deserve it. Mamba Mode Gaming, like you said, this roster, I mean, it's your first time putting it together for this week, right? Just run with this. This was starting to work. You iron out a couple of those wrinkles, and you have yourself a win here in the grand finals, trying to earn that title back. So hats off to these guys. And yeah, just a huge shout out to everybody who joined. There were so many new faces. As much as we enjoy familiar faces, you guys are awesome. The new faces really do it for us because we like to see these tournaments grow.
Yep, definitely a blast. That's going to do it for us, folks. A couple little housekeeping items here before I close out for the day. One thing I want to let you guys know, we are going to be taking a brief break for a little bit from Valorant with Series E starting up this Wednesday. We've got some other things to work on right now, so we will be stepping away from Valorant momentarily, but don't worry, we will not be gone for long. Make sure to follow us on all of our social medias if you want to keep track of what is going on. You can follow and subscribe here on Twitch up at the top of your screen. Check us out on Twitter and Instagram at Esports Arena, Facebook.com/Esports Arena USA. Check out our newly revamped website at esportsarena.com, and make sure to check us out on YouTube. Just search Esports Arena for all of the VODs and highlights you could ever need. And again, make sure to tune in this Wednesday for Series E Apex. It promises to be extra exciting. Thank you guys again so much for joining us. Big shout out to everybody who put so much hard work into this production, continues to crush it on a weekly basis. They do all this awesome work and make our job super easy. Tanner, it's been a pleasure to work with you, and I look forward to doing it again in the future. To all of you folks at home, have a great rest of your night, great rest of your week. We'll see you guys again next time.
Bye.